You gnome fuck!
What's up?
Two villages in a row and we have a fucking hiding motherfucking golem. What, blind?
Is he not seeing that villager? Or what's he looking for?
Two villages in a row and we have a fucking hiding motherfucking golem.
Wait, NNN got banned after getting unbanned? What happened? Banned by who? RTB. Why can't you guys just slash ignore him? Okay, listen, I'm sorry. I love y'all very much. This is an executive decision, okay? Talking shit to a mod or poking a mod doesn't get you banned. Destiny literally said if you said to shut the fuck up, he wouldn't. He can't stop himself. No, I never told him to shut the fuck up. RTBA. If he wants to shit on you, he can do that. You don't get banned from chat just for shitting on you. Like, clearly you guys hate each other, but like, just ignore him if it bothers you. Why do you have to ban him? Just ignore him. Just slash ignore him. Listen, for a lot of other chatters, I wouldn't care that much, but NNN is literally one of like the most like frequent like chatting people like every night in the chat room. Why would you ban somebody that's like such an active like member of the community? Like just for shit talking you. Like just ignore him. What the fuck? Why couldn't NNN ignore RTB and not say shit? You can say shit whoever you want. Dude, this is DGG chat. Talk shit to whoever the fuck you want. You don't get banned just for talking shit to somebody, okay? Jeez. This is America, goddammit. Unless you shit talk me while I'm playing League. Then you're getting a super ban. Jesus. Wow, okay. Wait, what? Wait, is this Obama? How many shots did that take? No way.
Trump 2020.
Did he just randomly fucking sink it?
That's what I do!
What, isn't Obama like 50 fucking 5 years old? Damn, dude, that's, I mean, even for a normal person, like, that's impressive to just do that. 59. Damn, he's so old. Jesus, 59. It feels like he's aged like 10 years in 10 years. Like, it feels like 10 years ago he was 49, you know? Who is Halsey? I don't know, some conservative I've talked to before. Did you guys know that in, I feel like this is gonna get, I think this gets posted on, like, lay Reddit, like, all the fucking time. Halsey the singer? Who the fuck is Halsey the singer? I don't know who the fuck you guys are talking about. It's some Republican guy that I've talked to. Some shitty pop star. I don't know who the fuck that is. This is Halsey. Destiny to
So
oh,
close
yeah,
to 2
guy.
years, Beppe hand.
Wait, what is this? I'm sorry, hold on. Okay. No, it's not an Alien 3, it's an Alien Resurrection. Okay, this movie is kind of cringe, okay? This is not like there's 3 Alien movies. There's Alien, Aliens, and Alien 3, which I think are all really good movies. Alien 3 is a good movie. Anybody that tells you differently is an asshole. Fuck them, okay? Alien 3 is a good-ass movie. People say
Love
Alien
you,
3
buddy.
sucked,
Can I
they're
get
wrong.
some snaps, please?
Alien 3 was a good movie, okay?
Some other indoor sports.
Holy
This movie,
damn, how
though-
more based can Obama get?
Alien Resurrection is cringe, okay? However,
Okay, I got a new game.
this whole movie is cringe. Opinion on Prometheus? Prometheus sucks.
Had enough fun.
The hell are you? Something of a predator, isn't she?
Yeah, she continues to make us all very proud.
When they shot this scene, this was supposed to be cleaned in post. Like the way that it's shot is the basketball goes above here, and then they would just like do like a shot composite or whatever to like get the basketball in. But when they actually filmed this, she actually hit that shot just completely randomly. Well, I say randomly, I mean she shot it, but
6 feet past the three-point line, and she just does this.
I wasn't even thinking get it in because I was so sort of demoralized this one. And, you know, nothing but net. Just swish.
24-26, take 4B, count up. Action.
The hell are you?
Because it looks like, you know, it could have been a trick, and it wasn't. I was there. She did it. She would have won the $1 million at halftime at the All-Star break.
It was like a wild thing. I don't think my feet touched the ground for about, 10 days.
There you go. There's your random movie trivia of the day.
Shut the fuck up, Movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
Finally got 12 months. Here's to 12 more. Love you, buddy. Feels okay, man.
Jesus. Man, I think we're up to episode 6 in The Boys. This show is going back and forth so much. I'm like, I'm not gonna lie. I don't care at all about Frenchie and in season 2. I don't care at all about like Frenchie and the Coco girl or whatever. I just don't care. Stop showing me these boring ass fucking scenes of him like having this creepy pedophile love for her. It's so weird, dude. Those two are the best characters? Really? I just don't like it at all. Yeah, I don't know. Is she underage? I mean, she acts like it. She's like innocent. She can't speak. Doesn't she like color and pictures and stuff? And the Frenchie guys like take care of her and feed her or whatever. It feels like she's like a fucking 9-year-old. She's not actually underage. She's like 20. She fits that born sexy yesterday trope basically, but oh, Kimiko or whatever. Huey's like the only interesting thing in the show and the way he interacts with the suit. Yeah, Huey is interesting, but I don't get enough Huey scenes. Also, I feel like Butcher and Huey need to figure their shit out. Like, I feel like the show is heading towards like Huey being a more authoritative leadership figure and Butcher respecting him, but they've gone like back and forth on it for like a season and a half now. Like, I need them to like figure their shit out because I'm tired of watching it happen and unhappen and happen and unhappen. Huh.
Got the crew here.
Hey, you know what we call that?
What?
Comorbidity.
Oh. too real.
Jesus Christ. Huh.
Are you back in the US now? I haven't been paying attention.
Mm-hmm. Is this guy playing games in his fucking car? Why? Or is this just like a setup or what? Is it a green screen?
That was it. I visualized it in my mind. I saw myself in my mind's eye doing it. And we did it. That's how you do it. You gotta see yourself.
Pearson decides to try a maneuver called a side slip, practically unheard of on commercial airliners, but sometimes used by glider pilots. Pearson has never actually performed a side slip in a glider, but he's attempting one now in a Boeing 767.
Here we go.
Deja vu, I've just been in this place before. Higher on the street, and I know it's my time to go. Going new, and the search is a mystery. Standing on my feet, it's so hard when I try to be me. Hey, is that one purple? Purple is my favorite color.
Remember, that's where I got this song from. It was this fucking random fucking video. I still don't understand this video completely either, but... purple burger is an allegory for LSD. Yeah, I know. Thank you.
How is it? Good. It looks like you're enjoying yourself. Oh, yeah, that looks like you're enjoying. Okay, you okay? You
I'm okay.
Okay.
I don't understand. Okay. What? No. How did you feel about the rally yesterday? It was it was interesting. I don't know. Man, I would have left. I would have left a lot earlier. The one thing that like, there's like one thing that really fucking triggers me is I do feel like there are some rights that I have in this country that are really important to me. Having somebody tell me that I can't be somewhere or that I don't belong somewhere is like a huge fucking trigger for me. When somebody's telling me like, oh, like you can't be here, like, excuse me. This is a public area, motherfucker. If I have any right as an American, it is to be standing here. It was really hard. Like, that was one of the reasons why I think we kept stopping, is because, like, you're not gonna tell me that I can't be here. What the fuck? This is a public space, dude.
Yo, Dest. Can we get some Minecraft today? Important Minecraft link clicky.
When you said, I live here, motherfucker, my stress watching went insane. Oh, yeah, I wasn't sure. The thing that I was worried the most about was somebody stabbing me in the back. I don't really care if somebody, like, hits me or punches me. That's not like a... It's like, whatever. The only thing I was worried about is if somebody were to stab me. That was the only thing I was thinking about in terms of shit that would probably suck a lot. But, if somebody, like, punches me, I don't give a fuck. I'm sure that Rachel's hit me worse than anybody in that crowd could. Just kidding. But... Ira said he was concerned about them surrounding you guys and wanted to move away. Yeah, we were kind of moving away, yeah. But anytime, I don't know, dude, anytime somebody told me that, like, you don't belong here, you can't be here, it was like, wait, hold on. Well, we're going to stop for a moment. I really wanted to, I thought about it for a second when there's, like, a little curb thing next to us. I wanted to just sit down and be like, oh, actually, you know what? I'm going to chill here. But I don't think that being, like, on the ground with that many people around you is very smart. So I decided not to sit. XQC found something in your clip.
Please don't eat me.
Guys,
you have given me PTSD and I have...
Wait, hold on. This guy's making fun of him for having a mask on, but he has a mask on.
He doesn't have a mask like you. Yeah, he's just a fuck.
And then he takes it off. Look at him.
He doesn't have a mask like you. Yeah, he's just a fucking...
and then he takes it off.
What a dipshit. I don't know. These people were dumb as fuck.
He doesn't have a mask like you. Yeah,
Sean is down trotting out this quote without context, but like Biden is going to continue texting for wealth, when Biden is actually saying the opposite. When told what the actual context is, Sean doubles down. Oh, people quote this. Nothing would fundamentally change so much from Joe Biden. Do you see this meme? Dan Bridge burned. Jesus, Dan. Why are these
/raid.
PUBG?
That's tiny.
I hereby declare myself the last Twitch sub. Remember me. Ooh.
How did we win this?
I don't
What
know.
the fuck? Oh, was this one of those games where Mr. Mutant died right at the start? And he said, "You're not gonna win." And I was like, "If I win, you gotta give me a blowjob." And then he was like, "Okay." And then I won from like 75 remaining in a solo in a duos game. This must have been one of those. How did we win this?
I don't
What
know.
the fuck?
You're a fucking
Like half the
statistician.
game running.
Know him the
Oh,
last one.
whoa.
Fuck you, duckers.
Lord's Mobile, not cool. Do you feel like your life was legitimately threatened at this rally? No, I don't know. It's just not. I don't normally. It's kind of hard to explain this, but oh god, I hate talking about this on stream. It's so fucking cringe. I don't normally feel like afraid of things. I normally feel excited about things. So like I don't know why in terms of like but like that's not completely true. Like if I were to like fall out of a like airplane or fall off a building, I would probably be afraid. But no, I mean I thought it was like really exciting. I don't really I don't think anybody there would actually kill me, right? So that wasn't like something that I was like genuinely worried about. What is this? I don't want to watch clips of myself. This is cringe.
From 2020. Fighting done for 47 years.
Stop! Don't be little kids. Come on.
Please answer the question. What is fighting done in 47?
I need to bring a megaphone with me next time. It's really annoying having some dude just like fucking megaphone screaming at me and I can't say anything back. It's disappointing how I was hoping I could have like better back and forths with people because like everybody got ultra triggered after like one or two statements.
It is for sure the biggest mushroom I've ever been on. This is the mushroom that Stephen Benelli took the first time that he did shrooms. He's like, mushrooms? I want this one. There's a wolf up here. Okay, well, this is...
Nice. Wait, what? Oh, damn, we missed Dave Rubin. That sucks. Diverse in thought and in all the ways that don't matter too. There were black and Hispanic people at this event. How does he manage to get these photos with like no black people in them at all? You'd think he would just for it to look good. Like there were like black people and Hispanic people and shit at this event, but he like takes like the whitest photos in the world. How?
Oh, the tribes. Hi. How you doing? Pretty good. Riding for Biden, huh? Riding for Trump.
I'm riding for Trump.
For who? Oh, good for you. Hey, I never did that, dude. Get the fuck out of my face. You're a fucking liar, bitch. You're a fucking liar, bitch. You're a fucking liar. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. That's not true. That's a fucking lie. He is a fucking psycho. This guy is a fucking psycho. You're a fucking psycho. Piece of shit. Piece of shit.
I think that this is projection. If a guy talking to a 16-year-old like triggers the fuck out of you that quickly, I think you are a pedophile. Oh, I saw I didn't notice that I walked past him. I think because we were being chased by those guys. But apparently Joe Collins was there. Holy shit. The guy that I argued with on that panel 2 nights ago. Or 3 nights ago. That guy did that to at least 2 other people. He's schizo as fuck. Oh. How was Bose after everything went down? She was chill. She's a pretty chill person, I think, in general. Did you forget what Biden did in 47 years? No, but I don't feel like going through and arguing about like the Defense of Violence Against Women Act or like shit like that. Like I just wanted to hear why they wanted me to vote for Trump. That's it. Okay, I need to start talking to my
very last hockey game, and I've taken multiple lessons versus such.
You're good. Good, are you?
Good man. A good man.
A great man.
Great man.
Huge time.
So we can all vote for Biden so we can all get
Fuck.
Vote for Biden so we can all get back to brunch, am I right? Let me tell you something that is something I thought of. If Biden wins, we can go back to brunch. Well, let me say something too. If Biden wins, you'll find me at brunch. Vote for Biden so we can stop talking about this. This is just a high-profile white person talking, but Kamala is my queen. Yes, that's okay to say. Louder for the people in the back. Louder for the people in the back. There are some people in the back who would like it to be louder. Let that sink in. No, let this sink in. No, let this sink in. No. Let this sink in. Mamma mia, let that sink in. Put that in your sink and let it in. Vote. How come nobody's talking about this? If Biden wins, we can go back to brunch. Brunchy, that's what we can go back to if we vote. Where are you right now? Brunch. Mommy drinky brunch for that to sink in. That's it. That's the tweet. Vote for Biden so we can all get back to brunch.
Okay. You could have done Joe Collins part 2. You're walking. Yeah.
Yellow.
Oh my goodness. How are you doing?
Ed, how are you?
I'm doing great. Are you excited?
I am so excited. I have officially unboxed everything because I didn't want to spend 15-20 minutes on doing all that, so I'm ready to go. I'm set.
All right. Hold on 1 second. Let me get all the camera shit set up.
Yeah, go for it.
For your Baldur's Gate machine.
That's literally what it's going to be.
Supposedly the multiplayer was like ultra fucking buggy.
Yeah, I thought that they rolled out new updates, like patches for it.
They did
so
somewhat
I'm hoping that
recently.
it's fixed. Okay, cool. So, how are you? How you been?
Okay. I had a massive headache when I woke up today. So, the best feeling in the world is anytime I like wake up, if I'm ever sick or if I have a headache, usually if I just go to sleep and then I wake up in like an hour or two, I feel 1,000,000,000,000% better, and I feel 1,000,000,000,000% better. So.
Okay, awesome. How long were you asleep for?
Probably like an extra 2 or 3 hours.
Oh, it's not bad.
Hold on. Can you just because people in chat were on out, can you link me the part list that we settled on again so that people know?
Yes. Yeah, let me link that to you. Hold on 1 second.
Wait, so what's the final status on the graphics card? Did you ever get one of the 3,000 cards or?
No.
No.
So I actually, I jokingly started like a dating profile on Hinge because I was curious if there were even anybody out in the world in Boston who has a 3080, and the answer is no. I got so many replies from guys who were saying like, I'm actually trying to get my hands on one too, and I was like, no dude, like I definitely don't have access to one. So
All right.
no, I didn't get one, but I did get the 2060, which will tide me over until I can get 3080.
That the 2060 X or what the fuck? What was the name of that card? Not a super, right? What was it?
Yeah, I think it was SKO.
Oh, KO. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, okay.
correctly.
Yeah, that's a good
Is that a
card.
KO? Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, it's decent.
Dece. Is that East Coast slang?
No. Get with the time, Steven. Come on.
Okay. All right. Okay, your camera's on. Don't show any addresses
All
or
right.
person revealing information. Okay.
Okay. No, we're all good. You just see my dogs. That's fine, right?
Yeah. He looks pretty chill right now.
All right,
He actually looks pretty nervous. What's going on? What have you done to him?
Oh, there's actually, this is Latte. She is
Mhm.
always super nervous. And then we've got Mocha right over here, and she's the one that just sleeps the entire time.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Your
But
dog
they're
looks
going to
like
help
it's
me build today.
starving
so-
for attention. Okay. Computer. Hopefully you have all the parts.
Yes.
Find the power supply. That's the first guy that goes in, okay?
Power supply. Yep. Here we go. We got it. Ta-da!
Okay. Unbox it. I thought you said you unboxed everything. How are you opening this box in front of us?
Well, unboxed in the sense of like I've cut all the tape and stuff like that, so I don't have to
Lying.
deal
It's
with
a
it.
very key dark triad trait, but okay.
I feel like I should take the test just to determine whether or not I actually possess any of those qualities.
Do you have like a small Phillips screwdriver?
Yes, I don't know about small, but I do have a screwdriver.
Okay. A small like Phillips screwdriver will be good.
Probably the best. Okay. And then would you recommend putting the case on its side?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it doesn't matter that much, but sure.
Alrighty. Let's go ahead and change that out.
Destiny, I always recommend a PC building kit when people build. What is a PC building kit? I don't know what the fuck that means, but okay.
Alright. Alright, let's see.
How the fuck does this case work? Holy shit. You might have to slide the power supply in from the back. You might just have to slide it. No?
I don't think so, because I can open it, can't I?
I don't know. I've never worked on this case before, so. But yeah, you can try.
Alright. We're going to do this together. It's all good. Hold on 1 second. Alright. Yeah, I just got to unscrew the sides. Hold on. I'm going to go ahead and do that. And then you're going to hand hold me with the wires, right?
As best as I digitally can.
As best as you, as much as you can. All right. Two, that's 2. Three.
For what does she need 64 gigs of RAM? Wait, did you get 64 gigs of RAM?
Yes, it's because I do a lot of the
oh yeah, because
Adobe
you do, like,
XD,
a lot of,
remember?
Yeah. I don't know much of the specific requirements for like Photoshop related stuff, but apparently having like lots of memory is really good for like editing programs and shit. So you can have a ton of shit loaded into memory when you're going back and forth on stuff. Yeah.
For reference, I do UX design, so I do a lot of prototyping, and I do a lot of hobby photography, videography, drawing, illustration, all that kind of stuff. So, all right. Okay, so I've opened it. It is now ready. I've got the power supply and a shit ton of cables that I don't know what to do with.
Okay.
So,
so there is either going to be a separate plate that came with the case, or there might not be. But the first thing you need to do is you need to slide the power supply in to that little slot. Generally, you want the fan. There's going to be like an opening on the bottom of the PSU that you want that facing down.
Okay, so
Yep.
fan, right? It's going to be
down.
facing like this.
Uh-huh.
Yep. And then the power supply, where would it go?
You can't just slide it in from that opening in the back, right? It doesn't fit.
This?
Yeah.
This part?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Sometimes there's like a separate plate. If it doesn't look like it's gonna fit, then it won't. Then you have to find some way to open that little container case or
this.
Yeah, but I've never worked in this 100%. So you either have to remove that whole thing or there's like an opening somewhere. There might be screws for it.
Okay, let me just flip this guy up real quick.
Or you might have to open up the other side of the case, and there might be an easy slide in from there. Like opening the right panel.
Hold on. Yeah. Let me just flip it around.
Oh yeah, it looks pretty open down there.
Oh, okay, all right. So let me go ahead and flip this guy over. Okay. Good.
I don't know why it has glass on both sides. That's an interesting design choice.
I'm assuming it's just so that you can actually see all the cool shit on the inside, maybe?
Yeah, but usually the
perhaps?
other side is going to be nasty as fuck, because that's where you shove all the cables, so...
It's easier
Are
to
you
connect
good
the
at cable
cables before
management? Are you going to
screwing
teach
in
me
the
that? Because I
PSU.
tried to prepare myself by like watching a shit ton of YouTube videos, and I was like, I'm
Hey,
learning
Bob, can you ask
absolutely
if your
nothing. I
friend's
feel like
dog is a
it
Dachshund?
seems like it's super
Thanks.
easy, and I'm just going to end up fucking it up.
Yeah, we can do it. Don't worry. You'll be fine.
All right. Okay. Success. Oh. There we go.
Wait, do you have like a social media or something you want like linked or advertised or anything?
No. I mean, we follow each other on Instagram, but that's about it, right? Like, I don't... All I do is I post my art and shit, and I don't really have anything to promote.
Okay, just checking. The good answer there is you should have said like, oh yeah, like you can link Black Lives Matter and donate $5. That's what you should have said, but
I fucked up. I'm sorry. Okay, cool. Okay, so I've got the side open. I believe I can slide it through here. The fan is going to be pointing down.
Yep, fan faces down, and then you want the power prong thing in the back, or like facing outside the case where you plug the power cable in. Yeah.
Yep. All right, hold on. Okay, I see what you're talking about now. All right. I already feel like I'm fucking this up. So, quick question for you, because you can't see. I wonder if I could just pull my laptop over real quick so you can see it.
Okay.
So, I'm putting it. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Am I holding it correctly?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, I'm putting the power supply in here, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then the plug for the power is going to be facing, so this is going to be facing out that way, right? And then where exactly is it supposed to sit?
Well, you're going to press it to the back of the case, and then you're going to screw it into the back of the case is what you're going to do.
So we're going to, do I drop it in like this? Am I doing it wrong?
No, that's fine, yeah. You're going to put it in like that.
Okay.
It might be easier for you, actually, if you,
Yes.
It might be easier for you if you install the cables before sliding it all the way in. I think we should do that.
Okay.
Also, make sure that the fan is facing down in the power supply. It might not be the way the text looks. It might be, like, rotated.
Oh, okay. All right. Hold on 1 second. Put you back over here. So, cables first. We'll do that.
Yeah, just plug in. Since this is a modular power supply, we have to plug in our power cables into the back. Also, yeah, make sure that fan is facing down, yeah. It doesn't really matter that
fan
much.
Fan is facing down like that. All right, so... we have all the cables in the world.
So the first thing you're going to need...
Where the fuck do I start?
The first thing that we're going to need is there should be a 24-pin, a very long, big cable that's going to work for the motherboard. It's going to be the one with the most connectors on it.
Most connectors on it. I want to say it is this one. Oh yeah, has MB for motherboard, I assume.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, cool. All right, so I got this, and then
Yep, so unzip tie that, and you're going to want to plug that into the back of the power supply.
What is that?
Okay.
We have a white lives matter organization. It's called the United States of America. Nobody in the United States.
We're not gonna want. That's a disaster.
Okay, I see.
That is a fucking disaster. How is he wanna?
That was a fun ass panel, guys.
Okay, got it. Think. Okay, so I've got it plugged in for the motherboard portion, and I'm trying to... Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, I got it in.
You plug that in?
Yep.
Okay. Does anybody know how many PCI Express cables the 2060 KO needs? Is it 1 or 2 6 pins?
Thank you, Steven.
Nathan E.
Okay. People are saying 1. So you're gonna look for you're gonna look for a PCI Express cable.
PCI Express. Okay, hold on. Let me... VGA. Not seeing it. PCI Express. All right.
It's gonna be it might be a 6+2 pin cable, or there might be an 8-pin cable.
Yeah. That... All right, this is the part you're gonna have to lead me. So right off the bat, I can't find it immediately.
Sure. If you look at the black plastic parts on the connectors, it should say on them like PCIe. I think it normally will have that listed.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for because that's what I had for the motherboard. But hold on, let me just double check one last time. PERIF.
Or it might say GPU on it too, maybe. Or like read me the letters that you're seeing.
Yeah. So I see CPU. That's not it. We've got VGA G3.
Yeah, that sounds like it could be it. Yep.
We've got 2 of those. Is that?
Yep, that sounds right. Are they 6
okay.
plus? There should be 6+2 pin connectors.
6. I don't know if it's 2.
Oh, so,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So on one end it might be 6 or whatever, but then on the other end that plugs in the graphics card. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Yeah. So you're gonna want to plug in one of those.
Yep. All right, I've got it plugged in officially.
Okay. How is it super cold there now?
Yeah, it actually snowed on Friday. It warmed up a little bit today. It's about, I wanted to say 47 degrees. but on Friday it was like 20 degrees, 27 degrees. Depends.
Damn.
But it snowed, which was nice.
I feel like I've only been living in California for like 2 years now, but I'm already like, my mind is a little fucked when it comes to even imagining it being cold outside. It seems like so unimaginable, which is weird given I lived in the Midwest for like 30 years, but yeah.
No, I know. Well, the thing is, like, I'm originally from California, right? But I still haven't gotten into the habit of checking the weather because in California, the weather's mild year round. But on the East Coast, you're supposed to check every day because it changes daily. I don't do that. I just look outside. I'm like, oh, it looks okay. And then I walk out and then it ends up like being a thunderstorm or snowstorm later. And then I am fucked, but it's all good. Okay. All right. So we got that in. Do I need to put in the second one or is it just one for now?
Nope. You should only need one, I believe.
Okay, cool. There's 3 of them. CPU. These go together.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Why do I still have this sub-message? Stinky. Cheese. 77,777,777.
Then tell me when you have those 2 plugged in.
Yep.
What kind of drive did you get for the computer?
I believe. Hold on.
Sorry, wait, fuck. Did you? I'm sorry. I was fucking with my OBS setup. Did you ask my question? Did I completely ignore a question you asked?
No. You did not ignore a question. I literally just said like, what's the next step? And then you said.
Okay. Yeah, gotcha.
Okay.
All right.
Don't know how you talk to all those conservatives without losing your mind.
Next. Okay, wait. What kind of hard drive did you buy again? Sorry.
Pin for the CPU
I believe I bought the
on top of
Corsair,
rover.
right? The 4
And she
Series
also need a
MP600.
PSU cable for the
think it was.
Barracuda HDD.
You fuck, Jesus, so obnoxious. Sorry. Say that one more time.
No, you're good. The Corsair. I got the solid state drive for the MP600.
Yep. Okay, that solid state drive. Oh wait, why am I asking? I asked you for the part list, so hold on. I can just look.
They're quizzing me.
So this doesn't need any external power. It should get it all from the board, right? That's true. It's an NVMe drive. And then we got you did get the Seagate Barracuda drive, right? The extra drive?
Yes, I have that here. Yep.
You should have a power cable that's labeled SATA now, SATA, or it might be accessory or something. Oh, you have one of those?
Yes, hold on. I literally just saw it. Not this one. Oh, yeah. I've got 3 SATA cables. Is that normal?
Yeah, usually they'll like daisy chain them together, whatever. But you just need one of those.
Okay.
And then you're gonna need there's another one. It might be a 4-pin or 4+4 pin that's labeled CPU.
Yep, I got that too. All right.
Okay, and I think that should be everything for all the power you need.
Okay, sweet. Alright, so that's in. That's good. And then the CPU.
Does this motherboard take 2 4-pin inputs, guys? Or let me just look real quick. 1 4. Ooh. Okay, wait. You might need 2 different CPU cables. Do you know if it's a 4-pin or is it a 4+4 pin?
That I do not know, but I do have 2 CPU cables if I need to put it on.
Okay, yeah, just plug
Oh,
both of them.
I'm sorry.
You're gonna need to plug both of them in.
Okay.
You don't need the 4-pin? Wait, why? This motherboard, unless I'm looking at the wrong picture, this motherboard clearly has 2 different. Just an 8-pin is enough? What? There's a whole other separate. You only need an 8-pin? What about this other connection right here?
There we go.
It's usually not necessary. Why wouldn't you just plug it in? Okay. Okay, ignore chat. Or you are ignoring chat. I'm the one paying that, right? Okay. So
No, you're good. Okay, so it's all plugged in now. We should be good. Was that everything that I needed to do for that?
yeah, that should be all the power you need for this build.
Okay, very cool. So am I allowed to slide it into the case now?
Yep. As you slide it in, 2 things. Make sure the fan is facing down.
Down.
And then there should be a little rubber grommet that you can move all of those cables, push them up through as you put it into.
Yes. Okay, so I want all the cables to go through them.
Yep.
Through the grommet. Okay.
There's just one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's got like 2 outlets or whatever that I can slide the cables through, but there's just one, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
The screws that you're going to need to screw that power supply in the back, you're either going to have a set of screws that came with the PSU itself. There's also going to be extra screws in that little box on the top left of that case you're looking at too. That's going to have all the little screws and shit needed for the board.
Okay. I just want to make sure all the cables are sitting properly.
No.
Jesus. All right. Okay. So now I'm looking for the screws that I came with. Okay. Nope. Okay, so I don't see any screws.
Then check that little box, the top left, in the case. It's,
this one?
Yep, that's going to have screws in it for sure.
Oof. Let's see. No. Let's look that up. All right.
Is there any other way to get those cables to come out the top rather than going through that one grommet? Are there any others, or is it just the one?
That's the only one that I see.
Okay.
Unless, like, we build it this way, but I don't think that's the proper way to do it. Or at least I have no idea.
The only reason I ask is because oftentimes there's another grommet inside. I should stop asking it, actually. I should just look. I'm sorry, never mind. Hold on.
No, you're good. You're fine. Okay.
Okay, hold on. I don't know why I'm not just looking at pictures. I've lied to you about so many things right now, okay? I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Okay. The cables, so you have more grommets.
Yes.
You route them up to the back. Okay, I'm just doing this because if we want this to look nice, then the cable management is a little bit important. Okay, pull back your 24 pin. Pull that out of the grommet. You're going to want to run that through the back, and you're going to want to probably take it out the middle rubber grommet.
Is that the one for the motherboard?
Yes.
Okay.
People are saying there might be a brace that you need to remove to see those middle rubber grommets. I don't know if that's true or not.
A brace. Hold on. I'm just going to pull it out really quick. Ooh. I can do it, I believe. All right, there we go. Here, I'm gonna let you see the inside. I'm pretty sure this isn't it, but I just want to make sure I'm not doing it
Well, I can
incorrectly.
see I have the...
Oh,
picture
yeah,
of it,
so... sorry, could you repeat that? Remove the rubber...
Okay, so your 24 pin, you need to bring that back out through that bottom grommet.
Yep.
And then you need to run that through... There should be through the back of the case on the side. There should be another... there should be 3 more rubber grommets in the back. But they might be covered by like a brace that you have to unscrew.
Oh! Okay, yeah, okay. I know exactly what you guys are talking about now.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna take the power supply out real quick.
Sure.
Okay, yes, I know exactly. Okay. All right. I believe chat was talking about this, I'm assuming?
Yep, looks like
Because now I see a bunch of other grommets.
Yep.
Braces. Yeah. Okie dokie. So do I put the power supply back in? Do I need to take out any other wires before I do that?
Well, did you put the 24 pin through the middle grommet now? Yep, do that. Just stick it through slightly, because you're only gonna want as little coming out as possible.
Okay, perfect. It's very small.
Yep. And then you're gonna have you're gonna want to take back out your 2 CPU cables.
Mm-hmm.
And you're gonna want to route those, if you can, through the very top of the case, above where that cutout hole for the motherboard is.
Okay.
Like not even through a rubber grommet.
Is there a
You might be able to do it through the
okay.
top of where the case is, but I can't see if it'll fit or not. It might not, so you might not do that.
I mean, there are a couple of areas I could do that, so I'm just going to poke it through. If we have to undo it, I can undo it. No big a deal. All right. Fan pointing down. Alright. I think we are good. Okay, we are set.
All good. And then you're going to want to take your the GPU cables or VGA cables, whatever. Yeah. You're going to want to route that through the bottom grommet.
Yep, done. That's done.
Not the one at the very, very bottom, but the bottom of the 3.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Should be good.
Okay, and then your SATA cable. I think your SATA cable, you're going to want to pull back through because your hard drive is going to be in one of those bays on the back. You're going to connect the back, so pull your SATA cable out. I think after you pull the SATA cable out, I don't think you have to worry at all anymore about, or there should be no more cables going through that bottom grommet, right?
Correct.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Okay. Then
Set.
that should be okay then for that.
Okay, so I'm just gonna leave the SATA cable just hanging on the outside.
Yep,
yeah?
correct.
For now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Cool. Alrighty, so I did open the box that was in the upper left-hand side, and there are a bunch of different screws. So I'm gonna hold them up.
You're looking
You
for,
can see
there's
them.
going to be a little baggie with 4 screws in it. That's what you're looking for. They're going to be
just
like,
4.
Yeah, bigger screws than what the rest look like as well, I think. Or a little, slightly bigger.
So these are the ones with the smallest amount. Can you see that? Probably
bit.
can't.
Yeah.
Are these the ones? Is that correct?
Keep looking. It might be those.
I'm literally gonna hold them up for you. You can take a look. So,
Down.
and then the last one.
Okay. Go to the bag with the fuse screws again and see if they fit, I guess.
Okay. Okay, and this is a dumb question,
They're
but
not dumb questions.
there are always I don't know. There's pretty stupid questions. Where would I go about screwing it in? That's the part that I was a little.
So in the back, like in the actual back of the case, like if it was a real computer sitting in front of you, you're gonna put the screws through the case into the power supply. So like the right side for you right now, basically.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I feel like I want to make sure that okay, yes, I did that correctly. Okay. Sorry, I got distracted because I second guessed myself to make sure that I have the fan down correctly. Okay, so screws, where do I screw it again?
Look at the back of the case, and there should be holes in the back of the power. Nope. You're looking at the front right now. Go to the other side. That's the back. Yep. And the power supply should line up with the computer.
Correct.
And you should see holes that you can screw through the case into the back of the power supply.
I feel like I am blind.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Hold on.
not seeing.
Okay. So you know in the back where you're going to plug the power cable into the PSU?
Yes.
Yes. There should be 4 corners. Each corner needs a screw going through the case into the PSU.
Okay, so that's kind of okay.
Yeah, you're looking in the right area. Yeah.
Okay, so they have to be the long ones then, because I can't get the power supply to go all the way. Like
You should be able to get it flush with the case. You might have to like finagle it or push it or stand the case up to push it in a little bit, but.
Okay. Okay, yes, correct. Okay, so now it's flush. Perfect. Oh, these are too small. All right. I'm literally gonna hold it up. Otherwise, I'm gonna end up breaking something. So, we've got it completely flush. Perfect. Excellent. Good work. And then I'm assuming you're talking about these parts right here?
Yeah, basically, like in those corners. The screws might be in one or the other slots, but in each of the 4 corners, there should be a spot for you to slide a screw through, and then, yeah.
Okay. And then how do we know if it's the correct one?
If it's the correct screw, well, if it fits.
Okay, so I'm assuming I chose the right one then because it doesn't, or I chose the wrong one because it didn't fit?
Yeah, that looks really small. Yeah, try it. There should be bigger screws. It might be easier to stand it up as well.
Okay, let's flip that over. I'm gonna try these. That looks like it fits. Am I crazy? What happens if I end up screwing the wrong screws into it?
Normally nothing. If you have superhuman strength, you might destroy something, but there's like if it doesn't fit, it won't fit. You're not gonna like.
Okay, so I want to say they're probably these ones.
Okay.
I need a flathead for that.
Somebody linked me a picture saying that here, this might be for your case, something that the screws might look like this.
Oh, hold on. Let me grab my phone.
Also, the PSU should have come with screws as well. It would be, almost every PSU that I've seen usually comes with screws as well. Not to say that it 100% will, but...
Ones. Oh, perfect. Thank you, chat. Thank you for sending that. That's actually super, super helpful. I believe they are these ones. Okay, they're not those ones. This one? Okay. Alright, we're just gonna let Jesus take the wheel. I want to say they're these ones.
I mean, it should look like the hexagonal screws in the back or whatever, or I think they're...
Yeah. I mean, they look close, but I mean, the ones that are pictured have a kind of lip, right? All of the screws are flat. That's the only part where I was like...
Gotcha. And you're 1,000,000% positive that if you're looking at the PSU itself, in the box, it didn't come with screws? It didn't come with a little baggie of 4 screws?
No, so all I got were this. I don't know if you can see that. I'm holding it correctly because I have my laptop on my lap. And then they gave me Velcro because cable management.
What's in the other baggie? There's...
and then they gave me this,
to put the
which
cables
has nothing in it.
That's so weird. You're sure that the that other little baggie with the thing didn't have screws in it? Neither of those?
I will double check just in case. Okay, so I'm looking at the box again. Nothing in the box. Again, this is where
it doesn't matter.
was originally.
Yep. All right, it doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. You should be able to you should have them in the case then, in that case bag. What some set of those are going to be the screws that you need. It's fine.
Okay. I think this is good enough. Okay. All right, here we go. I hope. Oh, all right. I hope this is right. Okay, so again, I need you to validate my feelings and confirm that I should be screwing it in to this one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Let's just make sure this is right. Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm just gonna migrate the laptop over here temporarily. And then go ahead and do this. Oh. We're gonna do it super ghetto and super sketchy because the head of the screwdriver is a little too big.
Why, have you ever noticed that for, I don't know why, I'm pretty sure this is a girl thing, but I've pointed this out and it has always been true. Girls always have randomly huge fucking bruises on their legs. Why? It's like, it's always true. Every single girl watching right now, if you look somewhere on your legs, is going to be a huge fucking bruise. Do you guys just like run into shit all the time, or is it like some ritual?
Yes.
And it, like,
yes.
Okay,
Yes. Yes. Actually, I believe this. I think this bruise is because I was wearing my my regular Vans, and there's ice outside, and I slipped. So because I was throwing out trash. So.
Gotcha.
Okay, it looks like it fit. It looks like it worked. Thank you for whoever sent Steven the picture. That was helpful. What was that, no flash?
Oh, what's up, Natsumi? You've been doing really well on stream recently. Good job, bud.
Oh, all right. Okay. Question. So, I thought I got the power supply to be completely flush. Where I would insert like the power cable and stuff. That is lined up, but the bottom does not seem to be completely flush. On the bottom corner.
Against the case or against the bottom of the case?
Against the case.
It should be pretty flush.
All right. I just have to shift it again, right?
Maybe, yeah. You might have to like reach back and give it a little.
Yeah. Give it. Rip. Oh. Well, this is not good. Alright. Okay. Well, thank God. Let's do this. Okay. Okay, there we go. I think just when I flipped the case over, it just readjusted it.
Usually what I do is you do like top right, bottom left, top left, bottom right. Very lightly screw them in, and then once you have the once you have them all lightly screwed in, then you begin tightening in like a clockwise or counterclockwise order.
Yeah. This is not going to work. Hey, hold on 1 second. I might have a smaller screwdriver. Okay, let's keep it loose. Oof. It ended up moving again.
Yeah, that's why just lightly screw in
Am
like
I?
all four. No, it's gonna like move it.
Okay.
Yeah, just lightly screw in all four screws and then you can begin tightening.
Alright.
Yeah.
Alright. Third time's the charm. We got this. Okay, I see. Oh, come on. Wow. We're... I might actually be able to grow a beard by the time I finish doing this.
You're doing a great job. Don't worry.
Thank you for the vote of confidence. Because at least one of us has faith. Last one.
Something like Wappo or Pikuniku or even Reventure is The Wizard and the Slug, where you play as the fastest, most agile slug in gaming history as it goes on an unforgettable adventure with the wizard.
It seems like there's only 3,
Great humorous writing
not
and
4.
characters, variety in game.
So on,
Want me to screw it in too?
Yeah, on one of the corners, so the standard is a bit different on some PSUs, there might be like a left or right slot in one of the corners that you would put the screw into.
Motherfucker. Alright.
Well, calm down.
Okay. Flip it. And then the last one. I feel like every time I think, oh, okay, I got this. This is fine. It's all good. It ends up, maybe I am using the incorrect screws the entire time. I don't know. They seem like they fit. Seems like it works, but...
Are they actually, when you go through the case, are they actually screwing into the PSU?
Yes.
Okay, then it should be...
That's why I believe so. Flashlight. Oh. Yeah. I definitely have dark triad personality because I fucking lied again.
Wait, it's not going into the PSU?
No, it's not.
Okay, then those are the wrong screws.
That would that would explain exactly why it's not working.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, surely this is correct, right? No, it's not. Okay. I just get these. All right, it's gonna be take two. So he's back. Oops. Okay, so it wasn't these screws, and
it's a little late now,
like
but
the otso ones.
If you're ever building stuff, something that helps is to get like little cups to put the screws in so they don't roll around everywhere. Or if you have like a pill case or something, just so that none of those get lost.
Okay, no, that's a good idea. I do have plastic cups that I could totally use, but the real question is, which screws would I be using? Because I thought these guys were the one,
those look too big.
They're not. So, okay, we're gonna try number 2. Let's see what happens.
Can you help Phatic Expression? He's
I'm
really
just gonna
confused.
attempt.
This guy has no idea what he's talking about. Why do I care? I don't know. Okay.
Okay, so this one is, it doesn't seem like this one's working either. Maybe? Okay, so the problem that I seem to be running into is even though I have the power supply flush against the case, the screws that I was trying to match to the picture earlier, they seem like they're a little too short, but the other screws were too long.
It's definitely not those. The screws that you put for the PSU are going to be pretty short. They're not going to be very long. It just needs to go through the case, yeah. Just try a few and see which ones fit. Yeah.
Okay.
And then while you're figuring those screws out, I'll be right back, okay? Hold on one sec.
Yeah, go for it.
People can still hear you though, so don't say anything crazy. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'll be sure not to talk to myself. It's definitely not. Yep. Not either. Let's see if that works. Definitely does not work. There's no fucking way. No, I knew it. Oh no. Oops. Mm-mm.
All right, how's it going? Have we overcome the?
It's not going.
We're not even at. We're not at the hard parts yet. What's happening?
difficult.
There should be 4 screws
I know.
somewhere that should fit this very easily.
That's what I mean. Like, I feel like there should, but the answer is I don't.
Maybe try. Maybe
like literally.
Maybe try the baggie with all the little screws. Maybe those 4 should fit.
That's what I did. I did every single screw that I could possibly do that was included in the.
There's
in the
no
box.
way that
And
none of the
them.
screws fit the PSU. That's not possible. They must.
The only one that I haven't tried, obviously, is this, and there's no fucking way that that's working.
Mhm.
So, the only ones that none of them. Okay, so what I spent like the last 5 minutes attempting to do was screw in just any of them, and they will screw in, but they won't screw into the actual power supply. So what it ends up doing is it ends up moving the power supply, even though the holes were completely lined up.
Have you tried holding the PSU in the back, holding it to the case while you screw it in so that it doesn't move?
Yes, I attempted that too.
Okay, if you want, what you can do is really quickly take the PSU out of the case and just start fitting screws into it.
All right, fuck it.
Yep, and now just grab screws and just start trying to fit them in to make sure that you're screwing them into the right place where the holes are. Someone said, sometimes the screws are stuffed in a crevice in the foam inserts. Have her check the box and foam them to see if the screws are in there. For the PSU box?
I'm assuming they mean the PSU box, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there are only 2 foam pieces, and the answer is no.
Okay.
Womp, womp. See. I'm checking the bag again, just in case. Nope. is very bizarre. Okay, so I'm going to attempt, again, just any screw into the power supply for a worst case scenario.
Because I'm looking at the I'm looking at the actual PSU thing, and it should come with screws. There's like a little baggie that it shows if you click the pictures. But I mean, I don't know why I'm showing you this. If it's not there, it's not there. But
See, I wonder. Okay, so let me just double check the box again. Just maybe it miraculously just will show up.
Or where did you unbox this
Because
stuff
none
at? You
of
didn't
the-
accidentally like drop it out of the PC when you took the power supply out, or?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is right smack dab here. So when I was unboxing it, you guys were over yonder, and everything is smack dab right here. So these screws, these parts.
Okay, yep. All right, fuck it then. Don't worry.
Are
Then
all
keep
part
try
of-
screws, push them in, and then twist them, and see which screws will screw in. There has to be. It's
Right.
it's possible. Okay.
Just on the off chance that none of them work, what would we do?
On the off chance that none of them work, you don't actually need to screw this in. You'll be fine just letting it sit there if you want to. Obviously, if you ever move your PC, then you're gonna have to be careful because it'll be sliding around. But it's not like the PSU technically needs to.
All right.
Destiny, the case has no power supply screws. Oh, somebody told me that. Oh yeah, I'm looking at the thing for your case. The case might. It's got to be in that power supply bag. It has to. Where did you open it? See if you dropped anything.
Okay, here we'll do. You know what? We're gonna change the stream into an unboxing stream. Are you ready? I'm gonna move you guys back onto the bench, and then I will literally show you everything. All right.
Okay, there's the box. Hello, box. Yes.
Yes. Okay, box empty. Nothing. Right? Okay, I'm not crazy. So there's that. Then the power supply was in this bag.
Okay.
There is nothing in the bag. I'm turning it inside out. I'm going to shake it. There's nothing. Okay. And then there was also this bag. And I'm going to shake it. Nothing in there.
Okay.
Okay. So there's nothing in that. Then they were very nice, and they gave me Velcro straps.
Okay, look in that Velcro strap case very carefully. There's not a little baggie of screws in this little plastic thing. You can just push your finger.
I'm going to take it out.
Okay, all right. Then what was the other little baggie?
And then the other little baggie was, I think it was pins. I think it was this.
Nothing in that little baggie?
Nada. Unless, like,
They're
it's
hidden.
secretly hiding.
No. Okay. You checked for a false bottom in the power supply? No. You're positive when you were taking things out, you didn't. You like take a cord out, and then you like little baggie of screws went flying somewhere.
No, I promise. I would bet my life on it, or my dog's lives on it.
Did
So,
a dog like carry them off or anything? Here is okay. I'm linking you like this, like the last thing that I linked you. That little baggie in the bottom left. You should have that. The thing that I just linked you. It should. It was supposed to come with it.
Oh, I definitely did not get that. I didn't see it in there. Okay. This case, no.
Absolutely, positively not there. Nowhere around. Your dogs didn't carry it off. There's no way that it dropped anywhere.
All right. I found it.
Wait, you what? Are you fucking
I
serious?
found it.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, listen. We live, we learn. There we go.
All right.
All right.
Okay. All right. We're back in business.
For all of
This is
ours,
good.
where was it? Just laying next to the?
It was buried under the cardboard box for
Oh well.
the other
You know
screws.
what? We got it, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. So good job.
It is what it is. It is what it is. All
What?
right.
Who you said Did you say you'd bet both of your dogs' lives on that? I'm just seeing which ones we need to kill, or was it just one of them? Or?
No.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we got 'em.
As
All right.
twisted as it sounds, okay. They're a bonded pair, so it would probably, like, if they had to die. I actually am kind of concerned about what's going to happen if one of them passes away before the other one, because they are super attached to each other.
You ever read the book Where the Red Fern Grows?
No, what's it about?
Oof, never mind. I don't want to say. Okay.
All right. Okay, here we go. Take 50 million. All right. So I'm going to clean this up real quick because I'm going to fucking myself over later.
Oh my god. I got some AirPods like a month ago.
Yes.
And they're so good. Fucking awesome. Holy shit. I've had such an aversion to wireless stuff because when we were younger, obviously, if it was wireless, that meant it was absolute fucking garbage. And I've like slowly been incorporating more wireless stuff into my life now because it's gotten so much better. Like wireless mice are like the top of the line, like best shit you can get. I would never use a wired mouse anymore. And then trying the AirPods, like my older experiences with Bluetooth is so bad. You hold down the buttons to sync everything up and you got to click it 4 times. It's like so horrible. And then, and so I got these AirPods. I rolled my eyes like, okay. And then I open them and it's just like instantly connected. I don't have to fucking do anything. It's like, holy shit, technology is awesome.
Have you used, like, before you got the AirPods, did you use any other brands, or was it just...
No, these are the first ones I've ever... A friend got it for me, actually, yeah. These are the first ones I've ever tried, like, for wireless
nice.
headphones, yeah.
Alright. Do you ever put anything down and then it just miraculously just walks away?
Nope. This is why I talk about cups are so nice for stuff like this.
The cup?
Yeah, you just like lay out a couple cups and then you put the screws in them. Yeah.
Okay. You know what? Fuck it. Hold on.
Okay. All right, she's gone. Everybody talk shit now. Oh shit! Never mind. She has wireless headphones.
All right. We are going to do this. And fuck it. I literally just...
Literally just what? What are you missing now?
No, I put them down and then I put the power supply back in and now they've disappeared.
They're there somewhere.
The screws, I know they are somewhere because I saw them and I just want to make sure I didn't. Oh, this is bad. How does this happen? All right, here's a question for you.
Yeah.
If I end up finding the baggie with the screws eventually, am I able to screw it in at the very end, or is this like, no, you can't? You have to do this first.
You don't have to do it.
All right, fuck it. Let's just move on for now. Screws will eventually reappear, I feel. I just don't know where I've put them for now.
Okay, this would drive me fucking crazy if I were you, but you have cups, you put everything in. Can you like stand up and actually this, I don't think this is gonna work for me because my brain now, you have to stand up and look. They've got to be there. This is like the most elusive bag of screws. You must have set them. Did you put them in the case or did you put them on the carpet behind you? They might blend in with the rug if they're sitting on there. Or can somebody look at the VOD?
Nope.
Are they under the case right now? If you lift the case up a little bit and move it over?
Yes, if someone could rewind and just be like, Claire, you fucking idiot, like, you're such a ding-dong. If you could just rewind and look for me, I would be indebted to you. Because I have all of the screws that came in the cardboard box, which is not what we want. And then... no. Nope.
Did you, when you walked to the kitchen or whatever, did you have them in your hand? Did you carry them with you?
No, for sure. Because I was already realizing my mistake of it disappearing.
Did you put them on top of the
Hence
case,
the
maybe?
cup. No.
And you didn't put them in the case anywhere?
Is it not under. I'm going to take out the power supply on the off chance that it fell in.
Our first time call out of Seattle. Thanks for holding.
Nope.
No problem. My question for you is this.
Hold on, I'm gonna watch. Hold on.
Your Twitter
We're gonna
account
hold on.
because you got
Yes,
caught
thank
liking
you,
a
thank
gay
you.
OnlyFans post.
Amazing. Do you think I handle my own Twitter stuff?
Oh, somebody else did it? How come you locked the account?
None of your business. What the? What the? Are you a homosexual or something? What the?
No, but it doesn't really
Why
matter.
are you such a Why are you such a beta male? What are you?
Okay, hold on.
We're attached to each other.
We're watching. Have you ever read the book?
Have you used, like, before you got...
Yeah. When did she...
Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Hold on.
Okay, hold on. You're about... Okay, hold on. We're gonna watch. We're gonna find them. You hold down the buttons to sync everything up, and you gotta click it 4 times. It's like so horrible. And then, it's like...
Thank you.
Okay, and then I open them, and it's just like instantly connected. I don't have to fucking do anything. It's like, holy shit, technology is awesome. Okay, you guys can't see it. I'm sorry.
Have you used, like, before you got the AirPods, did you use any other brands, or was it just...
No, these are the first ones. Before she got the cups.
Wireless
Wait, was it
ones.
before she got the cups?
I'm gonna fucking myself over yes, later. It was before I got the cups. That's why I went to go get the cups, because...
To not lose
I dropped them somewhere, and I don't know where.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, here we go. Take 50 million. Alright. So, I'm going to clean this up real quick, because I'm going to fucking myself over later.
Okay, so it was right before this she found it. Hold on.
Super attached to each other.
Have you ever read the book, Where the Red Fern Grows?
No. What's it about?
Oof, never mind. I don't want to say. Okay. We mentioned Where the Red Fern Grows. Okay, hold on. We're watching the past.
Here we go. Take... It had to be before that.
It was right before? Okay. When did you find
it?
Hold on. You what?
So I found them, and then
I
found them. I said,
okay.
you're gonna...
Alright, well, hey, listen. We live, we learn. Okay, hold on. You found them. 1 second. Alright, hold on. There we go. Alright.
Yes, okay. Alright. We're back in business.
Is that them right there, guys?
Where
these? Just laying next to the...
It was buried under the cardboard box.
Oh, well, her last. Okay. All right.
Got
We're
it.
watching this little baggie, okay? Hold on. Hold on.
It is what it is. It is what it is. Make sure to zoom in and
you said
enhance. We gotta channel our CSI Las Vegas in here, okay, guys?
Yeah, which ones we need? We're gonna see what happens to it, okay? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it.
As twisted as it sounds, okay? They're a bonded pair, so it would probably, like, if they had to die. I actually am kind of concerned about what's going to happen if one of them passes away before the other one, because they are super attached to each other.
You ever read the book, Where the Red Fern Grows?
No, what's it about?
Never mind, I won't say.
Alright, okay, here we go. Take 50 million. Alright.
Okay,
So, I'm...
You're picking up
screws. Real quick. I'm going to fuck myself over later.
Oh, wait, hold on. Do you have a baggie with a bunch of screws in it? Because it looks like you added screws to that bag.
No. I didn't open that baggie, though. So...
Are you sure? Oh, fuck. That might be a different baggie, then.
Is that what it...
God. I got some AirPods. I see you open a little baggie.
Because what happened...
I've had such an aversion to wireless stuff because when we were younger... Wait, open your baggies. Are you sure you didn't...
Okay, wait. So, because you guys watch the VOD, you guys know this answer much better than I do, but my memory, which could be absolute shit, right? Okay? What I recall was we found the bag. Excellent. We found the bag. Then my thought was, oh shit, before I start dumping them out onto the floor, I should actually clean up these. So I cleaned everything else up. And then, like, did I accidentally pour it out and then add it to the other screws? Or
Okay, hold on. We're watching again. Jesus Christ, one
In there.
second. It looks like you put added screws to the bag. Positively, not there. Nowhere around. Your dog's didn't carry it
yeah,
off.
because I was cleaning everything
no
off
way
the
to
floor,
drop
and you were like, "This is why I get cups." And I
Okay,
said,
hold on.
Wait,
So
smart.
One second.
I found it.
Okay, all right. Well, hey, listen, we live, we learn. There we go. All right.
Right, we're back in business.
For all of
Oh,
ours,
God.
you found it. It's got to be this bag, right?
It was buried under the cardboard box for
Oh, well,
the other
you know what?
screws.
We got it, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I held it up. It is what it is. I held it up.
You held it up?
I remember that.
Hold on.
I held it up because I looked at it and I was like, "Oh, there's 4." Yeah, no.
Absolutely, positively, not there. Nowhere around. Your dog's didn't carry it off. There's no way that it dropped anywhere.
All right, I found it.
Wait, you what? Are you fucking
I found it.
Okay, all right. Well, hey, listen, we live, we learn. There we go. All right.
Right, we're back in business.
She said she found it.
Where was it laying next to the?
Wait, did she hold open?
It was buried under the cardboard box for
Oh, well,
the other
you know
screws.
what? We got it, and that's all that matters at the end of the day, so good job.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
What, who? She pointed to it, but she didn't hold it up. You said you're a goddamn trillion% positive. If you check your bags, you did not add more screws to the bag. Are you sure?
No, I added screws to the bag, but they were the ones that were on the floor. So at any point, did I pour out extra screws? Because if I did, then yes, it would be in one of the bags. But I don't recall pouring out.
Did you say you'd bet both of your dogs' lives on it?
screws.
Do you have 2 different bags of screws right now?
Because
Or just one?
I just have. I have exactly what.
No. How many bags of
I
screws do you
got
have right now?
from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7 different bags of screws?
Yes.
One of these has to be. One of these here. I'm linking you the VOD, okay? Here's this, because you were sitting there, so maybe there's a little
Alright,
trigger memory.
okay.
Go to like 1 hour and 43 minutes, okay?
Whatever. Okay. All right.
Okay, also, okay. So I scheduled 2 hours for this, and I started late too, which
Yes,
is my fault.
I know. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. So I have to do like I'm doing like a debate moderation show thing in like 10 minutes that I have to do.
Yep.
If you, what is today, Sunday?
I have tomorrow off.
Oh,
so
okay. We can do this
we
as soon
can-
as I
we
wake up
can
tomorrow.
reconvene
Yeah,
later.
we can do. Yeah, you have to find these fucking screws. This is like the most important thing right now. Okay, we should be able to get the rest of this thing assembled in like within, I would say, like 2 hours tops. This is
Okay.
This is abnormally
But-
frustrating. Okay, but you 100%.
You're
What?
okay. No. All I'm saying is, I will find the screws. I
Mhm.
will screw them in for tomorrow. We will reattempt this tomorrow,
Mhm.
and hopefully it will go within 2 hours.
It will.
Which I highly doubt. At
It
this
definitely
point
will.
because
You have these screws have to be here. Okay.
Looking kind of grim.
Uh huh.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Sounds good. Just let me know then.
Okay. Yep. It'll probably be from 1 to 2 to 5 EST tomorrow, or maybe a little earlier if you want.
Yeah, it's fine with me.
Okay.
Either works. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right. Be careful.
All right. I'll talk to you later then.
Yeah. No problem.
Thank
Find
you.
those goddamn fucking screws. Okay. All right. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
I will let you know as soon as I find them. I'll just message you. Bye.
Okay. Bye. Okay. That was I highly recommend. I think that because I put together so many computers for people, like once you start, the getting like little cups or like a little pill container to put screws in will save you so much time. I don't know why it happens to humans or to me or to people, but like I have a habit of like if I set something down, I will I'll just lose it sometimes. Like I can set something down and then it's just gone, and I don't know how the fuck that's possible. But yeah. Why is she planting fucking cicadas near me? 1 second. God damn it. Have you guys heard about this Nina girl? Holy shit. This is gonna be another off the walls chat. Not Ariana, somebody. Yeah, the Nina from Darius' Discord. Holy fuck. Nim, what are you doing? Isn't it like fucking 2 a.m. over there? What are you doing? Go to sleep. You're not my mom? Oh, fuck. Never mind, no. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. Fuck. What are your thoughts on socials about love? Well, we're about to hear him debate. Okay. We're coming up. This is going to be episode 0, okay? Of my, I want to do like a little debate show where I just moderate conversations between these two people, basically. The first one is going to be on court packing between socialism done left and Bastia. God damn it. I need to set up my scenes and shit, but I have to switch my whole scene collection. I don't know what's about to happen. I can't switch scene collection and then do studio mode. I don't know what this is going to pop up at, but... Destiny, switch this. Fuck you. Wait, who is... Arkden. What is the name of the dwarf guy on Discord? Isn't it Dwarf111? Oh, Dwarf404? Why, when I type in dwarf, I don't have him on my... I must not have him added as a friend. Fuck. Why are you guys spamming fishes in chat? Okay, we'll do one. I'll help lead one combo. Halsey is a conservative guy that I talked to before, guys. It's not... and it's not some pop singer. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you guys. You guys suck.
I think the argument...
This is the Halsey guy right here.
We just didn't see it. Like, imagine you've got...
Fuck, I should have done this off stream and gotten it set up. I was gonna do this all this morning, but my fuck, my head was killing me so much. Fuck. All right. Oh, let's see what happens when I switch over to this. Good luck. Holy shit, can you guys hear me? Okay, you guys can hear me now. Sorry, Jesus. All right, chill while I set this up.
could make the most of these words. I'll play the role of the ghost, and I'll while the animals circle alone, the cabin in the moon's glow, animals wait. at the door, safe and sound for now. So wake up to a house you don't know. Faces that want answers you don't. Vacant. Take the trouble for the good ones. I'm somewhere in the blank stare, and I'll wait for the moment from years ago.
Act 1. Greed and hypocrisy leading to a genocidal world war. Then post-war injustice and hysteria. A boom. A crash. Totalitarianism. Act 2. Greed and hypocrisy leading to a genocidal world war. Post-war injustice and hysteria. A boom. A crash. Totalitarianism. Act 3. Greed and hysteria. A boom, a crash. I don't dare continue. Totalitarianism. Again, yes. But never before has mankind been confronted by the problem of surviving global death, total death, the doubting of reality, and overall a well-bred paranoia. Totalitarianism. And our personal antidotes. Dope. Marking time. And making money. Making it. Turning on. Turning off. Dope, 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 dope. The facts are potent enough. The facts are potent enough. The facts are potent enough. As the death of society, totalitarianism.
All right. Welcome to the pilot episode of my new and exciting debate show, where I don't actually debate. It is called Destiny and Moderation. That is a double entendre, okay? One, wrong mic. Oh, fuck. Now I gotta start this whole fucking shit over. God damn it. Why is this mic even listed here? Who even uses this dumbass shit? I wonder if this is in every fucking scene. Hold on. Test. No, well, I'll just remind me when I switch, okay? Okay, coming back. Hold on. Wait, let me get a cookie. I need a cookie for this. Okay. All right. Hold on. Okay. 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 Everybody get yourself settled, all right? All right. Sorry, hold on. I should tweet this out. Oh, I need a better thumbnail for this. Fuck! Wait, I might already have a thumbnail for this. Hold on. Hold on. Everybody just fucking hold on, okay? We're just gonna do the train 12-hour fucking intro. Okay, thumbnail. Let's see, we can use this one. Edit. It doesn't really, it's not fitting. It can be a little ghetto for now, fuck it. I think it's okay. No, wait. Nah, fuck it, I don't care. Yeah, I don't really care. It's just a fucking thumbnail. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Hello, guys. Welcome to episode 00. This is the pilot episode of my new debate show. It's going to be called Destiny and Moderation. Okay, that means two things. One, it's called Destiny and Moderation because I'm moderating, and two, it's called Destiny and Moderation because it's not going to be a lot of me, right? It's a really clever name. Dwarf thought it up. Big props to Dwarf for that. Basically, the goal or the point of the show is I'm going to find topics that I think are interesting, and then I'm going to find two people that I think are relatively intelligent, and I'm going to have them go at it and argue back and forth for a particular topic. This is just my pilot episode, so I'm not 100% sure on format or like if I should poll before and after, or if I should make my position clear or not in case people want to know, like, are you biased in a certain topic or in a certain way? But I'll figure that out probably going forward and how I want to do this. So today's topic is going to be whether or not Democrats should pack the courts, which is something a lot of people have been arguing about. It's a very hot button topic. I have Bastia, who is a neoliberal progressive. I don't know 100% if he will, I think he will take that. And then we've got Socialism Done Left, which is a socialist guy. Both of these guys are really smart. I've seen a lot of videos by these guys. I've watched streams of Bastia, videos of Socialism Done Left. I respect both these guys, and I hope they have a good discussion on this. Bastia is arguing against court packing. Socialism Done Left will be arguing in favor of court packing. And yeah, my job, my role during this is going to be to ensure that both sides are responding adequately to each other's arguments, that we're not getting derailed, and that points are being adequately addressed before moving on. I'm not here to keep people from shouting at each other or being mean or any of that shit. I'm just here to like make sure that the argument is following like good, reasonable, logical lines. I'll be taking notes. I haven't decided if I'm going to fact check yet. Maybe if they appeal to me for fact checking, I'll look something up. But yeah, that's basically what we're going to do. For people that don't know, in the United States of America, we have a Supreme Court. It is the highest court that we have that will make the final decision on the outcomes of cases, and these final decisions have a lot of power because basically they decide how we interpret the Constitution of the United States. In the Supreme Court of the United States, for about the last 150 years, we've had 9 Supreme Court justices, and that seems to be the way that we operate. However, because of recent events that have happened, Republicans have managed to get a conservative majority court, meaning we would expect a lot of conservative majority rulings to come out of this court, and Democrats have been talking about expanding the number of justices allowed on the courts. This is commonly referred to as court packing, is what people are talking about. So we've had 9 for about 150 years. Democrats say maybe we should have 15, maybe we should have 20, maybe we should have 11. Basically, the goal would be to expand the limit of justices and then appoint a bunch more. And then some people go a step further and say, like, we should make an amendment to make it impossible after that, basically. And yeah, so we're going to be listening to both sides of that argument on whether or not we should do that. Hopefully, maybe I'll get sponsors for the show in the future that I'll do a read for. I don't have any right now, so this is just brought to us by the winner of the 2020 Pepe vs. E Olympics, Yi the Dinosaur. Thank you for sponsoring this episode, okay? Yees and Chad boys. Yeah, so I'm going to bring in our two master debaters, our internet debate lords, and yeah. Stop talking. Wait, talk. Wait, can I hear you, Bastia?
Yeah, you actually picked. I just finished as you said.
Oh, okay, yeah, I thought my thing was broken. Okay. All right, I'm coming into this scene. Boom. All right. Today's topic is, should Democrats pack the courts? Now, I told both of you, I warned you, okay, when we argue this out, I want to hear both sides of this represented as fully as possible. You guys are not allowed to do some bullshit where you're like, oh yeah, I agree that we'll pack the courts and like it'll be okay, blah, blah, and then you like both agree on like some position that neither of you adhere to, or you will be executed, okay? You have to fucking defend your goddamn topic. But I think that will be fine, okay? So right now, the conversation topic is whether or not Democrats should pack the courts. And by pack the courts specifically, we're saying that should Biden win the election, should they expand the number of justices on the Supreme Court, and then either cap it with an amendment or just leave it expanded and open to more expansion in the future. Bastia is arguing against that. You may be in favor of other changes to the Supreme Court, like term limits or whatever, but you are against the notion of Biden coming in and adding more justices. And Socialism Done Left, who may also be in favor or against other things of the Supreme Court, you are in favor of Biden coming in and expanding the court, adding more justices. Whether he makes it impossible to do so in the future, whatever, is a different thing, but right, okay? So that's both of your positions, yeah? Okay, all right. I've thought back and forth. So this is my pilot episode of this, so things are going to be a little bit more rough, or I'm going to be talking through like the process a little bit more just so I have an understanding of what works and what doesn't work. Some people do very strict formats on these, so like 1 minute opening speech, 35-second rebuttal, 20-second response, blah, 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 blah. I'm not really as interested in that strict of a thing, but I will give each of you the opportunity at least to make a quick opening statement to kind of like represent your arguments. So if you'd like, Bastia, you are arguing against packing the court. So if you want, I'll give you like just a minute. You don't have to use the full minute, but just like explain like roughly what your position is and then why you would be against packing the courts. Go.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess I'd follow the words of Justice Ginsburg, who said last year that, quote, if anything would make the court look partisan, it would be that one side saying, well, when we're in power, we're going to enlarge the number of judges so we would have more people who would vote the way we want them to. The Supreme Court has no army. The Supreme Court has no money. The only way they get people to do what they say is because people respect them and respect the fairness of their decisions. And in that sense, I think it's absolutely important the Supreme Court preserve its legitimacy, or rather that Congress not do anything to jeopardize fundamentally its legitimacy. Now, I recognize that there are arguments, certainly good arguments to be made that Republicans have done their part to delegitimize the Supreme Court through this process. But I think that's very different. For example, the process of appointing Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court after blocking Merrick Garland. But I think that's very different from a process of expanding the court for the clear purpose of getting a political majority that would turn the Supreme Court into a nakedly partisan branch that would erode its authority. And before long, one way or another, it would no longer be able to contribute meaningfully to our constitutional order because its authority would be eroded in the eyes of the people. And eventually Congress and the president would just begin to ignore it as convenient. So
okay.
My position is that.
Yep. Okay. About a minute 15. All right. Socialism Done Left. You are arguing in the affirmative for whether or not Democrats should pack the courts. Go for it.
Mm-hmm. Sure. So the second part of that Ginsburg quote is she notes that it rests on that legitimacy, as you pointed out. So to a large degree, the court's legitimacy has already been mined. So again, I think that the basic way that we should look at this is a short term and a long term. So in the short term, the Republicans have already undermined the legitimacy of the court. They have expressed clearly that they are willing to do whatever it is necessary to achieve power on this court. I think I'm getting some feedback.
Yeah, wait. Bastia?
your mic was
I think
muted
they-
when you talk, but okay.
Yeah,
Oh.
my microphone was unplugged. You're all set.
Okay, go for it.
It's all good. Sorry. Anyway, in short, the basic idea
And you're
is
at
that in
time.
the short term.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just fucking with you. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll give it
In short, the basic idea is that in the short term, we need to gain more power on the Supreme Court because the Republicans have expressed a desire to use whatever methods they have, be it gerrymandering, be it not packing, but making sure that their candidates get on the Supreme Court through almost any means necessary. So the short term is that we need to get a little bit more power. The Democrats and people who are in favor of like continuing democracy in the United States need to get more power to achieve like short term electoral reforms to achieve, like make sure that democracy keeps functioning the long term. And the long term, the argument is that we should use the current moment of like packing the court to enact some of those reforms. We should use it as a leveraging power. Specifically, the argument that I find most convincing is that we should do something like appoint 2 justices. So we return it more or less to the status quo with like 6 conservative, 5 liberal. So there'd be still a slight conservative majority, and threaten to appoint 2 more liberal if they don't enact a constitutional reform.
Okay.
Am I lagging?
Nope, you're pretty good, I think.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So I think, based off your opening statements, I'm going to ask a question, and then I want you guys to talk it out. Is what we're going to try. Okay. So the first thing, given your 2 opening statements, I'm hearing is whether or not the legitimacy of the courts have already been undermined, such that anything is basically permissible. So socialism then left. You brought this argument up. Do you want to go down that road? Why do you believe the legitimacy of the courts has been undermined? And then Bessie, you can just respond. Go.
I mean, sure. So like we can just look at the increasing partisanship of the appointments. Like it went from in the 70s, people would be appointed like 98-2 or something. Today, every Supreme Court vote is a partisan vote. The same thing is true of the lower court votes. In addition to holding up Merrick Garland, the Republicans held up the largest vacancy in modern history for the lower courts. Trump appointed, I want to say it was like 25% of Court of Appeals justices because of this enormous vacancy set that the Republicans created. And so I think it demonstrates that Republicans have shown no commitment, and Democrats to some degree too. I don't think this is like a one-sided thing, but in particular, Republicans especially have shown that they are extremely interested in pursuing power, even at the destruction of legitimacy. And so I don't know that the Supreme Court is so delegitimized that anything is permissible. I would still say that there's clearly some limits. Like I think some polling data on packing is that only like 38% in favor, 50% opposed. So there's still some legitimacy in the eyes of the people. But I think that will tend to be eroded as it moves away from public opinion. There's a dozen studies I can show you. The Supreme Court generally tries to track public opinion. If it gets too far away, it's going to be really, really delegitimized, which it's going to be by ACB, unless we do some packing.
Okay, well, first I would say that the notion that it is going to be delegitimized by Amy Coney Barrett is still right now speculative. To say that she is going to act in a way that will fundamentally delegitimize the court, look, we only will know that whether, based on the rulings that she issues, and also importantly, how the other justices on the court respond. But I can tell you a little bit about the court's more recent history with respect to its legitimacy. First, you're right that votes for the Supreme Court are more partisan than they used to be. But I think that's also because people have started to realize that, people have realized over the last 30, 40 years that Supreme Court appointments are an excellent opportunity for fundraising, for posturing. These are really meaningful appointments that impact all kinds of issues. And as the public has taken more awareness of the Supreme Court, their representatives have similarly taken more awareness of the Supreme Court and voted accordingly. So I don't know that partisan voting is necessarily a problem with the Supreme Court. I think the problem is the extreme nature of the proceedings and how they've come to dominate a lot of our political process. But to get back to the point about legitimacy, the Supreme Court's decisions as of 2018. 25% of its decisions were divided 5-4, and about 50% of its decisions were unanimous 9-0. In 2018, there was 90% unanimity in the first 10 decisions of the Robert Court, which I looked back into the 1940s for this to go back to FDR. More unanimity than in any court set of decisions since FDR was president. So while the picture is more complex than this, the Supreme Court is not just some partisan, close deciding partisan institution. It's broadly actually unanimous. And it's also worth noting that beyond that, it's not so easy to say that a justice will vote one way or another in every particular case. For example, Neil Gorsuch was kind of a wild card in the recent decision with respect to same-sex discrimination in the workplace. Not just with respect to, it wasn't just same-sex discrimination in the workplace, it's also discrimination against transgender people. And he took a textualist reading of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to come up with, I think, what was a relatively progressive opinion. Justice Kennedy's vote on gay marriage. And on the other side, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, one of her last decisions was a vote in support on a 7-2 decision to build a natural gas pipeline.
Can I ask you a question real quick? In terms of what, so sorry, because my alarm went off. You said that the first 10 decisions had 90% majority in 2018.
Yeah.
Why did you do the first 10 decisions? That makes me wonder.
Well, that was the study that I looked at here from SCOTUS blog, and apparently these are just really pressing decisions. I'll link it to you here if you want to check it out.
No, I was just curious because usually someone says like the first 10, it's like, oh well, the other 400 decisions or however many they hear in a year were all
but even then, it's not only first 10, but overall it's 50%. So it's still a huge issue. And one other thing I want to say, as far as legitimacy goes, and in terms of overall agreement. To think about the two, I guess, most polarizing left and right, not that it's necessarily their fault things are polarized, but justices in recent memory, Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the left and Justice Clarence Thomas on the right, even they agreed on decisions 66% of the time. Scalia agreed with Ruth Bader Ginsburg 70% of the time. So the notion that that these justices are just clean votes and that it's always partisan and that even doing this would get you the result that you want, I don't think is really true. But what is true is that the Supreme Court still holds a lot of legitimacy, and this would really jeopardize that.
Did you want to? So I'm just asking Destiny. How did you want like the rest of this bit to go?
So right now I want to hear you resolve this thing. You guys just talk back and forth. It doesn't have to be super formal, or you can interrupt each other if you need to. But because right now the central point is whether or not the court has been delegitimized. If the court has been sufficiently delegitimized, it seems to logically follow that. Well, then court packet, right? So I think it's important to establish where both of you are at in terms of the legitimacy of the institution of the Supreme Court right now.
So I guess the basic responses I would give, it seemed like Bastiat kind of raised 2 points. One is that it's not necessarily that the court is partisan, it's that politics is partisan, and therefore it's driving the court to become partisan. And so I don't know that there's actually necessarily a distinction between these positions. If it is the case that politics in general is so partisan that the court also becomes partisan, I don't think it can escape that. Why don't we stay on just that one at a time so we don't have to do 2 points at once?
Yeah, I don't think at least I wasn't trying to say that the court has become more partisan, because my point in raising the notion of, well, they've had basically 25% of their decisions have been 5-4 and 50% of their decisions have been 9-0 for, say, the last 20 years, is to say that while these votes may be very contentious, their work product is not really changing, in terms of the partisan bents.
Well, that gets to the second bit. So like there's a bunch of neat studies actually showing that like even the Supreme Court generally follows people's opinion. Like that if you look at individual court cases, they do broadly follow with people's political opinion. And so one of the possibilities that you're seeing here is that the Supreme Court is choosing cases that are uncontroversial because it's worried about going too far from public opinion. Even the conservative justices are worried that they will delegitimize the institution. And so if your argument that it's not delegitimized is that they aren't currently like using their power to delegitimize it, then your argument is basically resting on them continuing to choose to do so. And I don't like to put my faith in people to choose to maintain democracy. I'd like it to be an institutional solution.
Sure, although I don't really know that the Supreme Court is going to go one way or another with respect to, quote, maintaining democracy. The Supreme Court's chief charge is upholding the Constitution. So I mean,
yeah, but that has enormous impacts for democracy, right? Like,
absolutely. But I'm not sure.
In 2015, they literally had a ruling which was 5-4, only one vote different, where they almost ruled that gerrymandering was unconstitutional.
Yeah.
That could have enormous impacts. Like gerrymandering is one of the biggest biases in American democracy.
Absolutely. But, for example, I guess what I would get at is for all the arguments you could raise of, well, look, it's very important that we have control of the Supreme Court because this issue will come up. For example, voting rights. You could spend your political capital trying to reform the Supreme Court, or you could spend it on a comprehensive voting rights bill. You could, for example, update the unconstitutional.
What if they strike it down?
The Voting Rights Act. Now, you're right. It's always a risk that they could strike something down. But that's the argument there is basically like if you're saying, what if they strike it down? Well, I mean, the Supreme Court, I guess, could theoretically strike anything down, but they don't. And typically, their decisions are not these kind of.
But typically, the court is also not 6-3 conservatives, right?
Yeah, but even then, it's still the majority of the decisions are not
so far
partisan ties. Now, you're right. So far, it is possible things could change. It is possible, for example, Amy Coney Barrett could destroy the court. But I mean,
But
we
getting
got to
your-
have some precedent before we say that's definitely going to happen, right?
I think something that's really important for a clarifying point for you guys arguing here is, Bastia, you keep responding with the majority, most of the cases, 50% or whatever, are ruled similarly. But it seems like socialism. What should I call you? Do you want to be called socialism?
You can call me Aiden, SDL.
Aiden. Okay. But so it seems like Aiden's response to this is that, like, well, that few percent that you're talking about, those could be the court cases that matter, right? That maybe like 95% the judges are in agreement, and then the 5% is like black people are no longer human, or abortion is now illegal, and like, well, now we can talk about how similar they are, but you know, this one thing in difference, right? We have 50% DNA similarity to bananas, so go on to this,
Okay, so I think that's a legitimate point, but I guess at that point the question is, what do you want to spend what do you think you can spend your political capital on? Do you want to spend it on a project like reforming the Supreme Court, or rather packing the Supreme Court, whose history of success?
I don't think political capital is getting into a whole different argument right now. What I want to know is whether or not the court is legitimate. That's what we're not how should we change it. But
okay. Well, I'll say this: in terms of its legitimacy, I mean, I think it seems to be compared to the inherently partisan nature of the office of president, and the excessively low ratings of public approval of Congress as an institution. The Supreme Court typically does better in public polling than either of those branches of government. So by that metric, they are more legitimate. By the metric,
on that note, though, one of the things that's very interesting. Sorry, just to step in. I can literally show you a study that the public approval of the Supreme Court is directly related to how closely it follows like public opinion. And so this argument seems to be like a very contingent one. Yes, right now they're very popular, but what if they start gutting the bills we care about? What if they undo Roe v. Wade? How long is that going to last? I guess Roe v. Wade's actually a bad example because it's not that popular, but like more popular bills.
I'll say this.
Can I ask?
In response to the...
Make a point.
Okay. In response to what if, that's where I think I'd have to start talking about political capital, because what if calls upon solutions or responses versus, just saying, well, let's do something on the basis that they might.
One question that I have here. So in terms of you guys talking about the legitimacy of the Supreme Court and things they could rule in one way or not, I have two questions that I'm going to want to follow down. But the first one, most recently, is, so you talk about how they could gut some bill, right? Well, if we believe that Supreme Court nominees come from the president, and if people elected the president, and we'll ignore the Merrick Garland stuff, is it necessarily wrong that the Supreme Court could go partisan in a way such that people voted for a certain president and now he's elected and he makes it partisan? Like, does that not kind of track maybe like what the voting will of the American people was for that?
There's two issues here. So one is that even if a majority, say, were elected and they wanted to just like eliminate a demographic group, I think most of us would agree that it is necessary in a functioning democracy to protect the rights, like certain rights, like voting or like life, to such a degree that you can't allow the majority to override them. And so I think that there's a somewhat relevant concern in the issues of like gerrymandering and voting rights that the conservative Supreme Court could strike down those rights and meaningfully disenfranchise those minorities from participating in politics. And I had a second point, but I totally forgot it.
Yeah, I would only say that I think it's probably important to try and think about cases that where they have done some of the things that we don't like. For example, the voting rights case, the most recent one. I'll have to pull the name for it, but I think we're both talking about the same case, where the Supreme Court ended the pre-clearance of certain
2013
southern states. Yes, Shelby County is the name of the case. I think maybe Shelby County. And in that case, the Supreme Court said, look, we are ending preclearance here. That part of the Voting Rights Act is unconstitutional. Now, they said, just to be clear, that it was unconstitutional not because it was inherently something you couldn't do, not because if Congress updated the bill and sent it to them, that they would just strike it down. They said it was unconstitutional because they were restricting states based on data that was in some cases up to 40 years old. Now, that's something that Congress could remedy if it wanted to, and based on what the Supreme Court has said, they wouldn't strike that down. Now, I wish the decision had not gone that way, but it seems to me that the response there, if you've got a majority in Congress, is to pass an updated Voting Rights Act, like, for example, H.R. 1 that addresses some of these and then goes much farther, rather than spending your energy on court packing, right? Like, if that's your worry, is that you're going to get that decision, then I guess pass a law rather than pack a court.
For just real quick in support of something that Bastia said. So Dred Scott v. Sanford is one of the most historically horrible rulings that have ever come out of the Supreme Court. So in 1857, the Supreme Court basically said, the Constitution doesn't apply to black people. And then they made that ruling. And then in response to that ruling, the 13th and 14th Amendment were passed, which nullified those rulings essentially by changing the Constitution, as an example of what Bastia is talking about. Yeah.
I guess the 2 points there are so I do agree that the court struck down. Sorry, let me do the 3 things. The second point that I wanted to bring up before was just like if we are agreeing that the Supreme Court is acting in a partisan fashion where they are working with the president to provide a second answer to your question, Destiny, then I think we'd also have to abandon the idea that the court is like a nonpartisan institution. And so I think that if that were true, then the legitimacy of the court as this like neutral arbiter would also be falling apart. To respond to the Constitution changing thing, I think that it's valid to say that yes, the Constitution. Again, there's actually another neat study that the court is less likely to strike down federal laws the more laws that Congress passes that threaten to restrict the rights of the Supreme Court. And so there is a truth to the fact that the court will restrain itself to make sure that it doesn't go too far out of public opinion, because as Ginsburg said, it doesn't have the sword. But the concern is that basically they will go as far as they can. So unlike the voting rights ruling, it's possible they did the ruling on the technicality. Basically, they ruled against it by in 2013, Shelby County, they ruled against it on this technicality, more or less, that the data is too old. Because that way they didn't have to argue the much more difficult political position of like, oh, we don't actually think that there's a right for all people to have equal voting participation or like equal polling stations or whatever. And similarly, the concern is that in particular, if we see that Republicans are in fear that they have like a long-term inability to maintain power, that these court justices might feel pressured by that to act in such a way that they would maintain power, if we are to believe that they are partisan justices.
Well,
like this is their last best shot.
Well, I guess there are 2 things there. One, it sounds like you're saying that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that the real goal of the justices was to undermine the entire thing, and they picked this technicality, but their real motive was to undermine the entire thing.
I can't say, but that's certainly possible, I guess is my point.
Yeah, and I guess I would say you're right that that's possible, but not only did we not
I understand that's a little bit conspiratorial,
but
so I won't argue it too hard.
I think you're sort of, I guess, making a point that perhaps goes to the heart of this, which is that it's just not possible, for example, to rule on a technicality in any way that is legitimate, right? Like you can't, for example, like if, and maybe this is your position, if I strike down a part of the Voting Rights Act because I say, look, I like this, but it's just not constitutional. The way they're doing it's not constitutional. So even though this leads to a result I don't like, I have to rule this way because the Constitution is such that, as Justice Scalia used to say, garbage in, garbage out. You give me a bad law, I have to rule in that way, even if I don't like it, right? So I guess it seems like your position is that if you rule in that way, and again, I'm not trying to paint in bad faith, but the argument you just made sounded like that to me. You're saying if you rule on a technicality in a way that leads to a bad outcome, that's illegitimate because it's led to a bad outcome.
The argument is not that there shouldn't be rulings on technicalities. The argument is that it's certainly possible that you could see like cloaking or whatever. That's basically the argument. And so I don't want to argue that too strongly because that's more or less be arguing for conspiracy on like the Supreme Court to hide their position. I don't have like strong evidence that the 2013 Voting Rights Act was a conspiracy.
I don't, and I'm not trying to accuse you of a conspiracy. I guess all I'm trying to say is that I think it is possible. And I think, for example, some of the interesting jurisprudence during the actual New Deal era where this came up last time, it is possible for a statute to be, drafted in such a way, or a law to be drafted in such a way that it doesn't pass court review. Then Congress fixes it, and then it passes review from the same court. As opposed to a court being an agency that is just determined to destroy or determined to achieve political goals.
I also just in this too, real quick. I think that like generally, my understanding is that the Supreme Court generally favors narrow rulings versus very broad ones as well. So a lot of people were upset in 2018 for the ruling of the Masterpiece Cake Shop v. Colorado Civil Rights Commission, where the court made a very narrow ruling against that, saying that like, well, it seems like you guys like brought his religion up way too much when you were talking about this, rather than making a broader ruling on like should this type of discrimination be allowed. I would agree with Bastia here, and that I think it's a bit much to imply that there is some conspiratorial nature to Supreme Court rulings, especially given the fact that Supreme Court justices serve life sentences and they're impeachable or not impeachable, and they're like, there's no like threat that they have for political stuff. I think that's a fair point that Mr. brings up. I
did want to say one difference between now and like the FDR era is just the gridlock that we see in Congress. So when the Supreme Court strikes down a law, there is unfortunately, so I don't think this is the Supreme Court's fault per se, but there is a much lower likelihood that Congress is going to pass this new law that fixes the issues just because so few things get through Congress. Now that could be resolved, like HR 1, maybe it'll pass. But I don't, again, that's not entirely the Supreme Court's fault. So.
No, I get what you're saying. It's just, at a certain point, I would say, for example, if our problem is the Democrats can't get past gerrymandering. It seems like the response should be to do something about gerrymandering rather than to do something, one, I guess, about the Supreme Court and then hope it takes. Because the other side of it is that while, I mentioned, for example, the kind of the wild card rulings of some of these justices in the past. So just a few that I could think of. I mean, once these people are on the court for life, I mean, there's no, for example, if some of these, future appointees decide to vote in such a way that we don't like, there's no check on that. I mean, it's, we're unlike, for example, passing a bill on gerrymandering, where, the worst you have is like, something is going to be done, right? And your risk is that the Supreme Court might strike it down. If your only response to dealing with that stuff is to reform the Supreme Court, I mean, you really, you're riding on, I guess, future cases happening, maybe getting to the Supreme Court accepting them, something happening as a result of their decision, them not ruling on a narrow basis. I mean, I know that that's not the only thing we have to do, or that's not the only thing we can do. We can do the Supreme Court and we can pass laws, but I'm skeptical of that given the way that court packing has, given the way it went down last time around.
So you can clarify if I'm getting this wrong, but I feel like there's a little bit of a at some level, you seem to be presenting 2 points, which I think are somewhat contradictory. At the one hand, you seem to be suggesting that the Supreme Court would be unwilling to do these like major legislative changes, like doing something like striking down the Voting Rights Act in a conservative direction, even though it has like a significant conservative majority, which would seem to indicate that like it's not going to do major changes. But then simultaneously, you also seem to be very concerned that the legitimacy of the Supreme Court is lost. If it's true that the Supreme Court isn't going to do major legislation, why wouldn't it matter if the legitimacy is lost? Like, what is the importance of that legitimacy if it's not doing anything important?
Well,
I don't think you can maintain both.
Well, let's see. I guess I'm not sure that I'm not saying they won't do anything important. I guess,
Sure.
And in fact, it actually kind of sounded like you were saying that they will try to track public opinion. And really the only thing that's changed is now that it's 6-3 instead of 5-4, it sounds like your argument is basically they're just going to throw that out. Right.
Well, that's the question. It's that let's say that so Republicans are currently doing a whole bunch of stuff which enables them to lead in a minority, right? Like the effect of gerrymandering is Democrats would need to win on average 54.4% of the vote to get a majority in the House. They need to win some absurd amount to get a majority in the Senate. The president, I think, has a similar, like they need to win like 56%. So there's all of these minority biases. The Republicans didn't set up all of those. They definitely set up gerrymandering. And they're the gerrymandering in some states is so bad that they're ruling in minority. So I think that before the stream, well, I guess I don't want to bring up like off the record comments or whatever too much. Before the stream, we were talking about how like to some degree they seem to be ruling as if they were concerned that this is their last best hurrah. And so if it's true that the court rides a public opinion, then that might be true in general. But there might be something specific about this case that the Republican Party, because they have not embraced like immigration reform, they haven't embraced like the new party as it were, are worried that this is their last best chance for like 20-40 years.
Right. Just to be clear, I was talking about earlier before we started the debate, saying that basically the Republican Party is thinking perhaps Trump is their last chance, it's their last best hurrah for all the things they want to do. I don't think the Supreme Court is part of that. Like, I know there are attempts to get people on the Supreme Court as part of that, but I don't think like John Roberts, Chief Justice Roberts is or for that matter, really, I don't know, maybe I can't ascribe motive to the justice, but I'm suspicious that they are thinking about their institution in that fashion too.
That's possible.
Could I ask something like a second point related to this? Are partisan nominations necessarily delegitimizing of the court? So, for instance, if I were to look at, say, one key issue, say abortion, let's say that we could divine the opinions of Supreme Court justices before they become Supreme Court justices, right, the nominees. If we could know how somebody would vote in I think it's like Casey v. Anthony or any Roe v. Wade, or is it Casey Anthony? But if we could know how
Planned Parenthood v. Casey?
Yeah, Planned Parenthood v. Casey. If we could know how they could vote beforehand, would we ever expect a Democrat president to nominate an anti-abortion judge? Or would we ever expect a Republican to nominate a pro-abortion judge? And is this a bad thing if people nominate judges that are more in line with their political views? Does that necessarily undermine the institution of the court by making picks that you think are more likely to agree with your overall ideology?
Do you want to go first or I?
Sure. I don't think it's, I guess when you, I guess I don't, it's hard to imagine it working any other way. Like if somebody has the ability to pick, right, an important position, then naturally, especially on real hot button issues that your constituents, no matter what your background is, care about, like abortion. I mean, there's no, you have to. I can't imagine saying, well, I would not consider that, and I just don't really think that's even possible. I don't, and so I guess I don't know that I can think of an argument for why it's bad. It's only bad to me, I guess, if we're in a situation where we are not even concerned about the qualifications of the justices at all, and it's literally just political views. But I mean, the bench of federal justices is pretty deep, and I mean, there's not really a shortage of qualified people to be on the Supreme Court. So
I would just note that it's not a binary where it's either the only thing you care about is politics and you don't care about qualifications. I think there's a gradient. And the argument that I was raising as to why we've seen this rise in partisan judges is we've been slowly moving down that gradient. So like in the 90s, there was a much greater preference over qualifications. People weren't as concerned about the partisan lean of the justices, and they increasingly are. So it seems that as we move down that gradient, you're going to get closer and closer, it's not going to be a sudden step. This is like a slow decline of democratic norms that we're seeing as we move towards that political model. What was I was going to mention like by some metrics of like how conservative the Supreme Court is. There's these two main scores. One of the two scorers estimates that if ACB was added, it would be the most conservative court we've had since 1950. So it'd be a big shift to the right if they actually ruled that way. And so I do think that like it's hard to look at the situation and say this wasn't just for partisan gain because it's all just about qualifications when it's like such a significant shift.
Yeah, I agree that it's like I can't think of a situation where I would say it's only like it's not partisan. I can't really think of. I think the only reason I can imagine why in the past it wasn't partisan is because people weren't really like the public wasn't paying so much attention to it, and in a situation like that, then I guess Congress is not so interested. But now that the Supreme Court is a serious issue of public debate and citizens are really engaged on it too, as opposed to the past where I suppose it was less so. One thing I'd be curious though that I haven't looked up is the last period I can think of with a lot of like political polarization. I guess like comparable to what we've got now, the 1960s and 70s. I would be curious what Supreme Court appointments and votes looked like then as well, because we had a court then that was super, and I haven't looked at this, so I'm curious. Maybe you two have.
I have those stats. Goes back to the 70s.
Yeah, the Supreme Court was at that point was very, you could call it reasonably activist, and it did things that were very controversial with a lot of people. I mean, I would agree with most.
Yeah, the Warren Court, right?
Right.
Something to keep in mind too, just as we're talking about like political biases and nominations or whatever. You can probably go farther back, but under Nixon, Nixon nominated Clement Haynsworth, and that nomination was rejected by the Senate, 45-55, because of his record on like civil rights. That was like kind of a political rejection. And then there were also ethical laws that were brought up as well. But the civil rights thing, I think, was the main driver there. And then under Ronald Reagan, he nominated Robert Bork. And Bork was rejected as well, I think, because people were upset at his opinions. It was like 42-58. People were upset about his opinions related to constitutional issues from Nixon's Saturday Night Massacre. So there have been rejections of Supreme Court justices in the past that have been voted on because of what seems to be like pretty politically partisan issues. That's only going back 50, 60 years. I don't know how much further go back. You can probably find more as well. But.
So I guess I posted this graph from 538, which I think captures it reasonably well. While it looks like in the period from like the 70s to the 90s is what I'm saying, there were some justices who were voted down and were controversial. Most of the justices had these all near unanimous decisions, right? To extend Bastiat's logic, right? Oh, there were some exceptions, but the majority of justices were almost unanimous. The Senate was almost entirely, it seems, concerned about qualifications. And then you start hitting this like post-1994 era where you start getting 78-22, 58-42, 68-31, down and down the line until where every single one we've had of the past 7 is a highly partisan vote. And so I think that while there are examples in the past, the overall trend is like there was a sharp increase in partisanship since the 90s.
Yeah, and I guess I don't view that as an issue, I guess. I view that as an issue, and I like I like some of the ideas for Supreme Court reform that would deal with that, but I don't view that as an issue that I would be willing to then expand the Supreme Court for, and then take basically an issue of like accusations of partisanship, and then just like dial it up to 11 by making it very plain that the purpose of this reform to the Supreme Court is to make it more partisan.
I guess what I would ask is, hasn't that already been made clear in like the Garland holdup, in the various partisan votes, and in like the ACB appointment? Like, haven't these all been clear that it's purely partisan? What additional delegitimization is there to like being more partisan about this?
Right, and I think that they have changed. Congress has changed the way that Congress has adjusted its norms, right?
Mhm.
But it has not adjusted the rules of the institution and how the institution itself works. And I think that's a step beyond. I think that's.
But they
also
aren't even changing the rules of the institution, right? They're just adding another.
Like
seat
the
to
Democrats,
the
for
seat.
example, could have done. Like they could have held up, I guess, nominations in the past. I mean,
Mhm.
the reason we're here seems to be because of the luck of the draw, right? Of Republicans just getting lucky with Supreme Court picks compared to
Mhm.
the Democrats. But I mean, it's.
I will correct, not pure luck of the draw. Luck of the draw would have given Trump 2 Supreme Court picks. He got 3 because of deliberate obstructive action from the Republican Senate, just to be super clear on that, right?
Okay, well,
Garland
that's a
was
fair
blocked by a disruption of norms in the Senate. Yeah.
That's a fair point. Although, maybe I shouldn't be talking about luck of the draw at all, because you could just as easily argue that the Democrats wouldn't have had these problems if they had just won elections. So, I mean, my problem with the Supreme Court right now is that it operates as a kind of death lottery. And
So I guess
the end result is that now every time there's a seat, it is a partisan disaster. But it seems like your position is to then basically bring the partisanship into the open, dial it up, as opposed to, I guess, trying to do something else to it. Or I guess, I would view your solution as making that problem worse, not benefiting it, in exchange for policy outcomes that are possible but speculative at best, and which I think would come at the cost of really, I think, dealing with the fundamental reason why our democracy is in trouble, which is that Congress has routinely delegated things to the president and to the courts. For example, we still have no codification, for example, of Roe v. Wade, right? It's not in federal law except through the extent that it's gone to the Supreme Court. We've had Democratic Congresses, we've had Democratic presidents, but they have refused to act on this. And so I think that, to me, is the real failure, not the construction of the court.
Well, so on that, like the two problems I have here is I would like to design, the Supreme Court feels like it's designed for like a clubby sort of politics where there is no partisanship. If partisanship, when introduced to an institution, can so quickly like destroy it and make it as partisan as I think it is in the modern era, then I think we should change that institution. So like this is the same argument actually for reform of Congress. This is why I don't think that first past the post works for Congress. Like the very fact that you noted that Congress hasn't done these things is why we got to change Congress. I think the same argument applies that it seems like the Supreme Court is non-functional. It seems like it's based on lottery. It's based on death. It's highly partisan nowadays. Therefore, it needs reform. And I did want to say, like as a second note, I do somewhat like the reforms that what's the guy's name? I read the article that the reforms you seem to like on Twitter.
The Yale Law School study, which we can, again, I want to like plunge into that because that risks going after what Destiny was saying, which is don't agree on something. But,
yeah, and apparently he's going to execute us. So I don't want to. He's pretty scary. I don't want to risk that.
But yeah, I mean,
but
so
I do have some. No. I just want to say one last point. So
Okay.
on that, the question is: let's say we have a reform. Doesn't matter what the reform is. How do we get from now no reform to the reform? What do we lever over the Republicans to change the structure of the Supreme Court? What makes them give?
Yeah. Well, I will say, I guess that it's in terms of like reform of the Supreme Court. If the Democrats have control over the presidency and Congress, then I suppose they don't really have to give anything. They could just think, the question is like, if there were a way to do a reform, and the reason I like the Yale Law School reform that I proposed is that there's no ratcheting up, right? After you expand the court in the way in that article, there's no tit for tat there. That's a one and done. But in if you could, I guess, expand the court in such a way that there would be no tit for tat, it would be a more palatable option. I still wouldn't be in favor of it, but it would be more palatable.
On that note, why don't I just expand on that before we get too deep into it? The argument is that we're in a prisoner's dilemma and that right now both parties have an incentive to escalate. The Republican Party has an incentive to hold up Democratic judges. They have an incentive to hold up Democratic Supreme Court nominees, and they're going to do it as much as they can. The Dems have the same incentive. So the question is, how do you change those incentives? The suggestion of another scholar, scholar, who I can link the article of, is that the way we do it is this sort of game theoretic thing where we pass a bill that would give us 4 new seats on the Supreme Court, something along those lines. We instantly fill 2, so we're back to where we were before. So Republicans are already mad. They're already seething. But then we threaten to fill the remaining 2. We pass the law such that we will fill the remaining 2 unless a reform to Congress is passed. The basic idea there is that then their incentives will be aligned in doing the reform. Because I think my concern is that if you're saying you're going to do like the lottery system or the 555 system, which are relatively complicated and require like Congress to keep working with it, as you said, if the only thing that is required to change it is Congress, then as soon as Congress changes, you might have them change it back. I'm concerned that you need like stronger reforms that are less undoable. You need something like an amendment. And so how do we get to that is my question.
Well, I will say that the reason, well, I don't want to go into the Supreme Court lottery just yet. I don't want to like sort of change the subject here, but I guess the reason I like that is there isn't really a way for Congress to change that one back that I have been able to find. But that being said,
undo the law?
Can I ask a question here?
Take HR 2020, strike it.
I'll tell you. All right, I'll talk about it. So here's the
wait, real quick.
idea.
Can I just, in terms of what in terms of what you're suggesting, so I imagine that when you say they should pass some law with the other 2 seats up for hostage, basically, to pass some law to make the picks less partisan, like how? Yeah. Like what kind of law are you talking about? I'm curious.
It's so you pass a law which gives you leverage. The leverage can be for whatever goal. It's so say we have kind of 3 reforms. I have a reform that I haven't explained, and then Bastiat has suggested 2 reforms, which are the Supreme Court lottery and the 555 court. Any of these reforms, we like plug it into the law, and we say unless we pass a law that looks like this, unless we pass this as like an amendment or something, then we're going to add 2 more seats, and now it's not going to be 6 conservative, 5 liberal. It's going to be 7 liberal, 6 conservative.
Yeah, and what I looked over that plan. I guess what I didn't like was it seems like it based again on the last example we have of how Supreme Court reform, court packing worked in the past during the Roosevelt administration, in a time in which I guess the background to that concerns me about any kind of political prospect for Supreme Court reform is this. In the 1936 election, FDR wins with 60% of the popular vote and 98% of the electoral vote. It is an insane blowout. He controls Congress with 77% of the Senate and 77% of the House. Unprecedented in terms of political strength. The first major domestic policy initiative he undertakes is the court packing. It exposes faults in the Democratic Party, faults which still exist today, albeit in different forms. And immediately the public is against it. So, and it's very telling given how successful he was with the public in getting elected and getting his people in Congress. In the 1938 elections, let me see, I wrote this down. The Democrats lost a total of, the Democrats lost 8 seats in the Senate and 72 seats in the House. And from that point on, they still had a majority as a party, but the breakdown in the factions of the Democratic Party hamstrung Roosevelt's agenda for the next for the rest of his term there. So what I'm concerned about is that what we're talking about is taking a political calculus that didn't work in an era where the Democrats had a supermajority, and then applying it to what we hope and still hope will be a reasonable majority. It won't be a supermajority, after if Biden is elected and the Democrats take the Senate. We're going to apply that in a much more vulnerable political situation and, like Roosevelt, lose all of the steam that comes through a big contentious reform. So I think that the idea that we're going to pass this one is speculative, but even if we do, the notion that it's going to result in the Republicans coming to the table, as opposed to using this as red meat to wave to their base to score a blowout in 2 years, I'm very skeptical of that. I mean, I haven't seen anything that suggests that that's how it would work because, again, historically, what happened was the Republicans came back from the dead as a result of court packing.
Okay, so just to be clear, so now we're kind of moving on to like the political efficacy. I don't feel like 100% we established whether or not the court was legitimate or is not or is or isn't legitimate. I feel like there are decent answers on both sides. I think
it's probably not something that you can prove objectively.
Yeah, definitively.
Like, you're going to do down your logic tree. I think that's one of those ones where you're going to have to call that one gray.
Yeah, right? Especially because it seems that we don't necessarily even agree on what does it mean for the court to be legitimate. So I'm okay moving past that. I just wanted to establish that.
talk about that some more? Or
No, that's fine. We can move past that. I was just curious if there was like a razor, like boom, the court is completely illegitimate because of this. But we can go back and forth on that forever.
I do want to say one more thing about it, I guess, about legitimacy. And the reason why it's worth talking about, and maybe you'll have a thought.
All right,
the reason it's worth thinking about is that, again, like Justice Kagan said, and a little bit I mentioned earlier, the legitimacy is all the court has. If the president has no legitimacy, he can...
I shouldn't call you out on that.
What's that?
I said Ginsburg, but I shouldn't have called you out. That's like a technicality. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, no, I'm sorry. I didn't cite Kagan, but the
she said the same thing.
Yeah, she mentioned the bit about we have no army, we have no money. But yeah, you're right. The other part was from Ginsburg. But what she meant when she said that is, if we don't like Trump, he's not legitimate. Well, he's got guns. Congress has money, and money, can compel people to do things. The court really only has legitimacy. So I think it's a little different than talking about the president or Congress, because what I fear is a situation where you've got your next Trump and you've got a delegitimized court that the president just says, screw you. What are you going to do about it? Me and my supporters don't care. And are going, whereas the president, for all his faults, and they are legion, has been somewhat constrained by the Supreme Court when it has issued decisions that have gone against him. So that's my worry.
Okay.
Sure.
Do we want to move on? Okay. So then, like, the political efficacy of doing this, is it possible to do it? And if the Democrats were to do it, would they suffer severe political consequences for doing so? And then again, I understand this is a bit of a, I don't know if you say like an ethereal topic. It's going to be really hard to definitively say yes or no, but yeah, go. Bastia kind of already opened with an argument.
Yeah, I would only say that I'm open to the alternative, but that's my best reading of history and where we're at now.
So I guess I would have two main points here. One is that there is a key distinction between the kind of so the suggestion I'm making is not just pack the courts for partisan gain, because I think that will look bad. It might lead Republicans to do better. This is unlike the Roosevelt, right? Roosevelt was just packing for partisan gain to pass the New Deal legislation. And to be clear, in the end, he did end up the court did end up working with him. The long history is that whenever the court does get seriously threatened, they worry more about their legitimacy than striking down policies. They stopped rejecting his policies. So as an aside, that is a fear of mine, that you get a president who comes in, bullies them, and makes them do whatever they want. But the second comparison I would make is the difference is that we are passing something where we are trying to reform the institution to become less partisan. So we are saying we like explicitly do something like we are playing partisan hardball to reduce partisan hardballness or something. I don't know how much that will matter in like the messaging or whatever, but I will say that's like a genuine structural difference, even if it's not a messaging difference. The second point I was just going to make is there's a direct analogy to the impeachment. So I will post some polls about the impeachment in the group chat or whatever. So these are polls on the impeachment over time, and these are polls for court packing. And so what you saw in impeachment is before Nancy Pelosi announced the inquiry, 51% opposed it, 38% supported it. That's a net minus 13. After she announcement, it was 43% against, 49% support. So plus 6. What does that mean? Just to boil it down, plus 19% support after Nancy Pelosi says aye. Most of that is because the Democrats fall in line. Right now, we have almost identical negative numbers for support for court packing. Right now, court packing, 47% against, 34% support, minus 13. If we imagine it's just as easy to flick a switch and Democrats change their mind, it's not that hard to imagine that we might have net popular support for this. So the concern is that right now, after these impeachment inquiries, which so many Democrats were worried would energize the Trump base, it doesn't seem like that has done so. Trump is on, assuming the polls are correct, he's on record to lose like a landslide victory. This could be different, but the impeachment is not like, it is a counter example, I would say.
Okay. So I'm not sure how I would read the impeachment on this, because I guess I would be curious, like whether the impeachment would have landed differently if we hadn't had, for example, COVID-19. That really kind of changed the narrative. It's sort of like this is actually the first time because I read the story the article that you cited, and I saw they mentioned the impeachment, and I was just thinking, wow, that happened, didn't it? But it's, it
feels so long ago, doesn't it?
Yeah. But
real quick on this, also, just because I don't know if I should call it like a non sequitur or not, but when you say that Pelosi announced the impeachment inquiry, and then you imply that if we were to announce the same for court packing, you're essentially saying that public support changed in response to Pelosi's announcement, but it could also be that the public support changed in response to the findings of the inquiry.
So the reason I say that in particular, if you look at the 538 graph, it has a whole bunch of these vertical lines at points where like key events in the impeachment were happening. So you see, I don't know, like what's that? Late April, Mueller made their report public. Late July, Mueller testified before Congress. None of that moved these popular opinions. It was like more or less flat 50% opposed, flat 43% support until like instantaneously Pelosi announced the impeachment inquiry. And so I guess I don't have a more general model for this, but I think I want to like appeal to some people that I've read that politicians can significantly impact political views. Like I want to say there's some examples with like Republicans very rapidly shifting their policy positions now that Trump is in power, but I can't think of those offhand. So
I can think of one, like their position on free trade, for example. The
True.
Republican Party used to be the party of free trade, and now it is the party of protectionism, and only really one factor has changed. So yeah, I mean that's certainly a factor. At the same time, I guess I don't know that
it is limited. I will say you're talking about a small change, mostly in the Democratic Party. It might not work for independents or something. So
like that was one thing, I guess. Like it would be seen, like even if the numbers moved considerably on Democrats, whether they would move for anybody else, I think is questionable. And the thing that was interesting about the let me see, I think this was it. The Washington Examiner YouGov poll that you are referencing here, the 60% of Democrats were themselves split between Democrats who want a majority and who want to just kind of restore some kind of neutral basis or neutral split.
So to be clear, though, that the majority means that they don't just want 2 courts; they want 4. Right? 4 would be a liberal majority. So they're split. Democrats are 30% in favor of. They want 4 new justices, and 30% wants 2 new justices. I'm a moderate, right? Socialism done left here, advocating for moderacy. Only 2 justices, unless the Republicans bend the knee.
Yeah. Well, I think what any proposal that I think requires the Republicans to do something or it would get worse, I would be concerned would backfire and be used by them as a tool for just like more fundraising, more campaigning, more success. Because I think the Republicans would have a pretty easy time making this into a relatively unpopular issue. I mean, not only the history of court packing suggests that they would have a lot of, in the United States suggests that they would have some success there. Again, at the federal level, Republicans have done this in Arizona at the state level. But I would argue that, the federal Supreme Court feels more like it's for keeps. I think it would be, I don't know, it seems to me like they might even view it as a kind of a gift if it is something that, I think under the plan here, it is that it only takes effect after the next election.
Are you asking about this reform?
Yeah. The reform you're proposing is just 2 immediately and then 2 more down the line, unless you work with us to get something better.
My suggestion would be just like, so my suggestion is do 2 now, right? So that you can pass laws and they don't get immediately struck down, something along those lines.
Yeah.
And then just because I think that I think that they have already delegitimized it. That's like the previous argument we were having. So put that one on the side, 2 immediately. And then the suggestion is do 2 more in, let's say, 2021, while you are certain the Democrats still control the Senate. So it's a credible threat, but it's also a reversible threat. You can undo it if there's a change. And I agree that there's problems in this, but the question is basically like, if you want to reform the Supreme Court, how do we actually do it, right?
Sure.
What is the best way to use our political capital together?
Yeah, and I think to me,
Can I get some water real quick? I'm going to listen, but can I get some water?
Okay, sure, yeah. As long as you can still hear and I can talk. I think to me, the worry is that that would be basically that's a one and done. That's a super controversial reform that will require whipping the Democrats into shape to get them all behind it, because of course the majority. If the Senate majority happens, it's going to be in the 50s, right? It's not going to be a supermajority, right? So they're going to need to get Democrats on the same team. I know there will be some Democratic opposition to this because not all Democrats back the idea. Moderate Democrats, for example, in swing districts may very well come out against it, as happened, for example, in FDR's time when some Democrats came out against it. So my concern is that even if this happens, it will end up being the one big achievement of a Biden administration. And so there won't be any progress on voting rights. There won't be any passage of H.R. 1. There won't be any healthcare reform. There won't be any climate bill. There won't be, I guess hopefully stimulus relief would happen before this, in any event. But
so this seems
that's what I think would happen. I think it would do kind of like Obamacare did, where it would suck the air out of the room and cripple the administration as a result.
That's kind of the argument then. So if something is politically controversial, should we do something like where we take the laws Democrats want to pass and we fold them up such that the most popular is like the first one we do? It doesn't impact political capital whatsoever, or maybe it boosts it, and then we work our way down. Now we've got the least popular one, and we do it like near the end or something along the whatever the end means. Yeah. Like to me, this sounds like just a Democrats have some policy positions which are unpopular, I'm sure. So should in general they just do positions that are unpopular? I guess the second question I would raise, and again these are all very hypothetical. I don't know that we can prove any of these. Republicans have stumped for a long time that we need to elect Republicans to get them on the Supreme Court. It's like part of their project. They've got the Federalist Project. Trump talked about it a ton. There's a lot of evidence that people voted for him in like 2016 because of the Supreme Court. Like evangelicals basically pinched their nose and they're like, we got to vote for this guy. Got to get rid of abortion. Could you argue a similar sort of thing could happen for Democrats? In other words, let's say it drives up engagement for Republicans, and let's say it drives it up quite a bit, like 15%, but we get a similar effect among Democrats, plus 10 or something. It's still partisan gain for them. Maybe they still benefit, but there's like some sort of trade-off.
It's, I guess that's possible, but I'm glad you mentioned that because as far as I've ever seen, that is an issue that just animates Republicans more.
Something to go along with real quick with what Bastiat is saying. So in 1994, as part of the crime bill, we got that assault weapons ban. And I have heard it said, I'm not as completely political familiar, but I've heard it said that that assault weapons ban, part of that crime bill, was so much political capital by the Democrats that they lost the House for like 12 years after that because of that assault weapons ban. And then similarly, after the ACA with Obama, so much political capital was spent on that that Congress immediately flipped, and then he lost Congress for the 6 years in the later part of his presidency, half of his first term and then the second term. So what I think there is something true to what Bastiat is saying, and that if you expend a lot of political capital on an issue like this will be the one thing that you do, or it could be the one thing that you do. Not necessarily, but.
So the concerns I would raise are, let's say that it is genuinely the one thing that Democrats do. Mm-hmm. The question then becomes, what things might we better spend our political capital on? What you should be doing theoretically is like weighing bills by impact versus capital spent. Like what's the return on capital, the return on political capital? And I think that probably there's a whole bunch of reforms like HR 1 that should be passed before this. So if this were the first bill Democrats considered, absolutely it'd be a terrible idea. But let's say it's like the 20th. We can probably fit in a lot of the important stuff in there. And now it's like 2021, we passed this bill and we threatened them, I don't know, halfway through 2021, we're going to appoint 6 more unless you do the reform. This argument doesn't seem to hold as strongly to me if you front-loaded a bunch of popular stuff.
I think
you're enough to do that, I guess.
Yeah, I think you're right that if you do it later on after you've done all the bigger stuff, then it would be less of an issue than it would be if you started your term in office with it like Roosevelt did when he started his second term by doing this. Yeah, I would agree that would be a better time to do it. I still think, though, it would be more animating for Republicans. Also, the way that it's framed, for example, where it's it would be framed as a, not a. It's. I think the article uses the term constitutional hardball. Yes. I feel like that again. This is more speculative, but I am very skeptical that is going to animate Republicans or animate Democrats.
What I want to ask you about that is, do you think that Republicans have historically been more animated about this because of Roe v. Wade and other controversial decisions that are like part of their ideology, part of like what motivates them? But now that Democrats have like a Garland, they have ACB, they have Kavanaugh to point to, these things have been like part of their public consciousness and it's been so partisan. Do you think that effect will be different than it has been before? To be fair, I can't really answer this, but
sure. Well, like, are you asking basically, is something going to change now that they've got their 6 people? And now it's on them.
In other words,
right? Like, if it can happen, if you can get rid of Roe v. Wade ever, these people are going to do it. And if they can't, what is even the point? You have clearly failed.
I want a question. I want to ask an inverse question for both of you. For Socialism Done Left, my question is going to be, if KCV, Planned Parenthood, or Roe v. Wade comes before the court and they basically reaffirm the ruling 5-4. They managed to keep that intact. Would that change your opinion significantly on anything you're saying? Would you look at it as like, well, maybe there is more integrity to the court that I'm giving props to? And then for Bastia, if we were to start to get a ton of 6-3 or 5-4 rulings against what we would consider maybe some like fundamental civil rights related stuff, and if these were broad rulings too, that like, yeah, gerrymandering is fine, get rid of all this voter clearance stuff, like blah blah blah, would that change your opinion on the integrity of the court, and then like the necessity to change the institution in some dramatic way? Socialism Done Left, you can go first, guy.
Sure. So I guess my argument about the problems with the institution mostly stem from the way that it's structured. And so I can send you some neat articles demonstrating that, again, a lot of the time the Supreme Court will concede to public opinion because they are worried about that legitimacy. Even if it's conservatives who want to slowly push back on public policy, they got to do so in a way that doesn't violate public opinion so much that now the president will just be like, nope, we're just going to ignore your positions, that the Congress will just ignore your positions. So I do think that it would preserve the legitimacy of the court. However, it wouldn't solve the structural problems in the court. And so even if the court remains legitimate, it would still remain flawed and in such a way that we should use the court packing to reform the court.
And when you say, real quick, when you say structural problems, specifically what are you referring to here, just to be clear?
It's that you have partisan, it's winner takes all. Whoever's control of the Senate and the president, they get the pick.
Okay, gotcha.
So,
I know that we're not specifically talking about this, and I don't want to wheel this in, or maybe we can do this at the end. But so real quick, some people have proposed that every 16 years, I think, we do a new judge like that. Would something like that restore, so that would mean that one pick per president. Would something like that restore the legitimacy in your eyes, or would that not be enough?
I think that there's two things. So I've suggested, I don't want to take too much of Bastiat's time before he forgets.
Go ahead.
The basic take that I want is term limited and ranked choice justices. And I think that if you don't have the ranked choice, or in general some way to pick a centrist justice, it is going to be very hard to restore the structural integrity of the court, is I guess my concern. I think that you will have increasingly partisan Supreme and lower courts without some sort of ranked choice or moderating picking method.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, Bastia.
Before I answer that, what is the ranked choice that you're talking about here?
Sure. So the way that a ranked choice vote would work is you've got let's say you've got 5 candidates for one position. Just make it very simple. Right. You rank them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Candidate 1 doesn't pass, your vote goes to candidate 2. If 2 doesn't pass, it goes to 3. And now candidate 3 passes. What it tends to encourage is candidates in the middle win. You can even set it something absurd, like you have to win 75% of the ballot. And then
But just to be clear, you're talking about ranked choice voting for candidates, not like some elections for judges, right?
Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, more radically, I would propose that. But in the current context, for the Supreme Court, in 2020, we should just have the Senate do a ranked choice vote.
So the president would essentially nominate 10 justices or something, and then there'd be a ranked choice vote in the Senate?
That would be the proposal. Yeah, a slate of justices, and ideally, I would actually like it to be multi-member. So it'd be you elect, say, 5 or 3 at a time, because that even more encourages you're going to get one lib, one conservative, and also a moderate. Whereas if you pick ranked choice vote, can still result if everyone votes very dedicatedly, where you put one lib and one conservative. All the conservatives pick the conservative, all the libs pick the lib. You can sort of still end up in this. It's more safe to have a multiple-member ranked choice vote, but I would even be happy with just ranked choice vote.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, gotcha. I haven't thought about a ranked choice vote for justices before, but so I'd have to think about that some more. But what I guess to your question, Destiny, but thanks for explaining that to me. Your question, Destiny, of would I, if we started getting these rulings that I'm saying are less likely, but are possible, if we get somebody who strikes down the whole Voting Rights Act, just on technicality because it's just a racist decision or something really ridiculous, or really against the grain of public opinion, would I be more strongly in favor of it? I would say this. I would not be in favor of just the position of adding more justices to the Supreme Court in that situation. What I would be in favor of, and what I am in favor of now, is the idea of the Supreme Court lottery proposal that we have talked about, that we have hinted about basically here. And let me just explain that real quick to explain what my proposal for reforming is. So I acknowledge the partisan nature of Supreme Court appointments. I don't like it. I also don't like the risk of partisan supermajorities on the court like we are looking at now. And so what I would do in my ideal situation is a situation where what I would do is what Yale Law School has proposed in their law journal called basically called the Supreme Court lottery. And the idea is, and Bernie Sanders has talked about this in a positive sense too, so this isn't some secret neo-lib plot. The idea is...
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. The idea is that everybody who's on the Federal Court of Appeals would be elevated to also be an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court. And then 9 of them would be randomly chosen to serve on a panel that would deal with a selection of Supreme Court cases for 2 weeks. So basically, it would be a rotating system. There would be limits on the partisan composition of these justices in the sense that no more than 5 would be there for any, no more than 5 of the 9 on any panel would be appointed by a president of one particular political party. So no more than 5 Republicans or 5 Democrats. I like this idea because, one, you can't undo it. Once they're on the court, they are there for life. And two, so there's no like ratcheted up that I can think of. Maybe there's something possible that somebody hasn't thought of yet, but that's it. Once they're on, they're on. It also is something I like because it ends the risk of supermajorities. It's always 5 one way, 4 the other, but it's never going to be 6-3 again. And so hopefully that takes the pot off the boil somewhat, because there are so many more justices, because you're not sure who's going to be on any given case. Everything is a little less, is a little less partisan at any given time. So I like that idea because it is specifically aimed at taking the pot off the boil. There's no real threats. It's just the system has changed. As far as I can see, this would be at least as constitutional as anything else proposed. And so I would like to do that irrespective of what the Supreme Court's decisions are, because I don't like how partisan things are now in terms of the confirmation process. I don't like the fact that there's a risk to the legitimacy of the Supreme Court. I think this restores that without causing the problem of a tit for tat issue. But I would not support the notion of just adding more justices to the court on its own without doing anything else to get the outcomes that I want, because I think that would last for a few years, and it would lead to the other side doing it in ways that are worse.
Okay. I'm trying to think of where we go from here. So we've talked about the. Are there any points that either of you want to bring up in favor or against court packing that we haven't, a topic that we haven't gone through?
I would. I guess I would say this: tinkering with the court is something that I think should also be done lightly, given the way that it has worked out in other countries.
Not be done lightly, or should be done lightly?
Or should not be done lightly.
Okay.
The way it's worked out in other countries. If, for example, the Democrats did this, the one that the Republicans would immediately howl about the most would be they would talk about Venezuela, because Chavez added 12 justices, and since then the court has never ruled against him or Maduro. However, this isn't just, if we've got any Venezuela stands out here, this isn't just an issue of the far left. It's very salient, perhaps more salient with the far right, with respect to the regimes in Hungary, in Turkey, and in India. So any kind of reform...
Has Poland, sorry to interject, has Poland packed its courts or just retired all the liberal justices by force?
I think they, I'm not 100% Poland, but I think their strategy was... they did something else with court reform where they, I think, increased their jurisdiction, and I guess I shouldn't go too into it, but basically they did something else to water down the court, I believe. But yeah, Poland would be on that list too. And I think that I know that I think there are good reasons to be worried about what results being worse than what we've got, even if it is well-intentioned at the outset. So, and I guess that's one reason I'm very skeptical of a lot of constitutional reform generally, but I think we have good reason to be worried about any real substantive reform of courts that isn't done, with great care, and that is, that has with it the possibility of, I guess being ratcheted up in a real tit-for-tat fashion.
The two things I would say about that is I am aware, I think as far as I'm aware, England, it doesn't even have a written constitution, and its Supreme Court has no formal authority. It's just like an advisory body. It's like, oh no, you didn't oopsie, you wrote a law that violates people's human rights, as are a bunch of their other organizations. So I will say that it is possible to imagine even a United States where the Supreme Court doesn't have this supreme authority. I don't know that that's a better or worse United States. I tend to think that Supreme Court probably makes the United States a better place to some degree. So on the one hand, it is possible to imagine a world where the Supreme Court has significantly decreased legitimacy, and we still do as fine as the British, which I guess is, I don't know, that's kind of a low bar. But the other note I would say is when we look at these examples of extreme court packing, as far as I'm aware, it seems to be that they did it all at once. And I understand there is this risk of ratcheting up of escalation, but I think we're already in that mode. I guess I don't know that we can escape that. We've already seen the increasing partisanship of lower court picks too. That's what's one of my problems with the lottery. Actually, it's that, well, now the Supreme Court picks won't be partisan. It's the lower courts, which already are partisan. So basically, my problem is I think we're already in the ratcheting up phase. I don't think that we can escape it per se. The question is how do we use this ratcheting up to try and ratchet down? I actually posted a little quote in the group chat from the article by Epps and what's the other guy's name? Epps and Sitterman, or something like that, where they say, as David Posen has explained, it is possible to imagine hardball tactics to accomplish what he calls anti-hardball goals. That's kind of the proposal I'm suggesting here. Play hardball, escalate, and try to use that escalation to force it back down.
Yeah, I like the idea of playing hardball. What I don't like is the idea of basically, if the Republicans don't go for it, then implementing the full solution, because I think that would be a real harm to the institution. So I'm down to play. I guess I'm down to play hardball. But if I were to play with your solution, it would be kind of empty, because I still would not deem it to be worth pulling the trigger. I think that would do more harm than it would benefit.
Sure.
I guess I would. Oh, sorry. If you want to respond to that. The other thing I was going to say is, and this may be a point that I wasn't sure how, if this would come up or whether we disagree on it, but I would say that another position I am basically working on, and that other people might, like, this is one of my basic axioms here for my position, is that I think judicial review and the presence of a Supreme Court are unabashedly, not just important for our constitutional system in the United States, but a good thing. I view what they have in Great Britain and in other countries like Great Britain, basically parliamentary supremacy. Their parliament can do anything under the sun, and there is no constitution except what parliament says. So I don't know their jurisdiction of their Supreme Court enough to be able to comment on that, but I do know that the bedrock principle of British government is parliamentary supremacy. There is no court in the land that can tell Parliament to get fucked, because Parliament ultimately, at the end of the day, makes the rules. I don't like that as a form of government. I do like I like the fact that we in the United States do have some fundamentally, I guess, undemocratic, in the sense that Congress can be curbed, even if it represents the majority view, some undemocratic institutions like the Supreme Court that can say, look, Congress may have a supermajority that is, trying to infringe upon the First or Second or whatever amendment, but it doesn't matter because it violates the Constitution, and we in the Supreme Court can stop that. So I view that as a plus. I recognize, though, that does sometimes, maybe often, come at the expense of what, at least sometimes, because I agree with the studies. I agree with what you've cited when you say that the court tries not to go too far the way of public opinion. But I like that the court can stand as a check against that.
I guess I am not sure how strong the court is in protecting human rights. Because it generally goes along with the public opinion. If we had, like, tomorrow a 80% Nazi majority, all the Supreme Court is going to do is try and extend a few more human rights in the death camps. That they will follow public majority within enough percentage points that they can't undo genuine, like, demagoguery, genuine tyranny. So that's why Britain, even though it only has the advisory court, has stayed relatively free, because it has strong, like, institutions within its country, a strong, like, voting constituencies that are interested in those freedoms. However, I will say, actually, I am pretty strongly in favor of this sort of, like, ability for the Supreme Court to have constitutional review in the context of, like, having pretty long terms. There's a lot of evidence that, like, lifetime appointment judges tend to rule in favor of minority groups, that they tend to rule in favor of, like, gay and black groups in the United States, for example, when they aren't exposed to elections, when they have these really long-term lifetime appointments. So I think that's really important as an anti-majoritarian check. One of the questions is, if we think this is important, how do we make sure that the Supreme Court actually has that authority? And the answer, again, seems to me you have to have some way to actually give them constitutional review. They don't even have that power in the Constitution. It's something they interpreted for themselves in 1803, right?
Yeah, although it's hard because, like, it's hard to, like, I know that Marbury versus Madison is where it becomes, like, official, but it's also in 1803, but it's hard to imagine how the Constitution even works without it. Like, that's the first time I believe that a federal law is overturned by the Supreme Court. But at the same time, I don't know that it would be, I don't know how you read, like, what the Supreme Court does if it doesn't have the power of judicial review. It can settle your personal case, but if it cannot determine whether law is constitutional.
The point, right? It's all about reading the Constitution. If you have delegitimized the body that reads the Constitution, who's going to do that reading?
Yeah, nobody.
So the basic point that I'm trying to raise, I think you want to have more institutional guardrails that give the Supreme Court more power. We talked about how they don't have the army, they don't have the purse. I don't know what powers you would give to give them, like, more strength, as it were, but that is the general direction I would like to see, like, formal constitutional amendment to give them, like, constitutional review, formal constitutional amendment to somehow secure, like, their power of interpretation and enforcement.
Well, I don't
not enforcement, but, like, You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess I don't really know like what that would look like because one, I mean, they've already got judicial review, and then two, I don't know what you would give them to like make it so they could independently enforce their decisions. But what I would say is that I respect the notion. I will say this: if we're winding down and we're coming to an area where we at least share some objectives, I think it sounds like we have a similar objective in the sense of preserving long-term legitimacy. I just reject your way of getting there, and it sounds like you view my way of getting there as not the ideal way to get there.
I just don't think it's going to get anywhere is basically the problem. I think that what's going to happen either is we're not going to do the court packing now, but someone 10 years from now is going to do the court packing. Whoever is has control of like the trifecta, they're going to do the court packing. And so ideally, I would like Democrats who I think are more likely to actually want to reform the Supreme Court and make it nonpartisan at the current moment anyway, to use that to make it less partisan.
Yeah. And
I think actually, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to mention, what's his face? Ro Khanna actually sponsored a bill which would implement those term limits. So there is like some support in Congress already to do these kind of things.
Yeah,
I don't know that it's enough, but it's some.
Sure, I appreciate that folks are thinking about that kind of stuff. I personally would not want to. I don't want to touch the term limits, and they seem like one of the few things that like is super constitutionally hardwired about the Supreme Court. So I'd be skeptical of those going anywhere. But at the same time, I guess any reforms to court require going to the court at the end of the day. So it's hard to know.
Fair enough.
But that said, I would only say that I don't think it is inevitable that somebody is going to expand the Supreme Court any more than it was in the 1930s or than it was since. Indeed, I think it's less likely, given just the fact that the best history we have suggests that it's an easy way to ruin a majority.
Okay. I mean, I think both sides brought up good points. It sounds like neither side is necessarily moved by the other. I think the difficulties of this argument is that I think it hinges on, I think there's a lot of fundamental groundwork that has to be laid. So, for instance, not even is the court legitimate, but what is the job of the court? Is the job of the court to interpret the Constitution as well as possible, or is it to follow the will of the people, or is it to protect something like that? There's a lot to go into there. And then whether or not it's possible to do this and not suffer severe political consequences for it, or what could retaliation be in the future, all of these things are also kind of, we don't know, right? Especially now, like everything is pretty unprecedented in terms of our political system. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think I can like declare a winner in any of these things unless somebody like literally starts screaming and leaves or something.
You know what you could? Well, I know that
polling before and after.
You've picked, you could do some internet polls. Those are always helpful in determining the legitimate winner of a debate.
It's out there. You've got one order of magnitude more watchers. I
wouldn't. I don't think you should actually do it.
Gerrymandering right now. He's a Republican. I can see it in his eyes.
Well, I think you probably see it in the flag pin. But, no,
I might do polls before and after for some of these. It just I have
that could be an interesting thing.
Yeah, I have two big problems with polls. The first problem I have is that if one side has a major lead going into it, that side is almost always going to lose. So, for instance, let's say that we have a debate on whether or not necrophilia should be allowed, and like 98% of people are against it, right? And 2% of people are in favor of it. If I was to poll before and after, almost every single time, that 98%, that's probably going to drop by a couple points, right? You're not going to convince every single person, and the other person only has one. So like so like for heavily one-sided things, that's a problem. And then the second thing is that if there are certain people with massive imbalances in audiences, it also can heavily favor a poll in one way or another as well.
Yeah, that's true. Have you ever seen those Intelligence Squared debates?
I've not.
They do. They're on YouTube sometimes. It's like something they do in Britain. And they do before and after polling of the audience, but basically they pick an amount. I think it seems like the general feeling is the winner is whoever persuaded the most. So perhaps you could think up a threshold of how much you would want something to move one way or another. But you could also just do nothing.
Yeah, what
from like statistical things, it is hard. the closer you get to like 1 in 100 sort of, like the closer you get to a very minority position, it's extremely hard to prove that you statistically significantly moved people, both because of like reporting errors, people just click the wrong button, and two, just because of basic statistical principles. So in general, I think that these polls would, for most of the issues you're talking about, it's not going to be 98-2. It's going to be like 30-70 or something, I would think, particularly with like the audience that you've accumulated, Destiny, who seems to, right, incest is morally neutral and so on. You probably will get at least some people in favor of the necrophilia.
Yeah, sure.
So I guess my argument is it seems like most of these things, I don't think you'll have such extreme biases that you couldn't use some of the data. The other thing that I was going to mention, you might want to do, if you could, break a topic down to like subtopics, and you had polling specifically on those issues. That could be interesting to say like, oh, the people's minds were changed on the legitimacy of the court, but they weren't changed at all on whether court packing is politically viable, sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Yeah. I'll think about this a lot in terms of, I don't want to make it overly complicated where it's like, all right, guys, here's your 16 poll survey. We're going to find out how you before and after. Yeah, but I might try that in the future. I'm not sure.
Sure.
Okay, well, I don't know how I should end this. We could do closing statements, I guess. I think that I don't know if I should make my position known or not known, because I don't want to bias the audience, so I haven't thought of that. I like the idea of making my position known, because then so it avoids the obscuring of my bias. So, for instance, if I say at the beginning, like, hey, just so you guys know, I'm against court packing, but I don't know if that would shade people's opinions of the debate, because they might think like, oh, well, Destiny's against it, the other guy's arguments are probably better, or if Destiny's against it, he's asking questions just because he's biased against it. I haven't decided on that yet. What do you guys think?
You have a pretty big anti-jerk in your community. I don't know.
Yeah, well, so that could just go in the other way then too, but yeah.
Well, maybe, I don't know. It sounds like maybe your ideal outcome is to just explain how you, independently what you thought of whether somebody was persuasive on one point or another, whether they shifted you in some way. Maybe that's just what you're looking for, as opposed to.
Yeah, I could actually
One thing I've been trying to do after I do like a debate with someone or conversation is I do like a little steel man of like, what were my positions coming in? What did I change? And what do I think the strongest argument they raised were about that issue? Just to try and present like the best faith interpretation of changes to my mind or whatever, which of course never happens. I'm always right. But
yeah, I think, okay, well, I guess in that sense then, everything that Bastia said are all things that I agree with. I think that once you go down this road, it's stuff that would be really worrisome, that it could happen more and more in the future. And that also it's hard to say what type of political capital would be needed to enact these changes and what type of political capital you would lose by enacting these changes. So that everything he said are like arguments that I've heard and am warmed to in the past. Something that you said, though, so a huge problem that I have when it comes to court packing is that you're basically saying like, okay, we're in power, we're going to get our way, screw it. And then the next people to come along is like, well, now we're in power, we're going to get our way, screw it. And I don't know how to overcome that problem. But your suggestion about expanding the justice limits to 4 and filling 2, and then holding those other 2 hostage and saying, hey, we're going to balance the courts now. If you don't want to, I'm pulling the trigger on these 2 justices, and now your majority is fucked. That's an argument that I haven't heard before. Unfortunately, it sounds like it's out of like a movie. Like it would only work like in a fucking Hollywood, like, and it would be awesome and dramatic when they do the movie. But I worry that like in the real world, it would literally play out like the Democrats are holding the court hostage. Look at what they're trying to do, and it's going to be so bad. I don't know if that would work in real life, but that idea is really cool. I like that idea a lot.
One thing I will say, that idea actually comes from the two articles actually on this issue. The one from Epps that Bastiat is citing, and the one from what's his face? I don't even remember. They're both making explicit like constitutional hardball arguments about these sort of things. So I think if you do want to read them, like 30 pages each or something, very interesting reads.
Yeah, no, it's both of us picked. We picked good hills to die on these, because it's not just like nonsense from Twitter. It's like these are academics who know their stuff, even if they come to different conclusions. The one thing I would say is I would be curious if how this kind of stuff has worked in the past, like with other subjects. Like, I don't know if anybody's ever done this with the Supreme Court, but I wonder if, I don't know how all the debt ceiling negotiations worked out, but I'd be curious, like how those have worked out in the past, because that's kind of the last example I could think of somebody saying, support this or else I'm gonna wreck you.
Well, we kind of do that with the budget, don't we? With our huge budget bills.
Yeah, like I would be curious how if somebody's looked at, and I'm not saying I would be curious as a way of saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I'm genuinely would be curious whether that kind of tactic has like worked in the past with other subjects. Maybe it has. Maybe people have.
That's a good example. Do some research.
Okay.
Like whether people who have taken that approach in budget negotiations have typically done better as a result, or worse.
Okay. Do you guys feel like the guided discussion is an okay setup, or should it be more free-forming, or should it be more strict in terms of like, these are the 6 topics we're going to go down? So basically, I'm listening to both of your opening statements, and then I'm kind of asking you guys questions to kind of guide the discussion to move from A to B. Do you think that's an okay format, or do you think, like, I think it'd be better for us to just talk and hammer it out, and I don't like when you stop me going to this point, or blah, blah, blah. What do you think?
First?
Yeah, go. Aiden.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was asking if you want to go first.
I only heard the last 3 words you said. I heard I go first. Okay. Yeah.
I'll say I'll say that I thought it was pretty good. You know, I guess the difference I would say is when I think about this kind of stuff, I think about some of the panel shows I've done. The panel shows I've done that are the panel shows that are totally free form are no fun, and they are of course unproductive. The panel shows that are tightly controlled are similarly unfun, even if they are probably more productive. They are not very much fun, which is, you know, the ultimate reason we're all here at the end of the day, right? There are shows though, like for example, Dylan's Hippy Dippy podcast, where he does a pretty good job, I think, of splitting those. Tree of Logic has done that approach too, and I think what you did was closer to that. So I think that's a good approach. There may be times where maybe you would not want to come in as much one way or another, but I thought it was pretty good. I mean, because it seemed like you were trying to keep us honest to our points rather than just, like, for example, you called me out, I think, earlier.
Because we're starting to move to a different argument about political capital, right?
Yes, and that was true. And I wasn't even intending to just, I'm going to ignore your argument. That's just where my brain went. But it was good that I thought it was good. You know, I imagine you thought it was good, Aiden, that we stuck to the main point. So, you know, maybe there are times where that would be suppressive. I didn't really get that sense tonight, but yeah, I thought that was pretty good. What did you think, Aiden?
No, I was going to say I strongly liked the boxing of the debate where you're like, we're going to finish one topic first, and even what you might want to do, like the whole steel manning thing, at the end of each bit, you might want to like try and come to some sort of conclusion, like this is where we've landed on this topic, and now we're just going to leave it. We're not going to go back to that. Because I know in some debates, you know, I think in general, we pretty cleanly moved from talking about legitimacy to talking about like political sort of issues, but some people might want to really, really go back. And so if you just, I would say slightly more structure in terms of like in the future might be necessary to make sure that people keep moving through. I think on stream you drew like these 3 lines or whatever to indicate like logical flow. If you like indicated that like you wanted a vertically structured debate where you're like premise, conclusion, and you want to make sure for each one we're like done and we don't go back to previous ones. I think that's a productive way, at least making sure that we get to the conclusion anyway, instead of doing the just scatterbrain 6 people talking about a million topics because they're all on Twitter.
Yeah, so
especially if we like knew in advance, then it would be cool to maybe like prepare something like that.
Sure, yeah, okay. So for conversation, so I picked you 2 because Bastia. I mean, you're Bastia, you're awesome. And then Aiden, you're very intelligent. You're one of the only socialists that like puts together well-reasoned arguments, and you like my videos, so you must be cool. No, but like both of you guys are obviously very cordial, are capable of having a discussion or whatever. Do you think that this type of format could work if I had people like Sargon of Akkad or Lecture Fan, or do you think that I would be accused of being horrendously biased? Do you think it would be a really good format for them, or because I think on the next debate that I do for this, I think I want to pick a lot more charged figures and see if I can rein in those conversations, or if it'll just be a nightmare.
I think it's a gradient. The closer the people are to being able to moderate themselves, the less you got to moderate it, and then the closer they are unable to doing it, the more you got to moderate it. It's not like a binary point.
Yeah. The thing that's challenging is that ultimately, I guess I thought we would disagree more on our goals, but I think we have similar goals. It's about how to get there. And I think with other debates where it's like, no.
You're a socialist too? Happy to hear.
No, but I don't think what you're proposing, I mean, maybe it is to you a step towards socialism. I don't see it as even what you proposed to me. That doesn't seem like a step towards socialism any more than anything else that is just designed to maintain a good society, right? I don't think that is ipso facto socialism. But that said, that's interesting to think about. I don't know. I guess really you just got to try. I will say, though, that having what you did with us, holding us to the points we're talking about, and then what Aiden proposed, where you might have some of those in advance, would probably really help with that. Because at least then, when you're shouting at a Lecture Fan or Sargon of Akkad, hey, stick to the point. You know, you have points. some basic points that you all agreed would be discussed. And
It does get harder to say bias, right? Like if you put the rules up front, like, hey, I'm going to go through this structure, I'm going to hold you to it, and then they complain, well, your fault.
Yeah. So, and I mean, I think that it's good to, I mean, I don't think there's any reason that like debates or discussions like this should only be like with cordial people. I think those are good sometimes. I feel like as a cordial people, I'm glad that I can do this kind of stuff sometimes. But, I mean, I don't think that I think you could totally do this, with Firebrands and still have it be something good that isn't just a mess.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, hey, listen, I appreciate both you guys coming on. It's been fun. Yeah, I'll see you guys around. I don't really have anything else to say to either of you, so.
Well, hey, Aiden, it was good meeting you. Good talking with you. I'm sure we'll do it again.
It was great to meet you, and I just want to give a big shout out to Joe Biden, my best friend Joe Biden. On November 3rd, he would really appreciate if you voted at the polls, okay?
Nice. Oh, yeah, I guess we definitely should end with that. Bastia, what is the best place for people to find you?
Twitch.tv/BASTIAT. Check it out. Lots of fun dreams, neoliberal memes, and we have a good time. And of course, I am riding with Diamond Joe Biden as well, so I'm glad we all agree on that.
Oh, also, don't you run like a news network or something?
Yes. So there is a okay. Well, I'm glad you brought this up. There is a Bastion news network that I don't run and that I threatened with a lawsuit and that will never be coming back. All right. So the Bastion News Network never coming back. Not my project. Fake news. The Rarest Pepper and Gondom who run it are criminal trolls who should be ashamed of themselves. And I just want to say, if BNN ever comes back, and I've heard it might be making a return this month, I am looking forward to some hot legal action. Now, we did, however, have an attorney on the stream a couple of days ago who said that the Bastion News Network is actually totally protected by the First Amendment as a totally legitimate form of parody. So I don't know how well the next legal threat is going to go after that.
Oh, wait,
so,
aren't you? You don't like own the name Bastion, no? Do they actually impersonate you?
No, it's not. They claim that it's not about me. All right. But, they have managed to really sour a lot of relationships I had. They're also posting these ridiculous stories about me and having a weight problem. And it's just really offensive stuff. So, oh my God, they're back.
Yeah, I just noticed, posted 23 minutes ago. We are back. Bastion sues BNN and loses.
Oh my God.
On the anniversary of 9/11, Bastion sent BNN a cease and desist. Wow.
Well, look, it's a shame that they, chose that day to never forget.
Okay, well, this is quite the article. Oh my God.
Shout myself out. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Socialism done left.
Go.
Google it. I'm anywhere. Done.
Cool. All right. Well, hey, listen, I love you guys both. I appreciate you coming on, and thanks for joining us. We will catch you guys next time. Yep.
Anytime.
Have a good night, y'all.
Oh, what's up? Good job, guys. I think that worked out decently well. It wasn't very exciting, but I didn't pick this one for like maximum excitement levels, I don't think. Just wanted to test the format. I'm going to re-establish donations. Hey, listen, if you guys want to support content like this and other great content, remember to subscribe on destiny.gg. You can sign up on my site with your YouTube account or whatever, and then pay me money. I love you all very much, okay? Holy shit, Bastia's chat absolutely hated you moderating. Wait, did they? Did you drink too much last night? Yeah. I did. I'm not sure what happened. Fuck, I'm just really... Once I start drinking, I can just drink so much. It's not good for me.
I think I woke up. I'm not gonna lie. I think I might have woke up drunk. I don't know if that's possible. But like I woke up and when I laid down and I looked straight ahead, like the room was kind of like not spinning, but like the image was like moving a little bit. I don't know how to.
Destiny. Have you seen this critical analysis of flaws in the Japanese banking system?
Did you drive back home? Yeah, but like I think that usually when it comes to drunk driving, I'll have like a friend or two like giving me instructions while I'm driving, so that like if they're like, "Watch out, you're gonna crash," like, "Oh," like I'll have like people like talking to me, giving me directions and stuff. So even if I'm like super wasted behind the wheel, as long as I got like backseat drivers, I figure they take care of it all for me, you know. I'm just fucking with you. Usually, if I'm like ultra drunk and I want to drive, backseat driving obviously doesn't work. If I'm super drunk and I want to drive, usually what I'll do is I'll just hit a fat fucking blunt, all right? And I'll get super high, and then usually the weed will cancel out the alcohol, and then you usually drive. Your reactions are just a little bit slower, but like usually that's like the better way to...
Is this the sub button?
Wait, I can't tell if this is trolling trolls or not. You're the guy the Dare programmed warned us about? True.
You're a fucking statistician!
Dank memes.
Dank memes. Have a conversation soon with the Halsey conservative dude. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Hey, yo. I'm ready to go whenever my stuff is done. Just let me know. Oh, I can eat. Oh, fuck. I have a... Oh, man. I brought a cheeseburger home that I didn't finish. Do you think it'll be good? Do you think it'll be good if I warm it up? Or do you think it's gonna be fucking nasty as fuck? Use the oven, it'll be good as fuck. Fuck off. Bake it? Really? What was the music place you had before the debate? Oh, it was just for my composition challenges. The bun will be unredeemable, but you can heat the rest up. The bun will be super mushy if you put it in the microwave. Will it be? If you're bored, check out Jackson YouTube chat. He's dumb as fuck. Oh, I saw that guy typing a lot. People were mad. Re-toast the buns and heat the... Jesus Christ, guys. Okay, never mind. This is too complicated. I'm just gonna throw it away. Make a sandwich. Fuck you guys. Just eat it cold? Eat the burger cold? I guess I could, but ugh. Have you looked at the Uncle Tom movie featuring JLP? No, what?
Sorry. Okay, fuck. I'm actually super fucking hungry though. My sweet honey, I hope you're to be led. What do you know? So I am to be led along. What the fuck is this? I don't know what the fuck this is. Relied on political a lot during the debate, but I don't think it's a great theory because I cannot make any predictions, only justifications. The real reason you don't talk to Pokemon anymore. What?
It reminded me of this phase I had like a year ago. Hi, I had a phase about a year or two ago, like a year and a half, something like that, where I realized, how do I say this kindly? I realized I had been attracting a lot of beta males. You know, I was like, I'm trying to cop a dude. Oh my god, like,
nice.
You know what I'm saying? No offense to those guys, but it was what it was. And I was like, what's my problem? Oh, wait. It reminded me of...
Wait, is she talking about fans or is she talking about like people in her personal life? But this is like, what a weird statement to make. Oh man, fuck. I can't say anything. I feel like there are other people that could watch this clip and be very, very, very upset though. Holy shit. I gotta get food. Hold on, I'll be back 1 second.
Destiny, I'm nervous about Tuesday.
Oh yeah, dude. Tuesday, yeah. Here, I don't like you guys watching while I'm walking around back. I'm worried that I'll just like whip my dick out for no reason or something. I'll be back 1 second. Here, have I don't normally do that, but I'm just. Fuck.
Somebody should have told you. Yeah. Somebody should have told you. Yeah. Why did you have to go and leave me all alone? All on my own now, I'm alone, but it's not that fine. It really, really bothers me, it's not that fine. I just
Looks like it's time to Dino ye 777,777,777,777,777,777.
Well. Chatting with conservative Halsey soon. I don't know if this guy's a streamer or what. Destiny drama? Wait, is this gonna be good drama or Among Us drama? Please be good drama.
Accurate. Why are you acting like this is an attack?
By the way, this.
Oh no! Oh no! What are you doing?
Son that everyone's talking about that Destiny left and abandoned, and I don't want to be clipped. I don't want to be all over the internet for saying this, but it's me.
Accurate. Why are you acting?
Why is Zerka going through this shit? Oh fuck, he tried to call me earlier. Oh shit, hey, I wasn't able to pick up earlier. Alright, what's on LSF today? Do we have anything good? What's up?
What's up? Are you live? I'm live.
Yeah, I'm live.
Listen to me. I'm watching the Jesse Lee Peterson and you, and they're piling on those three, and you're doing good. But sometimes I think, what's bothering me? You're good at debating, but you don't press them. If Jesse Lee Peterson claims he's a moderator and he's not doing the job and he's trolling, you should press him. You ask him one thing and Jesse goes, "Oh, I don't know." You should press that he doesn't know something. But anyways, I'm not here to attack your debate skills. You are $1,000 betting people for Biden.
Election. Well,
really?
Basically, yeah.
I want to make money here. How much can we go?
No, come on.
No, I'm broke. What do you mean, come on?
We're not. I love you, okay?
Yo, come on, man.
If there are like political commentators that are making strong claims about the election that seem to stand in stark contrast to the polls, I think they should put some money behind it. I think if you're going to come out here and you're going to confidently say things to your fan base and you're going to be real confident about it, well, then you should bet money on it. I think to prove to people that you there's some weight to your words instead of you just saying random shit.
Okay, and one more question. Who is this girl that says you're gaslighting her and she was crying?
Okay, so this was some drama. This is some interpersonal drama that became stream-related drama. But I'm trying not to talk about it so that she can move on from it. So,
okay, I just saw it. Is this weeks old?
That particular clip you're watching is pretty old, but then I had a huge conversation with her like 3 days ago, I think. So
It's kind of almost like your good buddy John Zerka last year told you not to be hooking up on the internet.
Yeah,
right?
but
it's almost like you're not listening to me, dude.
But it's a lot of fun, John. Okay, well, hey, I love you, buddy. It's been fun. Oh, he hung up. Okay. Did he gas wall me? Okay. Oh. He changes the game again.
Worked with Streamlabs in order to create a custom donation cap of $5 on my channel. I think this might be the first time they've ever done that. I'm not really sure. I just really want to thank you guys for supporting me when I was in high school, when I was in $20,000 in debt in university, to the very, very lucky place where I am today, and where I consider anything more than that just unnecessary.
Hey.
Okay, okay. What's up?
You know I love you, dude.
Yeah, of course.
And I just think that you kind of not... You know how everyone on Twitch would just take the blame and say, hey, you know, girl is emotional on stream, therefore I am guilty. I think you set a good example of, like, if you're not guilty, do not go with the mob mentality, because you will get torched, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, people like me who misspeak and get in trouble with, you know, girls or blah blah blah, or just emotional guys on the internet. It's like, I love that you didn't backtrack. But why did you have Exodia in the call with you? Like, you don't need Dan for that.
Dan just likes to cause drama, so he wanted to be there.
Yeah. And I don't know. I just feel like, you know, it's election time, and I want to see you do more left versus right shit. I want to be there. Like, you'll find something I can do where I moderate, bro, please, because I want to be.
Oh, dude, if you really want to come, oh man, you probably haven't seen the video from yesterday.
I watched the stream. Wasn't I in chat?
Oh, were you?
Yeah, it was you and Dippy Hippie Dippy.
No. We went to a Trump rally yesterday.
Oh, they say you got pressed, but it's just some guy filming you, right?
Well, it was like 20 people surrounding us and screaming at us and throwing shit at us. But yeah, you could come to one of these. You could be my bodyguard, okay? I need a
dude. What? Wait. Will I get banned on Twitch if I get into a fist fight with MAGA guys?
I mean, if it's defensive, right? Fuck it.
Yo, man, that's crazy. That's crazy. So I could go viral just fighting MAGA guys.
Mm-hmm.
Are all of them in Los Angeles?
I mean, technically they're anywhere, right? But the one I was in Beverly Hills, yeah.
What position could I take? Because I'm kind of out of the sphere here. What position can I take to really piss off a hardcore Trump supporter right now? Besides
being
hard left,
anti-Trump, I don't know. Just say you don't want Trump in.
What's the worst thing I could say at a rally where people throw shit at me?
Usually as soon as I told people that I was voting for Biden, or if I was riding for Biden, people got pretty fucking mad at me pretty quickly just for saying that.
That's all you did?
Yeah, so like the guys that followed us for 3 blocks and were like trying to, I don't even know what they're trying to do, but those guys, all I did was I asked them, why should I vote for Trump? And they like lost their minds.
You know, I've come to this conclusion where I think Trump, even if he came out as a super villain with breathing fire, like, even if he came out as like the craziest of the crazy, I still think the MAGA guys will vote for him.
Yeah, probably.
Because it's now a cult game, you know?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. But
So I don't get this Jesse Lee Peterson, because first of all, he said he's a moderator, but he didn't even attempt to look like a moderator.
Well, I mean, obviously he has like his biases. You don't go there. It's not like a strict, like super serious show.
Dude, he was having like conversations with other guys for like 20 minutes at a time almost. Like that's not a moderator at all. I don't know why you just sit there and you don't call it out.
He wasn't really like a moderator. He was like a host, right?
Right. I don't know. He started that and he brought what? One guy that's undecided and two righties?
Mm-hmm.
And one of them was with Daily Wire, which is Ben Shapiro's. Is that the war hawk people that love war?
Yeah. Kind of.
Okay.
Well, maybe. I don't know. Their position changes depending on what's going on, but I think right now they're all anti-war, so.
Oh, yeah. No, once Ben Shapiro got all the backlash, he's like, oh, well, I guess facts do care what you're feeling.
No, well, it's because Trump, they want us to get out of wars and stuff, so Trump is generally like more anti-war, I think. It's what they're pointing right now.
That's gnarly. You know what I'm kind of shocked is like, besides the memes like Jesse and Destiny, aren't you right now in this season supposed to be having like real debates? Not with meme characters, more like...
I think one of the problems is that like I made such a reputation for myself in arguing with people that I think most people don't want to actually have a debate with me anymore because they realize it just looks bad for them. So it's been really hard to schedule people. Like all of the left-leaning people will not, like for instance, like Hassan won't even be on the same show as me. Like he'll tell people like that, and then so obviously I don't get invited because yeah.
I thought you guys were on a scuffed and fixed thing.
Yeah, he came on for a little bit, but yeah, but it's not just him, but like a lot of people, like a lot of no left-leaning person will talk to me anymore because they realize it's a bad idea. And then for a lot of larger right-wing people, they'll either ignore my existence or also won't talk to me. So like Tim Pool was tweeting for like days, like I need a left-leaning figure to talk to. No one will blah blah blah. And I tweeted like 4 or 5 tweets at them that all got over like 2,000 or 3,000 likes, and they just never ever responded or did anything. Yeah, so.
What here's what I don't like about you is. Do you see that cute video you made where you're looking at the camera as we're like jacking to your face, and you said something like, "It's important you guys vote."
Mm-hmm.
Why not make those kind of videos, except call people out? Like Tim Pool, I'm looking at you, bitch. You don't want to do. Why don't you do call out videos? That everyone upvotes those kind of videos, right?
Yeah, I guess I could. Those just feel like really like.
Yeah, it's performative. Who gives a fuck?
I don't know. I'm not a very performative person, but.
Well, you're not, Steven, you're not giving me the content I want. It's election time. This is Christmas for me, dude.
All right, I'll try, okay? I'll try my best. I'll email Tim Pool's people or some shit, or I'll start trying to make call-out videos.
No, worst case scenario, go back on the kill stream for me, please.
Well, I did, but then the host guy hates me now because I roasted him on Twitter. So I don't think he'll invite me back.
What did you say?
Well, he made fun of Hunter Biden for Hunter Biden, Joe Biden's son, for overcoming a crack addiction. And then I tweeted out that I thought it was funny that he'd make fun of his son for overcoming a crack addiction when he currently has like an addiction to alcohol that's destroying his stream. Like
but he I thought he's the non-sensitive guy.
No, everybody says that, but everybody's really sensitive. Because as soon as I said that, he was like, "Aren't you raping 18-year-olds and neglecting your son or whatever?" And then I brought up,
"Holy shit!"
Yeah, people always go like, "Fucking super, like 100%." Yeah, so.
But then, he knows so much about your lore. He knows that the pedo thing is a meme. It's not real.
Yeah, but he doesn't care, and he also does a lot of fucked up shit. Like he literally he got some 18-year-old chick to move across the country. He's like 45, I think, and he got her pregnant, and he's like posting porn videos of her online, like bragging to people that he like knocked up an 18-year-old. It's like, oof, I don't know.
Who the fuck are we talking about right now? The Jolly
Ralph?
guy?
We're talking about Ralph, Ethan Ralph.
Yeah. Oh, the guy that last like.
Maybe, yeah, the guy from the kill stream. Yeah.
Oh damn! Oh wow, you guys looked so chummy last time. What the fuck?
I'm chummy. Listen, I'm chummy with anybody. If anybody wants to chat or whatever, then like I'm cool about it. But like the problem is people will hate me and then they don't want to talk to me. But it's very rare that a conversation doesn't happen because I don't want to. I'll talk to almost anybody. So.
Do you know what's the best part? This is the first time in your whole lore where you've cleaned out the lefty section, the righty section. You have no one on earth left to fucking bitch at.
Yeah.
It's so funny, man. You have such strange issues though, man.
Yeah.
I'll find you someone. Let your fan said he was down. You were afraid to debate him on my stream.
No, I've been so busy this last week. There's just been a ton of shit. If he wants to talk, I will. But dude, honestly, the problem with Luxury fans, I don't know if he's actually real. I don't know if he really believes the shit that he says because that guy is like so fucking out there. Like I just can't tell. Like,
but you think he like faps to porn even though he's against it?
Maybe, or I don't know, dude. I can't tell. If he really wants to have a debate, I mean, I can, but.
Dude, we gotta get. Can I be like your fucking manager and get Crowder with you? Because I think if I make enough,
Crowder will never ever talk to me. But if I could, yeah, I'd love to. That'd be so much fun.
How about I just start roasting Crowder for like 1 year straight until he responds?
Maybe.
That always works for me.
Yeah, go for it. Hey, are you partnered on Twitch?
No.
Are you an affiliate?
Yes, affiliate.
Do they force ads on your stream?
Believe it or not, nobody complains about ads with me. Nobody.
Because I have I'm not partnered at all, and I wonder if that saved me from. There's like no ads on my streams. Like a lot of other streamers are complaining that ads are being forced in their stream, but I don't think I have any because I'm not even an affiliate. So,
how's the dual streaming even working? You're going live on YouTube what days?
I just stream to YouTube the same that I stream to Twitch, basically.
You can do it at the exact same time?
Yeah, I have fiber where I'm at, so I have a lot of internet. Yeah.
I'm so tempted. You know how my stream grows a lot if I'm doing IRL? I'm so tempted to just fucking come live with you. I don't want to bother you or talk to you, but I just want to farm my clips daytime and then go to some fucking rallies to farm a huge channel for myself. And I realized, like, if I come to Los Angeles, do I have a place to stay or is Melina there?
I mean, Melina's here, but I mean,
do I have a room or where do I go, Steven?
I have a 1-bedroom right now. I moved down, so because Melina's been out of the country for like 7 fucking months, but we'll figure something out if you want to come by, okay, bud?
Yeah, and I want to come. I don't want to just come like to hang. I actually want to time it around some kind of rallies, and I want to do like some 6-hour IRL because, dude, your quality was so garbage, dude. Like the worst IRL I've ever seen in my life.
And are you talking about the rally or whatever?
Yeah, I got so much internet. Your stream looks so 180p.
I have so much internet in my house. But like in like the really big events, unless you have a backpack, and I don't even know if a backpack would do it, it's really hard to have good connection there because so many people are on the towers.
So I can genuinely since I actually genuinely like you, I can actually be your bodyguard. I can even dress the part if I really want to get it for the stream, make it kind of like a Raj thing.
Yeah.
And damn, that's a lot of viewers because you trigger people by saying nothing triggering.
No, 100%. If we would have had like a functional stream that wasn't laggy or fucked yesterday, it would have been like a 20,000 viewer stream at least, maybe more.
So,
yeah, I'm pretty disappointed about that. But there was no bandwidth. It was so bad. I had 2 different phones too, on my Google Fi and my Verizon. Like both connections were shit out there. So.
Oh, you even did it on a Samsung and it was that shit?
Yeah, it's not about the phone. It was about the internet connection. The 4G was just really bad, John.
Where was that?
In Beverly Hills.
Okay, all right. And if Trump does win, there's going to be a lot more riots or rallies and all this kind of hype shit. So it's not like I'm missing out if I don't come right now, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the election is happening soon, and then after that, we'll probably be chill. So.
It's kind of weird because I spend so much time watching your left versus right stuff. So if I'm there in person, it's like I'm getting my content like front row, you know, and I'm so triggering, so it's going to be hilarious, you know, because I never meet righties. I only meet lefties on the internet, so it's going to be perfect for me.
Yeah, real life is way, way, way different. And the lefties you meet on the internet are all losers anyway that have no political voice regardless, so fuck them.
Actually, you know what's funny is if you just focus on the philosophical consistency part of a lefty, they all crumble. They all turn to corporate Andes. You know what I mean? So
I thought it was really funny. I'm trying not to touch shit about any particular, but I thought it was really funny that it came out that like, did you see who ran the most ads on Twitch?
Yes. Yeah, no, dude. Not trying to hate. I thought it was a meme. I swear, I thought it was a meme. I once tuned into an IRL stream, and he's saying stuff like, "I'm just gonna run an ad," and I laughed. I'm like, "Oh, he's such a comedian. He's not gonna run an ad on an IRL stream. Nobody fucking does that."
Mm-hmm.
And he just went into the tutorial of how to run a fucking ad on an IRL. That was the best shit I've ever seen, but more power to him, man.
Yeah.
That was, yeah, no, it's funny. It's funny because, I mean, at the end of the day, I think the only lefty on the internet right now is Train. He gives so much money away and he's like really community involved and shit. By actions and example, I think Train is a true socialist, you know?
I don't think that's how that works, but I understand what you're saying.
No, of course. Look, all right, give me your best because I have to go for a show in 5 minutes. But what I just said, how does that not work? Go.
So you're just talking about redistribution, so getting money and then giving it to other people. Socialism implies it's basically meaning you take all of the working places, so like all the stores and the factories or whatever, and instead of there being managers that run it all, it's ran and owned by all of the workers. So if the factory makes a lot of money, everybody gets a lot of money, rather than just the people that own the factory getting all the money. That's basically like socialism.
Right, right. But you don't understand my argument that it takes a generous person to think that way, correct?
Not necessarily.
Really? Like, wouldn't it take a generous person's would be like, I don't want Trump's taxes even if they do benefit me? You said something like that.
So I'm sorry, it's really confusing because everybody uses these words differently. But to be clear, socialism has nothing to do with taxes or giving money to people or anything like that.
Yes, it does. Shut the fuck up.
Not at all.
Really?
No.
The 40% tax plan is not...
No, it has nothing to do with socialism at all, no.
I think the best argument I've heard from socialists was that kid on Crowder that said if the army is a social safety net and the paramedics and cops, then you have to give grounds on social programs actually working very well. Which, besides cops, you can really say, right? That's pretty basic.
Wait, what?
That kid, you know what I'm talking about? Yusuf with Steven Crowder.
Oh, yeah. That guy was a Nazi, but...
He's a Nazi? Really?
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Oh, what? He's like a white identity kind of guy?
Basically, yeah.
Oh, I thought he's a Ancom.
No, they're called Nazbols, or I think third positions. They're socially very conservative, but they're economically liberal. So they'd be okay with like socialism and shit, but they don't want it for any of the black people or brown people, basically.
Yeah, and
wait. Also, real quick, can I just say something real quick to TRSE in your chat because he's like really mad at me right now, saying because I said there's no managers in socialism. So when I say there's no managers in socialism, there are managers. What I'm using that as a shortcut because I don't want to give an ultra technical definition. But in a socialist system, there would be no capitalist, meaning there wouldn't be an individual that has a majority stake in the company that makes all of the profits from the company. Rather, the profits would go to the workers because the workers themselves all have shares of the company. So there's not like owners to it. But I mean, like they would have like managers, I guess, or there would be some sort of hierarchical system, unless you're like a total something anarchist that doesn't believe in hierarchy at all. But okay.
I love T, but he's a no private property kind of guy, which is kind of ridiculous in my world.
No, that's some Vosh bullshit. Stop listening to Vosh. No, I'm just telling you what socialism is. If you want to be upset about it, you can. But socialism implies that the mode of production, socialism implies that the means of production are owned
by the workers. Which basically what they're trying to say is the guys who can't make the fucking ice cream at McDonald's, those guys do everything without someone telling them what to do, right?
Well, they can have a manager, but when the company makes money, all of them would get paid because they're all part owners in the company.
Which is kind of weird because we need that competitive thing because we're not going to fix human nature by, hey, everyone just be generous. It's not going to work that way, right?
Well, I mean, the reason why that argument doesn't work is because people can put people could turn that around as like, oh, well, capitalism won't work because all the workers would have to be nice enough not to overthrow and kill the capitalist, right?
Right.
So I mean, it could go either way. It just depends on how you arrange the system. Yeah.
That's crazy. I never thought I'd see the day where you've ran out of competition on the internet. That's because I'm thinking now. Killstream was like you have nothing now. You have nothing to. All right, how about I set up a debate with you and that kid that you talked to and scuffed? He was polite.
If you want to, I guess, sure. Whatever you want to do, just hit me up with him and I'll hop on. Okay.
I feel like you're worried, so I don't want to.
I'm not worried at all.
You seem a little worried about that kid.
No, bring him on. I don't care.
You're so mean. What did you say to him? You're like, I didn't think you bite the bullet on that. You did.
Because he said that like companies should be able to discriminate against black people. Didn't he say something like that? It was like.
Did he? Yeah.
Yeah, like if you didn't want to hire black people or sell to black people, you should be able to. I didn't.
Oh, like free agency of I remember that. One more thing, I gotta steal a phrase from you because I hear Vosh say it all the time, and I know it's from you. When these guys say, not only do I not know what you mean by that, but I'm pretty sure you don't know what you mean by that. That is a Destiny phrase that he took, and a lot of people are saying right now, and I want to take it as well. Okay.
Sure. Do you want? Wait. Before you leave, can you drag me into a call with this TRSE guy? He sounds really
yes.
In the chat. I'm sorry.
Get in, T. Get in. He's. I'm really wondering how this is gonna go. He's debate Andy, so good luck. He said, "Hold up." Oh shit. Oh, drama. Okay. T, just join any channel. Hey, Destiny, are you in my thing?
No, invite. Just give me a link to a channel, I guess.
And let's meet at Zombie Street. T. We good here.
This is gonna be I don't know what we're doing here, actually. This is a waste of time. I feel like he's gonna get, like, incredibly semantic. Technically, in socialism, you could have managers. Like, I mean, I guess you kind of could, but...
I've talked to him before. He's super chill, so I think this isn't going to be the content I want. Unmute your shit, G.
Hello?
Hello? Oh, no. Let me drag you guys up. Live stream. Boom. Okay. You can unmute, my G. Why are you muted? Why can't I unmute him? What the fuck? Alright, let me give you the role. What the fuck? Steven, it says he's not muted, but why is he not talking?
Where are we at? Oh, he is muted right now.
Yeah, but he says his
mic is muted. I don't know why.
Is it Yeti? He's asking.
Oh, he
I have a
doesn't know how
Yeti.
to, like, make his Discord work.
No!
He's working on it.
Done this before. He's done this before, but this is perfect. I'm actually gonna meet some girls in a bit, so I have some time to kill, and I want to hear this.
Awesome.
I don't know, man. It's even like, yeah, I don't know. It's just I've been in some positions where I really have to like just bite my tongue and disappear. And so when I see you not backtrack, especially if a girl's crying on call, it just reminds me of my old self. It gives me my old mojo back, and it's so weird that a fucking StarCraft nerd is reminding me of my Chad days. You know?
Wow. Okay.
I just miss how I used to be. And
wait, are you sure this is the right guy?
I'm positive. Yeah.
Okay.
And you can be mean because
I'm not gonna be
content.
mean.
What's up with DGG, bro? Like, they pretend they're like all these smart people, but really they just want drama. They just want drama, dude.
Everybody loves drama, dude.
Well, your life has so much lore in it, dude. Like, I don't know why you choose to make some stuff public. I don't even get you, but I'm here for it. Hey, Diego, thank you so much for that too.
It makes it really hard to, like, blackmail me or have leverage on me. If I'm super public about everything, yeah, nobody can really ever, like, I'm gonna expose you. Like, what are you gonna expose? Everybody knows everything about me. My dick is on the internet. Like, I don't have anything to lose, bud. Good luck.
No, I love that you said to her, I didn't tell you anything that I wouldn't tell my chat. And I loved how you worded that, because I'm like, that's exactly how I have to be with everyone. Right? And yeah, no, I remember when you said, you're like, I would never even DM something that I won't say on stream and shit like that. So now it's like I could leak my Twitter DMs and have, you know, not one skeleton in my closet. Ever since I heard you, I'm like, yeah, that's actually true. You have to live like that. It's just you have an issue with words, don't you? I'm joking.
Me? Okay, hey, real quick, I've got to talk to a guy, like, pretty soon. So I don't know if this guy's, I don't know, he's gonna take 20 minutes to figure his mic out.
No, I have a show right now with Heel Mike, so we're gonna be talking to some girls. So I don't know what he's doing.
I don't know what this guy is doing or how it's.
Why don't you just send him a friend request?
Because I just wanted to talk to, like, it's like a 2-minute chat.
He said, "Give me a sec. I want to hear this, so don't leave." What do you think he'll say?
He's gonna say some shit where it's like, well, socialism could be this or that, or he's gonna make some weird argument about, I don't know.
See. I don't know. Lately, I'm craving some hardcore debates. Well, I tuned into you versus what's that hippy dippy stuff you were doing?
It was just it's like a big panel podcast.
That shit was hilarious, dude. They were reaching so hard. Hunter Biden, Hunter Biden. Like that's such a bad talking point. What a waste of time. Hello.
Hold up. Does it work?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's up?
All right. First up, I want to say shout out to everybody in chat that's been in alliance with me. You know, shout out to everybody who supported me in the chat.
Sure. Can we get
come on, let's go. What's your problem, real quick?
Argument, please.
Okay. Hold up. Yeah. Let's get right to it. So, Destiny, my basic issue is what you're saying about socialism is very specific. You're saying something about shares in the company. And
No, but it's just
way too
when I say
specific.
share, yeah, it's just social ownership.
Destiny, let me educate you about something. I'm not trying to troll. Socialism is a very old word, dates back, let's say 19th century, right? If you understood how broad and how diverse the meaning of that word was in the 19th century in relation to the 19th century capitalism, you would not be confident in saying anything specific about what is the definition of like, it's not like that. You know what I'm saying?
If somebody were to ask me what is socialism, right? Generally, when people talk about socialism,
you can say
on the
common
internet,
ownership of the means of production. That would be satisfactory.
That's essentially what I said. What do you mean? That's what I said.
But you were no, because you were talking about. First of all, you said there's no managers. Then you went and said something about shares in the company and shit like that. I'm sorry, my man. That's way too specific.
Okay, let me help you. I understand. A lot of people that do internet debates and shit are super autistic. So let me break this down for you, okay?
This is my first internet debate.
That's great. When if I talk to an apolitical person or somebody that's not super read up on everything, and they go, "What is socialism?" And I say, "Oh, common ownership of the means of production." 99% of people have no fucking idea what the fuck you just said. No one knows what that means. You understand that, right?
What did I say?
You just said common ownership of the means of production.
That's not true, because you could even use the example of China where the government directs the end goals of production while not necessarily directly owning it. You know, you could just use that real life example.
Okay, that's called changing the mode of production and not the means of production, and that's not even what China does because they don't change the mode of production.
No, it's not called changing the mode of production. Changing the mode of production is a historical transformation. Directing the end goals of production and directing, you know, like the really complex mechanisms of the Chinese state to intervene in the economy. It's not direct ownership, but it's very much.
China is not a communist country. China is a state capitalist country. Okay, they're
okay, but you know that's autistic. Destiny. Everybody knows. You know, colloquially, people say, "Yeah, China is a communist country." You know what I'm saying?
Wait, China. Wait, nothing about China. Wait, chill.
Pause,
nothing about.
pause.
No, we're fine.
Pause. No A word on my fucking stream, you little twerp.
No one cares.
Wait, what did I say? What's the A word?
You can't. Autistic.
Wait, I said autistic. Why didn't you shut up?
I didn't say that shit.
Oh, the other twerp said it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
China, nothing about China is communist at all. Like, not even remotely close.
I disagree with that. I don't think that's true.
What parts of China are communist?
It's ruled by a communist party, and the communist party still acts like a communist party.
Pause. China has the largest wealth gap out of. What are you talking about? The poor and the rich is such a large wealth gap. You're gonna say that's communist? Are you fucking?
But actually, Zerka. That's not relevant. It's not relevant. Destiny understands this. That's not really relevant.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, I love you guys. It's been fun. Okay, I'm taking the L on this one. Good luck. I'll see you later, John. Okay. In case you guys didn't know, also, North Korea is a democracy. Yeah, okay. All right. I'm talking to the Halsey guy. I don't have time for this conversation. Hello.
Hola, how you doing?
Pretty good. I'm streaming, just as a heads up.
No problem. I am as well, but I haven't run my trailer or anything yet.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, in fact, I'll do that right now.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Radio Free America. We've got Destiny joining us tonight. But first, let me remind everybody, we're brought to you tonight by The Dollhouse, the finest purveyor of waifus on the planet. If you're going to buy a doll, buy from the biggest, buy from the best, thedollhouse.com. Also, rocketheater.com, off-grid heating for your house, your hunting lodge, your cabin. If you mention my name, Halsey, you get $50 off your first order at rocketheater.com. I have a Subscribe Star, which gives you access to exclusive merchandise and all kinds of cool shit. So if you can, please support the channel by joining our Subscribe Star. And if you have a question, please throw it in the chat with a Streamlabs donation. I'll be happy to ask. Destiny, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
I am doing fantastic. I watched your kind of panel with Jesse Lee Peterson the other day.
Mm-hmm.
It begs the question. You seem like, I don't know about like all the degeneracy shit that people talk about, but you seem pretty level-headed when it comes to like gun rights, when it comes to capitalism, when it comes to being against riots. Why Biden?
I mean, why not? I mean, we could literally talk about almost any reason. Where do you want to start? I mean, or I can...
No, I'm saying like give me, what's your main reason? Like, what's the biggest reason you think why Biden?
So biggest reasons are, one, I would like to see the biggest right now is getting a comprehensive handle on the coronavirus. It's unlikely, but it's possible that we could still be more than 12 months out from a vaccine. That's possible. Now, optimistically, we're looking for halfway through next year that we'll start having something distributed. But it's pretty clear right now that the current administration just doesn't have a handle on what's going on. And if for no other reason, like the coronavirus, I think is reason enough to want somebody like Biden in office over Trump.
But what could Biden do differently? That's what I've been stuck on this for a while now. Obviously, I probably have I have less of a fear of it, and I'm speaking as someone. Listen, my wife's on quarantine right now. I have to figure out a way to handle my kids. My mom has it. My father's on quarantine because of it. My main client has it. So I get the fear, but I don't understand what Biden could do differently.
So the best thing that we could probably have right now is a federal top-down response in terms of how we ought to be dealing with the coronavirus. Like, what is the process by which schools are open? Do we have these mandates state by state for mask wearing, for social distancing? Like, these are the types of things that we need so that we can move into the next era of our existence and get away from this 100,000 fucking cases a day of coronavirus stuff.
I agree. See, I agree with that, but I don't know how we could have a federal top-down mandate because New York is not the same as Oklahoma, and where I am in New Jersey is completely different than Texas.
That might be true, but like something simple, like every single person going to public areas should be forced to wear a mask. I don't think it matters what state you're from. Like, that should be a thing. Or even you could also have like state by state guidelines that they're forced to follow certain guidelines, depending on the number of active cases reported per day as a percentage of city or state. Like any type of response like this would be superior to what we're doing right now, which from the top down is literally nothing.
You don't think Trump's doing anything?
Well, he's not. No, we haven't. There is no federal top-down guidance on or authority on like how states should be handling like lockdowns and stuff.
Because I mean, right now I know they're already talking about locking down my state again, and I mean we barely fully open. I mean, like we're still at 25% capacity on dining. Most schools are pretty much shut. I mean, my kids go to a private school, so they're open. But I mean, they're shutting down all the time. Like they just shut down for 2 weeks a little bit ago just because one kid came up positive. So, I mean, how is it that Trump or Biden could put a federal mandate on how schools open when that's usually something that's left to local school boards?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be left. So, I mean, like the first thing they could do is you could put pressure on Congress as president to pass some type of legislative action to do it, assuming that the president can't do it, which I think we're still up for debate on whether or not that's the case. But yeah, I mean, that would be like the first step. If nothing else is possible, like executively, then force Congress to pass some kind of legislative, some kind of emergency bill to allow the federal government to give top-down guidelines on this is what states ought to be doing right now to control, if for no other reason, for the health and safety of our country.
But I mean, do you really think it's that out of control that this is necessary?
Yeah, we're reporting record numbers of cases day after day after day. We went from posting all-time highs in the stock market to all-time highs in the case reportings. Like,
yeah, I don't like the stock. I don't consider the stock market to be a good barometer of how the economy is doing.
Sure, of course not. I'm just saying that we are fucking up hard right now. Like
you think we're headed for the whole dark winter thing.
We're not even on our second wave because we never even really got over the first one. Yeah, and we're coming up into the winter months. We heard this is going to be gone in summer, and we're reporting record numbers of cases, which means in the following weeks we're probably going to start seeing the death tolls increasing as well. Like,
yeah, but I mean, we haven't seen a real dramatic increase in deaths. So
not yet, but that's because we're just recently starting to spike up more and more in cases. But you see the deaths follow like anywhere from like 10 to 14 days after, right? It still takes a while.
Well, what about the whole herd immunity argument? Because I mean,
herd immunity it requires like 70% infected people or some shit, right? We're at like 3%.
It does, but here's the point: is that I've spoken to a lot of public health experts on this, and they say that the best thing we could do is let 20-somethings get it. Basically,
wait. That is not true. Every single health expert that has publicly spoken on this has said that herd immunity, the idea of getting herd immunity through this, is a myth. That is not true. The only people that talk about herd immunity are politicians that are ignoring and choosing to ignore the advice of health experts. Now, it's possible that there is some random crazy fucking doctor somewhere that blah, 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 but no head of any health institute, nobody in the CDC or the NIH or nobody in the United Kingdom. I have not heard any like public reputable health experts talking about this.
I mean, there's been a few, but I mean, you are right. Have been none from the NIH. There have been none from the CDC. But I'm also not sure if those people are permitted to speak out in any way that would disagree with what their agency says. And I'm not saying that as a conspiracy theory. I'm saying that's how any agency functions well, is if the people have to follow from the boss.
So this is my question, I guess. Sure. America's supposed to be like a really great country. We should be able to do great things. So Agreed. Why is it that countries like New Zealand or Australia or South Korea or Vietnam, these guys didn't have to do herd immunity. These guys didn't have to have thousands and thousands of people die. Why do we have to? Why can't we follow their models? And you have to give me an answer besides we're different.
No, I'm not going to give you an answer besides we're different. And I've the cases that you've mentioned in Asia now, Vietnam. I'm not sure about South Korea, but Vietnam, China, Cambodia, Bangladesh, they've all stopped reporting test results.
Okay, I don't even know if that's true. I don't believe that's true, but let's say that is true then. What about South Korea, Australia, New Zealand?
I don't know about South Korea, so
South Korea has a highly dense population of I think around 55 million people, and they crushed this. I want to say their deaths are in the triple digits.
I'm not doubting you. I just don't know about South Korea. I know New Zealand took some pretty draconian steps to avoid its spread, and Australia did in anywhere where there was a peak. So I know that they also took some pretty draconian steps. Now, I'm not
but who's draconian now when these countries have reopened in large parts and are not reporting cases?
Well, Australia hasn't, and New Zealand is actually talking about locking down again because they just popped another case like a little while ago. I think they've had like 5 cases in New Zealand, which, I mean, granted, they're very spread out and they have a very small population. So
New Zealand is not closing down again. They have not talked about that. That's not true. Also, Australia is open now.
Are they? I thought they haven't yet. I know if they have, it's very recent.
They opened once, and then they had to close down a little bit because Victorian cases were spiking, and then they got rid of all the cases. They crushed it, and then they've reopened.
I don't necessarily have a problem with doing things the right way. If a country can give us guidance on how something can be done, when you say the answer can't be, well, we're different, the one answer of we are different is that we don't have a compliant population. We're not a population that tends to all agree or disagree on anything. And it's very difficult to enforce a universal standard on people that won't accept it.
Then we've lost the country. Then this whole conversation is moot. I'm just waiting for the violent revolution, and hopefully those people are gone, I guess.
I mean, we're already kind of in that. I mean,
no, we're not even close to that.
No, I said kind of. We're obviously not an open revolt, but I mean, they're boarding up businesses right now just for election day. I mean,
sure, but this is nowhere like thinking there's gonna be some protests or riots on election day is nowhere close to like open, violent civil war or whatever. But like what you're telling me
is, do you believe that anyone is going to accept the results of this election?
It'll probably depend on how much it goes one way or the other. But I mean, eventually we'll get over it. We always do. We got over Bush v. Gore, right?
You know what's funny is I didn't think that I thought that was going to lead to a lot more violence than it did. Like that was a pretty defining time in my life. Like I was in college at the time, and it was crazy because we had never seen like an election go more than like a day past election day,
Mhm.
and that was one that just didn't seem to end. Then the Supreme Court, like that was a big deal to me when I was younger.
Mhm.
Now it almost seems like a cakewalk, but I'm just saying, like I don't believe that any segment of the population is going to be comfortable with the results of the election.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, this is like a problem. I don't know why I would worry about this. Like, there's nothing we can do about this. We just have to see how it goes down. But like, I want to return to something you said earlier, which is incredibly sad to me. You said that this is not a compliant population. Do you think that the United States is so lost that we can't come together and do something for the better of the country? Like, don't you remember you must remember after 9/11 how the country came together in ways that it never had before. People were talking about New York drivers were actually like nice and courteous to each other for like the first time ever. Like that people were a lot different in the days following, that there was some sort of country unity. I think Bush's approval rating was higher than it ever had been. You don't think it's possible that Americans can't be weaponize their patriotism or something to come together for just like a few months to clean something like this up? That's just impossible. We're the only country that can't handle that.
So number one, I live 10 miles outside New York City. I remember 9/11 like it was yesterday. And it was, you know what it was? I think that a lot of what we did on 9/11 was wasted because immediately after we wound up going into Afghanistan and Iraq and causing this massive quagmire. And now nobody has any kind of faith that they're doing the right thing. Like 9/11, we were a united people. And it almost shows why we shouldn't have been because of the way that our politicians took advantage of us right after that unity service.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think that, do I think we're capable of coming together as a nation to accomplish something? No, I really don't. I don't think we see each other as opposition anymore. I think we see each other as enemies.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's a pretty dim view of things, so I don't really know.
It's not a dimmer view.
Dimmer. I'm sorry, doomer. Like it's very like nihilistic.
No, because I don't see that as being necessarily a bad thing. I don't think, I'm not one of these people who thinks mass violence is on the way and that we're going to wind up shooting each other in the streets and all of that. I just think that there's eventually going to be a separation. I don't believe that America can remain 50 United States for that much longer.
Okay, I don't think that's happening anytime soon. I think that's fantastic to believe that, but I mean, I guess we'll see, right?
I mean, what do you say by anytime soon? I'm saying
within the next 100 years, I don't think that we're going to be breaking off. We might add states, but I don't think we're going to have states like breaking off or anything like that.
I think that we're not going to have any option. I really don't.
Okay. Well, hopefully Biden unifies the country in unprecedented ways, and we don't have to worry about that, I guess.
Listen, I mean, but I want to ask you because as I said, I respect your opinion on these things because I watch your stuff and I watch your reasoning on these things, and you don't seem to be completely out of your mind when it comes to it. How does it not bother you that Biden has trouble putting together like complete sentences, that he doesn't seem to really have a grasp on what's going on around him?
People say that, but it's just not true. If you watched his last debate performance against Trump, he was, and this is surprising to me, he was more articulate than Trump in that conversation, which I didn't know Biden even could be, to be honest, because Trump usually has the upper hand in those types of exchanges. But I thought that Biden was incredibly coherent during that debate. And these aren't scripted, prepared answers. These are live things formulated as had and given. So, I mean, I think that Biden has the capability to speak as well as anybody. If we want to point to random stuff like that, I mean, I can point to Trump needing like an escort to walk down a ramp so he doesn't fall over and hurt himself, or Trump not being able to raise a glass of water to his lips. But I don't think that dwelling on like the mental capabilities of any individual like that does anybody well. I think that people get way too hopeful that somebody's going to like lose their mind or some dumb thing like that is going to happen. I don't know. People did it with Hillary, and I don't know.
Well, I'm not raising like that I think he's going to lose his mind. I look at it this way. I don't want Kamala Harris as president. Like I'm more comfortable with a Biden presidency than I am with a Kamala. Like Kamala Harris is just as bad as Bernie Sanders as far as I'm concerned. Mm-hmm. And I don't want a Mike Pence presidency either. Okay. But when I look at like Trump is a 74-year-old, pretty morbidly obese guy. Like, I mean, I think he's right now the oldest president that's ever served. But if Biden wins, he'll be the oldest president that's ever served.
Okay.
So it's a legitimate argument that we have to look at what could happen in the next 4 years.
Well, I mean, it's a legitimate argument, but I mean, I guess, but only if I didn't like Kamala Harris. I'd take Kamala Harris over Trump too. So I mean, that's an easy one for me.
But what does Kamala Harris speak to you on? I mean, as I said, you seem to be an avid capitalist. Like I would consider myself less of a capitalist than you.
Okay.
So, I mean, and she's as committed to socialism as they get. Like,
I
she's
don't
been
think anybody in the mainstream Democratic Party, if you're looking for socialists, you have to go very, very far left. You have to go to like AOC and the Squad to get to anybody that's remotely socialist. Kamala Harris is not even remotely socialist.
But Kamala Harris sponsored the Green New Deal with AOC. Like, I mean, she speaks to socialized medicine. She just released a video today that was all about equity instead of equality and all of that. Like, I mean, she speaks to the socialist wing of the party. She's been rated the most liberal senator in the Senate by quite a few outside organizations.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how we define socialism. I mean, I guess if your idea of socialism is the government doing stuff, then I support that idea of socialism, I guess. If you're talking about the idea of abolishing capital and private property and making it so the workers own the means of production and everything, I'm not in favor of that, but I don't think Kamala Harris is either, so.
I don't even think that actually like AOC and all them really are. I mean, I think that AOC and Ilhan Omar are
AOC and Bernie are definitely closer to that. Bernie and AOC literally promoted a bill, I think, that would have made it so that every company had to give 20% of its shares to like distribute it between its workers or something like that. Like they were definitely closer to that actual socialist stuff than Kamala Harris wanting, like public option for healthcare.
Well, I mean, she wants Medicare for all. I mean, she co-sponsored the bill.
Yeah,
So
sure.
public
But I mean,
option.
like, she's not going. That's not going to happen because the Democratic Party rejected Medicare for all. The Democratic Party typically wants the public option, or as Pete Buttigieg says, Medicare for all who want it.
But I mean, like, how do you feel about Biden with, let's say, gun rights? Because I know we spoke about.
Oh
this,
yeah,
like,
the Democrats suck on gun rights, but I don't really care that much about them. I like guns. I think they're fun, but that's not like a killer deal for me. Like if I have to choose between gun rights and having like a public option, like I'll throw my guns away in an instant. Like
Okay,
that's
well,
an
that's
easy
fair
one for
enough
me.
then. I thought it was a big deal too.
No, I like guns. I think they're cool. I think that they're way over talking pointed. Like I don't think gun shit is that relevant to any part of America, to be completely honest. But it's just when it happens, it's incredibly fucking vocal and incredibly fucking visceral. Like nobody wants to think of kids being killed in schools or hundreds of people being killed at a single point in time. But compared to other issues, I think by the numbers, I don't think gun stuff is that important. But it's a big selling point for Democrats, or whatever. But yeah, but I also I just don't care that much about it. Like if somebody said I had to throw my Glock or whatever, it's like whatever, I don't care. It sucks, but like if it's between that and joining the rest of the first world, the rest of the developed world with things like public healthcare, then yeah, fuck it.
See, I'm just this is one of those times where I don't think that American exceptionalism would work. Like I don't believe that the way that our protections are raised through a constitution that we can have a public option that will work.
Why not?
Number one, legal protection. Our Constitution gives us a right to sue over anything that is higher value than I think $13.
Okay.
So if the public option is that the public is running healthcare, then the public is going to have to deal with the lawsuits that come from all medical malpractice issues. And we're already talking about
the public already deals with that. The public already deals with all sorts of malpractice. I mean, look at New York. New York spends. This is a surprising figure, and I can't even believe I'm quoting this because I didn't believe it until I looked it up. That New York City spends $250 million a year settling lawsuits for the publicly funded police department. So we already do a lot of like legal related stuff for publicly funded stuff. It's not like there's no precedent for that in the United States. So, and then we've already got like Medicare. What?
An individual doctor in the United States has to take out about $200,000 in medical malpractice insurance just to cover the lawsuits that they're hit with.
Okay.
If that all becomes on the government in order to provide, I mean, we're talking about trillions of dollars in liability that will now be on the government as opposed to being on private insurance companies.
Okay. I mean, we'll have to figure it out. I mean, like everybody else has figured this out. We have to. This is embarrassing for me to not have this figured out. I don't know why. I'm an American. I think that this country is very exceptional. I think that there are things that we can do. I don't know why we keep making excuses. We fucking killed it in World War II. We've done amazing fucking things. We put people on the fucking moon. We figured out so much crazy shit. We invented the fucking automobile. We used to lead the world in science and technology and education. People from all over the world still come to this country to get educated in the United States. The idea that we're just too dumb to figure out how to, I just reject that. It's embarrassing to me. And as somebody that has like an international audience and as somebody that has a son, like it's embarrassing to me to have to continue to make excuses for why we can't do something that every single other developed country has done. I reject the idea that we're just so exceptionally worthless or stupid that we can't do it. I reject the idea that we can't pass some bill or some legislation to let us do it. Like everybody else has figured this out. It would make the country better off. It would make our people better off. It would make our economy better off. Okay, sick workers and all that shit waste time in the economy. We generate less revenue. Like this is such a non-issue. I don't want to
to have to ever debate or argue about this. Like, we should have some form of, at the very least, like a public option. Like, we should be done with it. We should have moved on from this issue a long time ago. I don't know why we fight it. I don't know why the majority of people that do fight it are people that can't afford healthcare anyway. Like, I don't know. I don't understand the huge fight against it.
So there's a lot that I can answer in that one.
Yeah.
I also believe in American exceptionalism to the point where I think that we can figure out private insurance. I think that we've made a lot of big mistakes, and I think one of the biggest is tying it to our jobs because it's not portable.
Mm-hmm.
So a person can't switch careers without actually having to consider that they might lose their health care.
Yep.
You know, and so I think that we can figure out private insurance. I've lived under a socialized system. I lived in Israel for 11 years, and they have a completely socialized system, one that's considered one of the better ones. And I'll tell you, it's great until you have a kid that has an interest, like a more intricate problem than just the everyday doctor can fix. And I had two. One, I had a daughter that had trouble walking, and my son developed RSV with like a severe case of asthma, which made he had to go to the hospital like 3 times in the first 6 months. And I'll tell you, getting to a specialist, getting to someone who could figure things out was next to impossible. Now, if you were sick, it was the greatest system on earth, because if you had like bronchitis, you called up the doctor, you went and saw him for 5 seconds, it cost you $5, and you went out with an antibiotic prescription. There was no problem. Same thing, like, I mean, up to like pregnancy was great. My wife still rails about how great their system was. But when it came to anything complicated, it became much, much worse, like way worse than we have it here. Like they had 5 MRI machines in the country, and they ran 24 hours a day. And when you need an MRI, they'd go, okay, next January is your date, Saturday at 3 in the morning. And that was it. There was no other way you can get an MRI.
So here's my personal experience. My kid's mom had a really bad cough for months, and it took us 3 separate doctors that we had to go to from 3 separate hospitals for the final doctor to finally give her the correct diagnosis. She had stage 4 non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Okay,
I'm sorry to hear that. My brother-in-law had that. I'm sorry to hear it.
Yeah. Don't be sorry. She survived. So, but like, it took us like over a month of shopping around at doctors to actually get that diagnosis. This idea that like, because doctors are privatized, that they're like so much better and more amazing in the United States, I don't know. I don't know if that's true. And then also, as much as people don't like to say it, or as much as Republicans don't like to admit it, I guess, access is important. I have moles on my body. I turned 30 years old, and it's like, hey, maybe I should just go get them checked out. Because people say that when you start to turn 30, you start to get health issues checked out. And I remember that when I went to I don't even remember what the name of the doctor is, but it was basically a doctor looked over my body, checked all my moles, and then he talked to me about potentially getting a biopsy for one on my back. But he said that if I wanted to get that biopsy, it was going to cost me about $150, and he asked me if I could afford it at that time. So I can afford it. I don't care. I'm rich. Okay, whatever. But if I was a poor person, and my life was coming down to whether or not I had the money to afford the doctor to take a sample of some tissue and test it. I mean, how good is my healthcare if I can't afford it, right? I don't disagree with you that America has the best healthcare in the world. We absolutely do. People fly from all over the world to get operations here, but that doesn't mean anything if people can't access it, right? So,
but I mean,
and then like this
really
idea this idea with like, you know, like, oh, well, the doctors are just not good, blah, 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 blah. I mean, we can look at cancer survival rates around the world. We can look at infant mortality rates around the world. We can look at all these diseases. It's not like America kills it, right? Notice how it's never a Republican response. You'll always hear these talking points where it's like, oh, well, when it comes to these issues, you know, it's hard to find a doctor. I know that's not true, because if it was true, you wouldn't be telling me a story about your wife. You would be saying, well, why is America's cancer survival rate 400% superior to the general Europe's, to other OECD countries? Why is it that we have, you know, like hypertension or heart rate, blah, blah, blah? Why is it that we are leading the world in all these health outcomes? And you tell us but that's not true, and everybody knows it. So that's why we always have to go to these personal stories, because we know that the numbers aren't on our side.
I honestly, I don't have an answer to that, because I don't look into the overall numbers on it.
Mm-hmm.
I look more into the philosophy of it, in that I don't trust the government to handle these kind of things. And I also
What, you trust private companies? Why?
Recourse. In all honesty,
I
can sue a private company, and I know that I can get some level of justice.
So,
whereas suing the government, you never get shit.
First of all, you can sue the government, and you could be more likely to get money from the government than a private company, because guess what? If a private company goes bankrupt, you're fucked. I got scammed. I don't know how long you've been in the streaming game. You ever heard of Owned TV?
No.
Oh, a competitor opened up a Twitch a long time ago. I switched it over to them for a while. They didn't pay me for a single for a single subscription I ever had, okay? That company went out of business. They owed me $30,000. I don't get anything. I can't sue them. It's a private company. They're out of business. I can't sue any of the owners of the company or any of the people that made money off of it because, hey, the company went out of business, so I'm shit out of luck. So the idea that I can hold a private firm more accountable than the government, that doesn't make sense. Also, the government is the ultimate form of accountability. I can vote out politicians. You can't do that with a private company. Like, if Walmart fucks you over somehow, say you do so and say you do win. Who cares? It's not like the management is changing. The owners aren't going to change. There's zero accountability for a private firm. The only accountability they have is to their shareholders. As long as their stock price isn't going down, they don't give a fuck what people think about them. So I don't know. I don't agree with that idea that there's no accountability in government when we can literally vote the people out, but there is accountability in the private market where businesses can like, how much accountability was there in 2007 when Wall Street crashed? Like, those were private companies. There's no accountability there.
No, you have a good point, and I'm not going to argue that you don't have a good point.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just, again, maybe it's just I'm going by personal experience. I got injured when I was overseas, and again, I couldn't sue anybody because the government had a process.
Mhm.
I got paid a certain amount of money, and it wasn't close to enough to cover my injury.
Mhm.
But people that get hurt here, when they sue a private company, they at least get enough money, usually to cover their injuries and pain and suffering and things like that.
Hopefully.
And I know. Hopefully, yeah. Obviously, every system has flaws.
Mhm.
I just see, like, when you look at the government taking over student loans, they're next to impossible to discharge in bankruptcy.
Mhm.
You know, but any other loan you can discharge in bankruptcy. The government, when they say, okay, well, we're going to commit tax dollars to this, then they take away your ability to in any way, shape, or form get recourse.
I mean, I guess. What do you mean by recourse?
The idea that you can in a acceptable amount of time be heard in court or settle your case to a way that you can be compensated for a loss.
I mean, but one of the examples that I gave earlier that I was surprised about our government is that, like, so in New York City alone, they settle like $250 million a year of suits. Like, clearly there's recourse to be had when it comes to the government, and there's retribution too. You can vote them out. I don't know. That feels like recourse to me. Like,
I mean, I could probably be something could probably be argued to me that on a local level something might work, but the problem is healthcare can't work on a local level because otherwise what you're going to have is suburbs with superior medical care and cities with really shitty medical care.
sure, but I mean, that's kind of I mean, like, you almost sort of advocated for something like that earlier. So I agree that tying health insurance to our jobs is bad. But getting these group pools is important for getting, like, good coverage. If we got rid of private insurance tied to our jobs and everybody just had to buy individual insurance shit, that stuff is expensive. I'm a relatively healthy, young-ish person, and, like, even just for me, healthcare is, like, for the worst plan, highest deductible plan possible, like $250 a month. That's a lot of money for some people, right? And for people with families, like, you're looking at 4 figures sometimes. And if there's a health issue there, whew, that stuff can get really expensive really quickly. So, I mean, like, we would have to have some type of pool of people to draw from still. And I don't know, this just being ran by the government just is so simple. It makes these things so much simpler to figure out.
I just don't see. I mean, look, I'm not one of those people who says that Obamacare was just terrible, because for me, Obamacare is. I've been an independent contractor for forever. Like, I've owned my own business since I'm 19 years old. So I've always had to, since Obamacare started, I've had to get health insurance from the exchanges. Now, at this point, I have so many dependents. I would literally have to be rich in order to not qualify for Medicare for my kids. Like, they forced my kids onto Medicaid. I mean, and I don't have that many complaints, to be honest with you. But again, I think that's because it's being handled at a local level. I mean, New Jersey has a far superior Medicaid system than a lot of other states. And also, I mean, as I said, I'm forced to take it. But I mean, I'm only paying, I think, $230 for me and my wife, though. And we have our deductibles, I think, like $50 or something like that. So it's not a bad system. I mean, I just think that if you're going to mandate anything, it's better to mandate away from being employer-based, because employers are always going to look to offer you the least amount of possible if they're forced to give it to you.
Yeah, of course.
It's a negotiating point. If you're saying, like, look, I won't work unless it's for $100,000 plus this level of insurance, fine. But if they're forced to give it to you, they're going to give you the shittiest option they possibly can, you know, in order to comply with whatever law they have to comply with. And that, I think, it's again a broken system. I should be able to take my plan with me. If I have a plan that I think works for me and it costs X amount a month, and I want to go to another job and keep that plan, it shouldn't be that I have to go, okay, well, now it's $10,000 a month. because my employer isn't covering part of it, like that should be a part of my negotiations with a new employer.
Sure. Which is why I like the idea of a public option. If you've got private insurance and you like it, or if you've got something for your job and you like it, yeah, you should be able to keep it. I don't think we should be taking away all of that or making private insurance illegal like with Bernie's insane plans. But
why would anybody offer private insurance if the public option is free?
I mean, it would depend on what. Well, the public option wouldn't necessarily be free for everybody. But like maybe, but even if I'll go farther. Okay, let's say that the public option is free. Maybe there are just some things that you want to pay extra for. Maybe when I go to the hospital, maybe I want to have fucking Asian massagers and music playing in the background or some crazy shit. I don't know. And there's like an extra upcharge for that the public option doesn't cover. Then yeah, people should have the right to pay for extra shit if they want it. Or maybe there's like MRI machines that you are more available quicker or something. Or if you want to pay for access or something like that, I don't think that should be illegal. If people have the money for it and they want to spend it, that's fine. Or maybe you're like 94-year-old grandma that gets like a fucking tumor. Maybe in the public option, like we don't have the money to pay for every single operation for people that are 150 years old. But if you got the private money, yeah, then pay for it. Like I think that's fine if you want to do that. If you want like a private baby suite, yeah, if you're like pregnant and you want to have your own little special room with pink curtains or some shit to take your baby out, like yeah, I think that stuff is okay. People want to pay for it, that's fine.
Funny enough, that's actually how the system worked in Israel. Is that if you had an appointment to see a specialist, and let's say it was a month away, you could see him privately, which meant you pay for it out of pocket, but that's all it was, and you could probably see the guy the next day. You know, like they had certain amount of hours per day that they gave to private practice.
Sure, yeah.
So and I had no problem with because I don't mind paying.
To be clear, a lot of European countries do that. People always make it sound like Bernie Sanders' plan was in line with other European. That's not true. Bernie Sanders was proposing something that was far more radical than any European country has for healthcare. So yeah, I think that like having something that's more comparable to some of the multi-payer systems found across Europe, France, Germany, Italy, like that's fine. Like if you want to pay for private shit, you can do it. But we have a public option for people that can't afford it. I don't know how you feel. Maybe it's because I have a more international audience now. I have an international girlfriend that lives in Sweden. I have a son. I look at the world and I look at my country specifically in a lot of different ways now. Like the fact that we have so much wealth in this country, and then we have people that can't afford insulin. It used to be something that was like intellectual for me, like, oh well, you know, the numbers make sense if we produce this much, you know, goods and services, blah blah blah. But now it's a more visceral feeling. It's actually like embarrassing for me. Like when I'm driving around like LA with Melina and she like sees like under every single overpass the tents and tents of homeless people, and she's like, holy shit, I thought that was just in the movies. I can't believe that. Like that's actually embarrassing to me. I cringe physically. Or when Melina tells me that like if she wants to go do testing, if we get regularly tested for like STDs, for her to do that in Sweden is literally free. She makes an appointment and she has to wait like 3 days for it. And if I want to do it in America, I got to pay like $350 for the same test. And if I was poor, I just wouldn't be able to afford it. I don't know. It's embarrassing to me. Like, I don't think that my country should be like that. We should be able to do better than that. Like, when I hear about the great things America's done, it's sad to me that I have to go back 10, 20, 30, 40 years to find that. And everything that we're doing currently is just so bad compared to the rest of the world. I don't know. I don't think it has to be that way.
Well, I mean, there's a couple points, and I hate to use like one typical Republican talking point, but it happens to be true.
Sure.
We innovate the best medical technology on the planet, and we do that because of the financial incentive.
Yeah, but we can't. You don't think we can do that? And you don't think there's enough wealth here that we couldn't continue to innovate on medical stuff and get like health insurance to people that don't have the money to pay for it? You know, we can't do both. Like,
but I mean, we have Medicaid. We have a system for people that can't afford it.
We have something for people below the poverty line, but that doesn't cover all of the working class poor people. That, like, for instance, so we had to do so much random paperwork when me and Rachel were together, because when me and Rachel were together and we filed our taxes together, the way that our income was reported, I had to buy some of those cancer drugs. Jesus Christ. I remember one of the times we went to the hospital after Rachel got her diagnosis, and there was some pills that we needed. I think it was literally $1,000 for one treatment of this pill that I bought for one day. And after that, I was like, okay, we have to get you on like fucking Medicaid because I can't afford this. But because of the money that I made, there was no fucking way, because I think I was making like around like, I think $110,000 that year. So like, I'm not qualifying for any of that. But that, just because I make like a very, very low six-figure income, that doesn't mean that I can pay thousands of dollars every single week for her cancer treatment, right? I have other bills and shit. Like, I can't do that. So like, yeah, Medicaid exists, but that's like for the poorest of the poorest of the poorest of the poor, and it misses the entire working class that is making enough money to survive but can't afford what are luxuries in the United States, like healthcare, which is crazy to me.
But I mean, again, I'm not saying that we couldn't figure something out. I'm just saying that I haven't seen any proof that our government is capable of figuring out shit. And the thing you said, like you drive past, you see the homeless tents and all that. Oh, okay, I agree that we could fix it. I'm just curious as to why we're not.
I mean, the first thing that it takes, well, the first and second thing of any problem ever, the very first thing you have to do is you have to recognize that there's a problem. And for a lot of people, we can't even do that. A lot of people think that homeless people are there because they choose to be, because they're lazy. A lot of people think that every American could have health insurance, but people are just dumb or they don't know where to get it. So we don't even recognize that it's a problem. And then once we recognize that it's a problem, then the political will has to exist in order to get things done, you know? A lot of kids, a lot of liberals talk about like, oh, like we should fix climate change. I want to fix climate change. Okay, cool. Well, will you donate $100 a month in order to do it? Like, oh, hold on, fuck no. Okay, I don't care about climate change that much, right? It's like, okay, well, do you care about it or do you not, right? A lot of people will say things, or look at the UK, right? I want to Brexit. I want to leave the EU. Okay, fine, that's cool. Well, here's how we're gonna do it. No, here's how we're gonna do it. No, here's okay. Well, fuck. Like, I mean, what we need what are we gonna do, guys? Like, yeah, I mean, like you have these problems that exist, but nobody's. It's very easy to say that I want to solve a problem, but then when it comes time to addressing, like, okay, well, how do we actually solve it? And nobody wants to make a sacrifice for it, right? How many people? I remember hearing about this in my own city. How many people in Omaha are like? You know, we need to fix our schools. We got to fix our schools. It's a shame that teachers get paid $40,000 a year, blah, blah, blah. They have to buy school supplies. This is bullshit. We need to fix our schools. Like, oh, okay. Well, time to raise property taxes like 1% so that we can like get some more money in the system. Nope, wrong. Voting that shit down. No fucking way you're going to touch property taxes. Voters will crucify for you for that. It's like, okay, well, you guys want to fix things, but nobody wants to give anything to do it. I don't know. I think
But we do it here. That's why maybe that's why it's a foreign concept to me. I mean, I pay double in property tax what I do for my mortgage. So, and I mean, my kids go to private schools, so they get
Wait,
no
hold on.
benefit.
Wait, you pay double in property taxes than you do for your mortgage?
Yep. I pay over $1,000 a month in property taxes.
That sounds interesting. I can't argue with you. Obviously, if you're right, then you are. I just don't know. Yeah. Damn.
New Jersey has
a lot of people in chat are saying New Jersey is insane. So yeah. Okay.
It is. It's just the way that it is.
Mm-hmm.
But we have great schools in my town.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and most of the towns around me have great schools.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't live in like I live in a very working class town. There's no mansions in my town. Like a 5-bedroom is you know, unheard of in my town.
Mm-hmm.
But we have great schools, and that's because we pay the money for it, and we've all made this kind of group commitment that this is something we're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the towns have, and even the inner cities have made some level of commitment
Mm-hmm.
to better their school. Like my mother worked at, she's retired, but she worked at an inner city school. Like they put a shit ton of money towards the VOTEC program because they knew that it was necessary for the inner city kids.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and even a school that was generally not the best, because all inner city schools are not generally the best. They had one of the top VOTEC programs in the country.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's because we made that commitment to ourselves to do that, and we have done it.
Why
So
can't we
maybe-
can't make that kind of commitment on like a countrywide level? It's just not possible.
I don't know how we make, because I mean, like I have a friend, he lives in Appalachia, right?
Mhm.
Like he drives miles to go see a doctor.
Mhm.
There's no capital investment whatsoever into the poor of the country. There's plenty in the poor of New York City,
Mhm.
or the poor in Newark, or the poor in Chicago. But when it comes to the poor, the rural poor, there's no commitment whatsoever by anybody to help them. So to make the national commitment, my problem is that the national commitment tends to prioritize one type of poor over another type of poor, and that doesn't work for me.
Well, so like the reason why we prioritize some poors over others is because the cost per person to help is so much different, which sucks, and it's not really fair. But like if I could choose, like I could set up a hospital in some rural place in Nebraska, or I could set up a hospital outside of like a suburb or something in New York City. Like in Nebraska, that hospital might serve like 100 people within like a 50-mile radius. Whereas like if I set it outside of like a major city, well, it's going to serve way more. And that sucks, but the only way that you can get help for those people is literally going to come through some sort of government investment, because the private investment's not going to be there, because there's no incentive, right? Because you're not going to reach as many customers.
But as I said, I could accept that if I saw it happening. If I saw the government, like, because the government already pays a shit ton of money into the healthcare system, regardless of how private we want to claim that it is.
Mhm.
You know, there still is a massive investment by our government, especially when it comes to emergency room care, and they're not putting the money into the rural poor, regardless of how many people it will help.
I mean,
You
but there
know?
are hospitals out there, right? And like the post office will deliver mail to any address in the U.S. So like, I mean, like it's there, right?
No, I mean, their healthcare system is wildly lacking, and because of that, their insurance rates are through the roof.
Sure.
Like, I mean, if you look,
Go ahead.
if you look at like the rates through the Obamacare exchanges, that I mean, you said you're from what, Oklahoma?
I live in
Like-
California now, but I'm from Nebraska, so that's what I'm.
Nebraska.
Yeah.
But when you look at the rates that people pay out there, like a single person who's not eligible for subsidies,
Mhm.
they're $10,000 deductible, $1,000 a month for insurance because there's one carrier, and the services are so spread out that nobody takes anything. You know, so it's almost like pointless to have an Obamacare program.
Well, but like the
because they're-
only thing that would solve these cases, though, would be more government intervention. You'd have to get in there and force it down through like taxpayer money from across the country, or at least across the state. Because privately, that's never going to get solved for, because there's just not money to invest there to make money back, right?
But I mean, there does seem to be the money to invest there. If the money was there to invest, I'm sure if people saw a result of their money, that they would be more than happy to do it. Like I always say this, that if a government that actually worked on infrastructure is one that would probably never be unelected. You know, because people when they see nice roads, when they see nice airports, when they see, you know, bridges that don't fall apart, when they see actual things that better their lives, they tend to have a higher trust in government. When you pay your taxes into a system where you don't actually see any results from your money, other than a kick-ass military, which, I mean, come on now at this point. You know, I mean, we don't see the value in our investments, so we don't see the reason to make more investment. And that's why it's so hard to convince people that the government is actually there to provide anything for you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it just depends on what it is you're looking for. Like, and then also like the investments that we make, we don't always see them because they're not always for us. So for instance, people talk about how much of a failure like Obamacare is, or the ACA. The ACA didn't do anything to help prices. That's 100% true. Nobody can ever deny that because it didn't. However, the ACA made healthcare available to some like 13 million people that didn't have it before. Like those
Agreed.
people's lives were demonstrably improved by having access to the ACA. Like without the ACA, these people are fucked.
That, well, I do agree with you on that. It also increased costs for a lot of people that were perfectly happy with their health insurance plans.
Sure, it did, and it wasn't perfect, and it did it. And the cost of healthcare has continued to increase. It was before the ACA, to be clear. Also, a lot of that increase in cost too was because the ACA brought in line a lot of medical insurance with what it was supposed to be doing before, regardless. So, for instance, not only people always talk about things like pre-existing conditions, but there were also a lot of companies that would weasel out of paying for weasel out of paying claims when they were when people tried to make claims because of like random bullshit. Like the ACA made a lot of those kinds of practices illegal, or made it so that if you're health insurance, you have to cover some basic things, because you could get insurance before and there would be like no copay or any help on like prescriptions, or no copay or any help on like basic doctor visits. It's like, well, what the fuck is the point of this? So the ACA got rid of a lot of those like really shoddy plans, which also drove the price up a little bit as well. Sure, but yeah, I mean, it didn't help for price. No one should ever debate that point. It definitely, like, things have continued to get more expensive, but again, like, it's not like what we had before was any better. Like, there were still tons of people that just weren't ever covered by anything. It's like, it's so bad.
You see, I agree that you have a point, and I think that's one thing you can credit the ACA with, is that it moved the goalposts. No one is talking right now about changing any type of government program that will get rid of pre-existing conditions. You know, where no one's talking about going back to a time where they could deny you for pre-existing conditions. You know, whether even if the Republicans got their dream proposal, it would still be a proposal where a risk pool was created for people with pre-existing conditions, right? Because no one would stomach that right now. No one would stomach going back to that system. But how much did we lose in doing that? And that's the question that I continuously go for. And again, I come back to guns because it is a big issue with me. I like the fact that I can protect my family. I like the fact that the rest of the country values the fact that I can protect my family. And being in a blue state, I've always been told, well, why do you need this? Why do you need that? The police will protect you. The police will protect you. And I've always said, because the day could come where they won't. And I don't want to have to argue that I need to take this right back. You know, it was given to me for a reason. I believe in that reason. And now I look at what's going on and I think, thank God I have that reason. Because the police aren't protecting people in a lot of different areas. You know, police are letting shit get burned to the ground. Police are letting these riots happen. Like, they're boarding up half of DC right now just over an election because they're afraid that they're going to burn down half the city. Like, for me, I would rather the government stay out of that right, because losing that right, I know I'll never get it back. And that's kind of where I feel on a lot of these different things.
There's a really, really, really good speech. You're familiar with Scalia, Antonin Scalia, or whatever, the late Justice? He gives a really good speech in front of Congress having to do with rights. And one of the things he talks about is that like rights on paper don't really mean anything. That there are other countries that have existed, like the USSR, that had a far superior constitution to the United States. There were way more rights that were delegated out specifically in these texts than anything our Constitution provides for. But the difference is, in the United States, we have strong institutions that guarantee those rights. And that at the end of the day, yeah, your rights come down to the institutions that exist to protect them, not just what's on paper. So when somebody tells me that we have all these freedoms in the United States and all that, and we do have a lot in some ways that I think are really cool, and I appreciate that, I'm trying to think of it from the perspective of somebody that can't afford things. How much do these rights matter? So for instance, if we made it so that every single gun in the United States cost $20 million, does your right to own a gun actually exist at that point? Like, no. Yeah, like you can, like you can go out and buy one, but if you can't afford it, well, who the fuck cares? Like that right delegated to you literally means nothing. And I look at like other services related to that in the same way. Like, yeah, it's cool that we can own guns, but like, I think that there are probably more people on the planet that want like healthcare and a good education for them and their children than people that want to own guns to protect themselves. And again, to be clear, I love guns and I don't think anybody should fuck with them. But like to talk so fervently about firearms and how important it is for every American to possess a firearm, like I've never had a moment in my life with my son Nathan where I felt like I needed my Glock 17 to make his life better. But my son also he has Van der Wood syndrome, had medical problems growing up. And man, dude, we had him in all sorts of speech therapy and a lot of like examinations to see if he needed surgery. If I was a poor person, I wouldn't be able to afford any of that. My son would just be fucked. He would be talking like a retard throughout all of his schooling, and he'd just be fucked if we couldn't afford any of those extra services. And all I can think of is because I'm a big streamer now and I make a lot of money now. But before this, when we were pregnant, when we had him, I cleaned carpets professionally. If I would have carried through with that same job, all the freedoms in the world that are promised to me by my American Constitution wouldn't have meant anything for my son that would have just grown up with a massive speech impediment and potentially have fucked, physiological problems because I wouldn't be able to afford any of the treatment for him. And I don't know, that really fucks with me. That super bothers me, that if I don't have money, I lose my rights in the United States, that it's a country for the rich.
You see, I can hear that a little bit. There's a level of sympathy I have to it. But at the same time, the market is what usually drives costs down. The market is, I mean, people like to talk about ulcers, right? In the 80s, having an ulcer was like, I think, one of the top medical problems that wasn't fatal in the United States. And it would cost like $40,000 to $50,000 to have your ulcer treated surgically. Now you take a pill. You know what I'm saying? And that pill, like, yeah, it might cost $1, and that might sound like a lot per pill, but it's much better than $40,000 for a surgery. And we couldn't do that, I don't believe, if we had a government-run system.
It's possible, but so something that we have to think about for what do markets do? Markets aren't there for the public good. Markets are there for
the private good. I agree with that.
Yeah. So when I used to play StarCraft 2 professionally a long time ago. And I gave lessons for people because people do that, believe it or not, for video games. They'll buy lessons from famous people because they want to hang out with you for an hour because they want to blah, blah, blah. So here's what I noticed with my scheduling, okay? If I scheduled 20 lessons, I could schedule them for $20 an hour, okay? 20 lessons for $20 an hour. But what I noticed was that if I raised my prices to $40 an hour, I'm going to get way less buyers. I'll get 10 buyers, okay? But would I rather sell $20 of lessons for 20 hours, or would I rather sell $40 of lessons for 10 hours? I'll make the same amount of money, but I have to do half the work in the other one, right? So when we talk about things like healthcare, right? Healthcare in a private industry isn't solving for the public good. It's solving to maximize costs. If I can sell 10 services to 10 people, or I can sell 10 services, or services to 10 people for $1,000, or services to 1,000 people for $10, I'm better off going with the fewer people at the higher profit margin because I'm going to make more money doing it. Like, I don't think that a private system ever is designed to maximize the public good. That's just not what markets do, and that's fine. I don't think markets should do that. That's just not how markets work. But I think we have to recognize the powerful parts of capitalism is that well, capital is allocated incredibly efficiently in ways to make money. But I think it's our job as the government to kind of guide those people so that they're making money in effective ways that benefit society. I think that's an important concept to understand, that just because markets are powerful and markets exist doesn't mean that markets solve for the public good. They only solve for the stakeholders or the shareholders of that company. And it's not all the time that those shareholders, that their goals are going to be aligned with the public good.
You see, I agree with that. I don't understand. I don't believe the government has proved an effective tool of aligning with the public good either.
But they do. I mean, Medicare and Medicaid are, you said it yourself, are incredibly popular programs that I don't hear people complain about it. Like, Medicare and Medicaid are incredibly popular public programs. Like, they just are.
I hear people complain about I'm just saying I don't.
Mhm.
But that could be because where I live, like, I mean, I'm in a very densely packed state.
Mhm.
So I know a lot of people have problems with Medicaid and finding providers that'll take it. The providers are limited here as well, but it's just there's so many of them that I haven't had a problem, you know.
Mhm.
And look, there's something to be said. It's nice going to the doctor, giving a card, and then never worrying about paying for anything.
Mhm.
And that's what Medicaid provides. Because I mean, when I take my kids to the doctor, I hand them the card. I mean, maybe there's a $5 copay,
Mhm.
or it's not anything like astronomical, but they pay for it. You know, my one daughter needed braces; it was paid for. I mean, if I had private insurance, that would have cost me thousands of dollars.
Mhm.
You know, and as I said, this isn't a case of me wanting to be on Medicaid. I'm not allowed to get my kids private insurance unless I want to pay $3,000 a month for it.
Yeah.
Because the exchanges won't allow me to because of the amount of dependents I have.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I mean, I don't argue that it's a bad system. I just don't argue that it's an optimal system. I argue that it's a system that winds up costing. I mean, I think more than half our national budget goes to Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
Well, I mean, like that's under our non-discretionary spending, and it is a large amount. The entitlements are huge. However, Social Security is a system that we also pay into, right? So it makes sense that a lot of it would be paid out as well, right? But I mean, like if you look at like the total amount of per capita healthcare expenditure in the United States, it's huge. Like we blow past every other OECD country, and we don't get anything for it. Like, I think we spend like twice as much as the next country on our healthcare, and not everybody's covered. We have no paternity and maternity leave. Our survival rates for any major diseases aren't really any better than any other European countries. Like, I don't know. Like, what do we get for our money? Like, when people talk about like how efficient or inefficient our system is, like that's one thing that I look at: money in and then outcomes out. And I look at the outcomes and I look at the money in, and something clearly is not working here. And all these other countries with all these with all these public options or single payer systems all seem to run so much more efficiently than ours in terms of cost to outcome.
I mean, cost to outcome, I don't know how true that is, because I mean, when I lived overseas, right?
Mm-hmm.
I paid 40% of my income in taxes, and that money never came back. There was no tax refund at the end of the year. There was no, earned income child tax credit or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
It was 40% out of my paycheck, and that was it.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I mean, most years I get back more than I put in. And so do most people, to tell you the truth. Like, until you get to a certain income level, like, you get back way more than you wind up putting into the system in your tax refunds.
Wait,
especially
that's
for kids.
generally not true. That can be true at very, very low income levels. Through things like, I don't know if the child tax credit is refundable, but I know that the earned income tax credit, the AITC, I know that is refundable. So it's possible that at very low incomes with dependents, that you could be getting back more than you pay in. But that's only true at like that's only true at low income levels with lots of dependents, I think. Like generally that's not true.
Mm-hmm. I have so many dependents that like low income is very relative.
Mm-hmm.
Like I make low six figures, but I still, because of the amount of dependents I have, I still get back, quite a bit of money.
Sure.
But I'm just saying that a lot of times what we consider as to what we're paying into the system, we're not actually paying into the system. Like, most people get even some of it back. Let's say they get 50% of what they put in back. So if you're paying 25% and then you get 50% back, you're paying 12.5%. All of a sudden, like, that's not really the same amount going in, and it's not really like, what am I getting for my money? In most other countries, the amount they pay into the system is huge in relation to the amount of money they take home. So I'm just saying that we're spending a lot of money, but that's because we're also not putting enough money into the system from our paychecks. And I think if you were to tell people that we were going to start putting money in, like a percentage of income towards a governmental health system, I think people will just say no. People freak the fuck out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was only talking, I don't know, like total taxes altogether in terms of putting money in and getting money out. I was only talking in specifically in regards to how much America spends on healthcare. That we spend a lot of money on healthcare and we don't seem to get much for how much we spend. I was talking more specifically. So, like, I think if you Google like America healthcare spending, like per capita or whatever, that like our spending per capita is far, far, far above every other country, even with socialized healthcare systems. It seems like we spend more on healthcare related things, which is confusing.
It's confusing, but the number is also skewed. We have this retarded system here in this country where we allow for emergency rooms to take care of everybody regardless of whether they can pay or not. And in an emergency room, you'll pay $80 for an aspirin. And, you know, like, God forbid you're actually really injured and they have to do something for you. You're talking hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of dollars. Those things should be routine if you have health insurance, you know?
Sure, but I mean, like, there's two things. One is every other country in the world is going to be like that. And two, I mean, what is the alternative? If somebody shows up in an emergency room, do you send them away and let them die?
No, not at all. I'm just saying that that's a big part of what accounts for our massive amount of healthcare spending.
I don't think that's a huge part of our spending. And also, other countries have to do the same. It's not like if in Norway, if I get like sick or if I'm like dying and I go to an emergency room, they're like, can you pay? Nope, then get out, right?
No, but it's not like that. But what I'm saying is because their system is universal, right? They don't pay $80 for an aspirin at an emergency room, but $8 for an aspirin if you go into your primary care doctor or you go to a pharmacy.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. However, like, that's another reason for having like a universal system, is because if people are covered and they're more likely to get like preventative care or routine checkups, then they're less likely to run into medical emergencies that's going to fuck over them or the economy.
You see, I don't have a problem with universal standards. I have a problem with government bureaucracy. That always comes down to what it is for me. I also have a problem with if the government is the one who makes the decision who lives and dies. I always feel like they're going to make decisions that are going to wind up hurting more people than they're helping.
Well, but like, so people make this bureaucracy argument. I've had a lot of like experience working with businesses and now like as clients or whatever. Large corporations have a lot of bureaucratic shit as well. I mean, like, I don't know, like, what industry specifically. We can talk about video games. We can talk about, like, other types of companies. We can talk about, like, gaming. I had a bit of experience in the casino industry. Like, this idea that large companies are these, like, Swiss Army knife, ultra efficient, like, clockwork things. Like, there's a lot of corruption and inefficiency and bureaucratic bloat in large companies as well. I don't think that they escape that.
But what I'm saying, though, is that, like, when you look at the administrative cost of our government system, which is Medicare, Medicaid, or our private system, right? The administrative costs are way less in Medicare, Medicaid. But when you look further into the numbers, it's because the majority of the paperwork that gets done in order to be reimbursed for Medicare, Medicaid is borne by the doctors. It's borne by the providers. That's why a lot of people won't take it. It has nothing to do with the rates at which they pay. It's the amount of work that you have to go through in order to get reimbursed. Whereas private insurance is forced to do it all themselves. So they're forced to hire certain levels of administration that the government isn't, because they just pawn it off on the doctors and make the doctors pay for it. So a lot of times, and it's that kind of like trickery, that kind of bullshit that makes me not trust the government system, because the government's always going to try to look the best, not be the best.
So I guess, my question is, let's say that every single thing you just said is true. And let's say that I grant you all of that. Then what is the solution?
For me, I think the solution is more competition.
But like,
I think the problem is we don't have enough competition.
Why is this just hasn't worked in the past? Like before,
because we've never actually tried it.
What were we doing before the ACA?
Before the ACA, there wasn't a massive amount of competition because nobody tried to compete.
Why not though? What's going to change that? How are we going to get people to compete?
Number one, let them compete across state lines.
Do you think that's going to solve everything though? Like,
no, but I think it helps. I think there's a lot of things that can be done to deregulate and to allow competition, and then we can take it from there. We can take it to the point where we could let the private market make it as efficient as possible until we're at a point where there has to be some level of regulation. And I'm not a person who believes that there's no such thing as a good regulation. You know, there are regulations that are fine, but you have to find that point as to where it's necessary to regulate, because the deregulation has gone too far. And everybody, of course, in the chat is talking about the LASIK eye surgery example,
Mhm.
is that when it started, it cost $10,000 per eye, but private competition drove that cost. Now it's like $500 per eye because the competition got so fierce for such a service that it got to the point where the innovation of the machines got so good that it got to the point where it didn't cost anything. And it's something economists cite. I don't know how much I buy into that. It was just the LASIK eye surgery thing, but it's shown in dentistry and in eye surgery, which are not typically covered by health insurance, that competition has helped lower costs in the long run and produce better outcomes. Whereas I think that we could try that here. We've always tried more regulation and have just seemed to fuck ourselves up worse. Whereas I think we could try less regulation. And as I said, the regulators could come in at the point where we notice that deregulating is now causing more harm than good.
I'd be warmer to that argument. It's just, what's your work background? You don't. I don't need to know your specific. But I'm just curious, like, what do you do for work approximately?
Business development. I help companies that are going from small companies to getting investment to getting government funding to growing into larger corporations.
Okay, awesome, cool. So my guess is that when you're trying to sell something to a company or when you're helping a company like walk through something, I seriously doubt that every single time you talk to a company, you are building from the ground up a completely new approach to every single thing. I'm sure that you probably know that, like, hey, for a company of your size, this thing tends to work and we can modify this or this. Like, you probably have a ton of blueprints that you work off of whenever you communicate with a given company because you know stuff that's worked in the past. You know what works, you know what doesn't work, right? I'm guessing.
Sure.
Probably? Yeah.
Sure.
And I guess that's just how I view, like, I know from a programming point of view, and from other, well, no, just staying with this, like, typically when you're working with stuff, you don't want to reinvent the wheel. Like, there are so many problems that we need to solve for in society. Like, why try something that no one else has tried when other people do things and we know that it works? And that's just how I view healthcare. Like, there are so many countries that have multi-payer systems that just have awesome healthcare outcomes. Everybody can afford healthcare, and that's awesome. Why try to take some radically different approach that could have incredibly negative or harmful side effects instead of let's just do what everyone else does, and then we'll like figure out like some other cooler problem rather than like stressing over healthcare that every other country seems to have figured out but us.
And again, I hate coming back to your typical, Republican type argument, but you also have to accept that most other countries have a pretty homogenous population, so it's a lot easier to standardize care. And the one country where they don't have a very homogenous population, which is Canada, are drowning in their healthcare system.
I don't know, like, unless there's like, I don't know if there's like fundamentally different types of care needed for different types of like non-homogenous people. Like what?
Sure there are, because there's different diseases that spring up from different people. There's different levels of drugs that go to different people. There's different drugs that are targeted to different types of people.
So I don't think that, like, for instance, in the United States, I don't think that like black people or people with African ancestry being more predisposed to like sickle cell anemia is the thing that's driving up healthcare costs in our system. I have a hard time. Like, I know that there are different groups of people with certain ancestry that can be predisposed towards certain diseases, but I don't think that that's like a major driver in the difference in healthcare costs. Like, I don't think that's...
It's a difference in what's necessary to keep specialists in different healthcare systems. When you have a hospital that opens up in New York, it's serving a much different population than a hospital that opens up in Nebraska because the populations are so different. So it's very hard to standardize care on a national level when you're dealing with individual populations that are different, and that does drive up costs. And again, I wouldn't have such a problem with it if I just had the example that and Reagan tried this, it failed. He wanted to just provide catastrophic insurance. Right? Because if you have to go to the doctor and, get an antibiotic, it costs $100 out of pocket to go to the doctor. The antibiotic costs another $50. You should be able to afford. And if you're that poor that you can't, then you have something like Medicaid. If you don't have insurance and you don't want to pay out of pocket, like whatever. But it failed because what they found was that people that were going to regular doctors were getting recommended to specialists because they didn't have the money to pay the primary care just to go the step higher, and they could get their catastrophic insurance to cover it because they were going to a specialist. Likewise, I wonder if the opposite would work. If you had to pay for, if you were provided for basic health insurance, like that was something the government provided, but you had to pay for catastrophic insurance. Would that work? Probably not, because if someone gets into a car accident and doesn't have insurance, like you said, a hospital's not going to just boot somebody out on the street when they get pulled in, with a broken neck. So I don't know what the system is that would work. That because Britain, it's not working. They've had to import more doctors than they actually are training in their own country.
Wait, but that's, first of all, that's true in the United States as well. That we have a massive shortage of medical professionals, even though we pay ours more than any other country in the world. And also, I think in the UK, I don't think anybody's talking about wanting to get rid of the NHS. Also, they have an incredibly diverse population. Like London, I think, is like 40% non-white people, and their healthcare outcomes are about comparable with the rest of Great Britain. Like, it's not like I don't buy as much into this idea that like different races of people need these like radically trained doctors, that like a heart surgeon is going to cut into like the chest of a Hispanic male and it's like, fuck, I forgot the hearts on brown people are on the right side, and for white people like I don't think that the training is that much different, or like the level of specialization, like, oh, like I can operate on brown and Asian humans and I can operate like I don't think it's that different. I mean, I stand to be corrected if there's like some medical professional in chat that's like, actually it's dramatically different, but I would be surprised if that was the case.
I'm saying it just adds to cost. I wasn't
Yeah,
saying
it
it's the silver
adds to
bullet.
cost the same way that like getting a different trim on your seat in a car might add to cost, but it's going to be inconsequential compared to the overall price of what you're paying, I think. Like to have a doctor trained that might be like a little bit more sensitive to the differences of potential diseases between people. Like, and this is stuff that doctors should be trained about anyway. You should always be looking for stuff like this. Because like, for instance, like sickle cell anemia, that's not something that affects black people. That's something that affects people with a certain like gene with that tend to be predominantly black, but not all the time. They can appear white and still have the gene required to develop that disease. And they could be black and not have the gene required to develop that disease. Like there's all sorts of things like that medical professionals, there's a reason why med school is so grueling and arduous, and there's so much you have to learn as a doctor for diagnostics. But, you know.
I mean, that's also a huge problem in our country is that, and I know this is a problem in most countries, but in ours it's especially acute, is that we don't have enough spaces in med schools. And that's by design. They don't want to put out too many doctors.
Wait, why not?
Why doesn't the AMA want more doctors?
Yeah, or why would you think
it lowers the profit margins on the ones that are out there? They don't want to flood the market like they do with the lawyers.
Wait, I think aren't schools all the time asking for more like people to enroll for like healthcare shit? I thought that was the thing that like colleges
it's really hard to get into med school. I mean, like they turn down, I think 80% of people that apply to med schools.
But isn't that generally on grading? That's not because they're just trying to artificially drive up.
No, I'm saying like in order to get into med school, it's not just because of grading. The grading system is so high that you really have to be an exceptional student to get one of the coveted places. It's not that that everybody who can't get in can't make the cut. It's that the amount of people that apply, there's only so many spaces. So it's just it cuts out a lot of people. A lot of people in America are going to med school in the Caribbean. They try to get in Israel or in Britain or in any place because there's so limited amount of spaces here. It's been a problem for a long time, even long before the ACA actually. But again, and this is what I always come back to though, is that all of these problems have been known for a long time and nobody's tried to fix them. You know, it's almost like, okay, do we start like, okay, we've decided we're going to go with this government option, but we can't seem to fix the little shit, let alone fixing the big stuff.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of work to be done, of course, yeah. Yeah.
Real quick, let me read 2 super chats. CT001 for $6.99. Mother Nature doesn't want everyone to live. That's why she created diseases to weed out the weak and unfit. You see it in all species and life forms. Whatever. With that, I probably agree, but that's irrelevant to the conversation.
If that was true, 99% of the people watching this conversation, and probably you and me included, or maybe you're a better survivalist than I am, would probably be dead. I don't think I could survive in the wild. I can't cook food from like a dead deer or whatever, or do the necessary shit to build a shelter. I couldn't do that, but
yeah, I could do all that, but
okay.
I also have to take 5 little kids with me everywhere I go, so
sure.
Good chance I'd be alone doing it. So. Wojak was for $5. Destiny, you need to go on Tim Pool's IRL and teach him how to completely destroy Vaush like you did on the Kyle Rittenhouse discussion. You wrecked his ass, but Vaush and his lapdog followers were too stupid to realize it.
Thanks.
I missed that one. You and Vaush seem to have this love-hate relationship. Are you like on a hate tangent now?
Yeah, I think we're permanently done. Well, for now, I guess. I don't know. We'll see.
The last time I saw like y'all together was with that who was it? It was, I think, Stryker and
Enoch or no, it was Stryker and also, yeah, you're right.
That was one of the most painful debates I think I've ever watched in a really long time. And this coming from someone who thinks your first debate with Stryker was probably one of the best debates that I've ever watched. But that one was that was painful. It seemed like there was nobody that was making points that actually mattered to what was being asked. Like anytime they went to Allsup, he just went to some canned answer. Like it was like a politician going to their stump speech whenever they were asked something that made them uncomfortable.
Sure.
And Stryker's just such an idiot that like arguing with him is tough in the first place just because he's so stupid. So it's really tough, but that one was painful, and I'm not a fan of Vouch, so I never have been.
Sure. Yeah. I'm like avowedly not socialist, so a lot of people will just, their brains kind of turn off right there. For a lot of people on the left, this might be my big problem. So, and then I'm
what was
also
your argument about Rittenhouse?
Do what?
What was your argument on Rittenhouse?
I thought that the Rittenhouse thing, from what I saw, was like it was one of the clearest and easiest appearances of self-defense that I've ever seen in my life. I almost regret ever getting into it. Well, obviously because I've suffered so much as a result. But like, I don't know, like I watched the video and I couldn't actually believe that there was so much controversy over it. Like people are running up, like trying to attack him, people shooting behind them. Like it was just like pretty obvious to me. But obviously the politically charged nature of it like drove a lot of people into insanity. So.
I mean, that's what I'm really worried about for the election, to tell you the truth, is it is the politically charged nature of it, is that, you know, both sides are, I think a lot of people are on edge right now. And like, I mean, everyone I know, people that are so anti-gun, they've been yelling at me for years that like, they've got to take away all the guns, that it's the worst thing you could ever have. They're all going out and buying guns now. You know, I have people calling me up like, what does a 40 caliber mean? Is that a good one? Like, you know, so I don't know. I'm really worried about what's going to happen after Tuesday.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. I'm hoping for the best, but I don't know.
So what's your prediction? And then I'm going to let you go because I know it's late and all that.
I think Biden is going to absolutely run away with it. It looks like he's going to crush it, but we'll see.
Do you really?
Yes.
Is that just because you want him to win, or you think that he's actually going to win?
I think he's actually going to win. It just, like, the polling is just so dramatically against Trump right now. It's a little unbelievable. But
in the last 24 hours, it seems to have shifted in his favor, and the numbers that the polls have put out there have not been holding up by early voting.
A lot of people want to play a lot of games with numbers. I guess we'll see on election day. We're like days away. I'm sorry, we're 2 days away. So we'll just see, rather than arguing about the legitimacy or the validity of the polls, blah, blah, blah. Like a lot of people want to argue about polls because of small things that were on or off. I watched this happen during the Democratic primary. The Democratic primary was incredibly exciting unless you follow the polls, and everything went exactly as the polls said it would. It was very exciting to a lot of people that had a lot of conspiracies about how the polls were wrong. They were missing things. Michigan was going to swing again. Like everybody's. But if you actually watch polls, like, oh wait, hold on, Biden's had a massive fucking lead the whole time. Oh, and that was the story of the primary. The guy with the massive lead in the polls the whole time was the guy that won. And I guess we'll see for the election. Yeah.
Well, I really do appreciate you coming on, man. I enjoy these discussions. So
yeah,
thanks a lot, man. I really do appreciate it. Guys, I will see you tomorrow. We got a couple things going on, but I've got like 5 streams going on Tuesday for Election Day. Should be a lot of fun. Tune into Destiny's channel. He's always got something great going on. Thank you a lot for showing up, man. I really appreciate it.
Cool. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it, man. Have a good one.
Have a good night, everybody.
Everything is pointing towards Biden, but there's still an irrational feeling in my gut, like some fuckery is going to happen for some reason. Yeah, true. That sounds actually good. I try to I'm trying to do like a 1-2, working on a combination thing now. So the 1-2 is hit him with the anecdote and then bring up the data afterwards. So that way it's not just anecdotes, so somebody can't accuse me of that at the end, but it's not just data, so somebody has no like grounding point for anything. So we try to do like, here's an anecdote, like my kid's mom had cancer, and then here's the data. Statistically speaking, in the US, you don't really fare anybody with cancer to anyone else, right? Is usually, Destiny, Bernie was ahead in the polls for a month plus until people dropped out and endorsed Biden. What? Not in the individual states. Sanders pulled ahead a little bit after winning Iowa and New Hampshire. I'm guessing this is Iowa and New Hampshire. He pulled ahead a little bit, but this was for not even 1 month. This is for like 3 weeks. And then, but if you look at the state-by-state polling, like,
Was South Carolina the huge killing, like South Carolina Democratic primary 2020? Like Bernie got close, but it's amazing to see the exact moment Obama picked up the phone. True. Have you seen the idea floating around that Trump will win election day, but mail-in votes and absentees will? Yeah, we're hoping that shit like that doesn't happen, but we'll see. Because that's all we can do. Is wait and see. Did you see Trump endorsing the truck violence yesterday? I did not. But it wouldn't surprise me. Then again, not much about Trump does surprise me anymore, so.
Oh, I can't take this shit serious, bro. I can't. I'm sorry. I trust me, coronavirus is a very serious thing that people should really be careful for and all that. But, bro, I'm 27. You know, I'm gonna live my motherfucking life. I'm gonna live my fucking life.
I think the thing, I say this a lot on stream, but the thing that has triggered me the most about the whole coronavirus shit is like, as a white middle class male, I should be pretty insulated from most problems that the fucking government can do to me, okay? I'm not black. You can't fucking kill me with the cops. I'm not poor. You can't kill me with lack of access to healthcare, okay? For the most part, I should be pretty insulated. But somehow, Republicans found a way to fuck with us rich white people, by fucking with the coronavirus. We can't travel anywhere because this country is so fucked. What the fuck, okay? You have to fuck up really hard for somebody like me to feel personally invested in the outcome of an election, because I should be relatively insulated from the bullshit-ass problems of government, man. Jesus Christ, you guys fucked up hard. Oh, sorry, if Hassan calls us middle class, I get to be middle. I'm working class, by the way, so I'm just making sure we're all consistent there. He thought about funding small local candidates. Vosh said he was starting a PAC. I think it would be really cool to get some small, like... yeah, there's something I've talked about in the past. I want to do something like that, yeah. Destiny, Clickfish. Okay.
Go on a date next weekend.
With who? Him?
Seems like he has a really good relationship with the Lord. But yeah, I really like him a lot. We've been talking for a few weeks. He does have a few sex assault allegations, though.
He has what?
A few sexual assault allegations.
You're such a liar.
No, I'm serious.
Why would you date this guy if he has sexual
Oh, I see where this is going.
Because there's no proof.
If there's allegations...
Also did a deep dive on his Twitter, and he said some kind of racist stuff.
Like what?
Well, why would you even consider this?
What, with sexual assault allegations? That's
Okay.
never good.
Oh, no.
But you'd let a man like this run the country.
Well, no, this is not even the issue. No, she's pulling our leg and pulling a Trump card. Seriously, Faye?
That's a good meme.
Supposed to be touched.
Oh, nice.
What is the truth?
No, I'm good on this one. Your friend Joe Collins on Vice video.
Joe Collins is a Navy veteran riding the recent populist wave of anti-establishment sentiment by running for office as a pro-Trump Republican representative for the 47th District of Los Angeles. Do you align yourself with President Trump?
President Trump, he's a great man. He's doing a lot of great things, and you know, just like with anyone you support, there are things that you like about a person that you support, and there are things that you don't like. But you know, at the end of the day, you know, he is our president, and they taught us in the military that you support the president regardless of political party affiliation. So whether it's him or whether it's another president, I'm going to support him.
You said in 2004, when you joined the military, is when you sort of switched parties. Was it because of the military, or did something else change in your life or the way you saw the Democratic Party?
For me, it was the first black men to get involved in politics were Republican. And the Republican Party fought for freedom. They fought to end slavery. They fought for personal freedoms, personal rights, the freedom to build your own wealth. And those are really major things that sit well with my soul. And it's what I want to continue to fight for.
So do you have a personal stance on vaccines, especially when we're talking about COVID?
As far as myself, I'm not pro-vaccination.
You're not pro-vaccination?
I'm not.
So if there was a vaccine that, you know, the president himself said, you know, this is the one that all Americans should take, you would not just jump on board and take it?
No, I wouldn't. I feel like I have a very healthy immune system. I think before you start talking about vaccines, let's talk about the foods that we eat. Let's talk about how much we exercise. Let's talk about how much we meditate to get our mental state together. All of these plays a huge factor in our health. So I would rather promote a healthy lifestyle before I promote vaccines. But again, it's a choice that everybody has the ability to make for themselves.
Here at AmpFest, I think I've talked to like 3 people who are running for office and it's their first time. And in general, I feel like there's a lot of people who do not have a political background and kind of disagree with politics in general, but are still pursuing higher office. What do you make of that?
I think it's great. I love it when young people get involved, become leaders, step up to the plate. I think when you have politicians who've been in office regardless of whatever political party preference they decide to be, at a certain point they get aged out. And so the ideas that they've had are no longer relevant anymore.
Who leads the Republican Party in a post-Trump world is still up for debate, but someone with similar appeal to Trump is Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz, whose youth, charisma, and enthusiasm for the more radical right has some thinking he's representative of the party's future.
Matt Gaetz, Florida Congressman, Nancy Pelosi's worst nightmare. Our America First movement is so powerful because it is so popular and because we speak the truth. That's what's so special about President Trump. He gives us a new way forward to put our country first, our people first, and to drain the swamp in Washington.
How he's already been there for so long. What do these guys think when they talk about draining the swamp? It's his swamp now. Like,
Across the border, they're baby mamacitas, and they then have children who then get the full protections of American citizenship under the law. Well, I do not believe that the greatest country in the world must fall victim to Chinese grifters or third world narcos. We are a great society of humans.
Republicans can be so desperate for minority allies that they mistakenly get behind people that are fraudulently running to raise and spend their money. I want to see Maxine Waters beat, but no Republican should be backing Joe Collins for that. Uh-oh. Since Maxine Waters' new fake Republican opponent Joe Collins attacked real Candace O and the officer Tatum, here is the truth about him that he doesn't want you to know. Oh, no. Wait, is this the same guy that I've argued with a few times on a JLP stage? Is this the guy? It is. Damn. Wait, did he get popular recently, or was he popular when I talked to him? He was the other black guy on the JLP panel? No, not the most recent one I was on. No, he was a different one.
Maxine Waters, the guy that was running in my race
He switched parties in the first 2 years 5 different times. He ran for president in 2020 under the Green Party while Donald Trump was running for re-election, of course. So he was thinking he was better than our president. And yet he dupes people and all of a sudden makes people think that Joe is all of a sudden a Republican and he's a Trump supporter. But all of a sudden, within 2 years, you switch parties and you expect people to believe that you're so-called the savior and you're a Republican, you're the guy that's going to take down Maxine Waters? I'm sorry, but you're not going to do that. And by the way, your body fluids are not worth $15 million. Just be a man and pay the child support that you owe for the children you bear. I don't have children out of wedlock, first place. I marry women and then have kids. And by the way, I don't spend $750,000 on fundraising and then spend $150,000 staying on lavish stays at the Ritz-Carlton and flights, and then pay another $250,000 to a consultant and spend only $3,000 on voter outreach. That was a disgusting thing from one of my opponents, even more disgusting than the horrible things that Maxine Waters is doing. But he's posing as he's a Navy sailor, but he was dishonorably discharged, not honorably discharged. And by the way, when he goes off and says curse words to Candace Owens,
I have no respect for Candace. Stop saying that shit. It makes you look like a fucking idiot. It makes you look like a sellout. And that's exactly what you are. And we get sick and tired of all the time hearing your ass talk the same crap. And shut the hell up. Period.
And I completely disagree with him. Because someone like Candace Owens has been stepping up for black Americans. At the end of the day, facts are facts. And that's the truth.
Wow. Scathing.
So you're like a ML or an anarchist?
Oh god.
Oh. Cool.
Pride will kill this track.
Wait, what?
Didn't see you there. Are you new to this place? You were sucked them hot. It's a joke. I know, I'm pretty based. When will these chuds learn to move out the way? Their ideas are duds, social historically. Distorted marks, they be writing them off. These gun girls on Twitter, aesthetic and all. How can I be sexist? Mark said it's all classist. What do you mean that there's other authors? Radlibs and postings are lining their coffers, just as I thought. Communism. So you're like a ML or anarchist?
Okay. Okay, that's a thing. Go on Discord with Dan. I need to leave pretty soon. I have a lot of like business shit. It's the first. I'm changing a lot of shit around that I need to work on tonight. But I'll go on Discord for a sec if he wants to.
Steven!
Daniel, what's up?
Not much. How you doing?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I am incredibly bored.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why is that?
I don't know. I just have absolutely nothing going on today, man.
You oh no, wait. You ate with Mooten yesterday, yeah?
Yeah, that's true.
Was that fun? Did you enjoy your time?
I did.
That's really cool.
I'll be excited. I'll be more excited when you, our best bro, are out to hang out with us in the future. You know, distant future. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
When you say things like that, it does give me a tremendous amount of confidence that this is happening anytime soon.
Dan, come on, Dan, calm down.
All right, all right. Listen, I have a question for you, and I was actually going to send this to Nate Silver, but I'd like to get your thoughts. And actually, I don't know if I... No, or not him. I'll send it to the guy who works for him.
Okay.
All right, because obviously that guy's not answering. All right, I'm going to read you what I wrote out. Briefly, Trump always says things like, quote unquote, we are winning big, way up in the polls, even though he's obviously not. My question stems from the thought, does voter participation increase more when someone thinks their candidate is doing amazing versus when they think their candidate is losing? Meaning, would Trump possibly get more people to vote for him right now if he changed his tweet on Twitter and said, it's so close in Pennsylvania, we are down, we might actually lose this election? So that's what I'm curious about, actually, is, you know, what do you think on that?
I really have no idea. My guess is going to be it probably just doesn't impact things much at all. That'd be my guess, but I don't actually know. It could.
What's your gut tell you right now? So I mean, obviously,
My
Trump
gut tells me
wants-
that it probably doesn't matter that much. That people that
really
wanna
at
vote,
all,
vote,
you
vote.
don't. Interesting. Well, I mean, you wouldn't go out to vote if you thought that, for instance, like Trump was fucking demolishing. Like, how many Republican?
I think a lot of
don't-
people still would. I mean, look at Obama. Like, Obama fucking crushed both elections.
Well, I guess I would look at like maybe California or like if you're a Democrat in Alabama, like maybe a lot of you don't turn out because you're just like, there's no fucking point, right?
I mean, there's still. I mean, look how many Republicans still vote like in California, right?
Well, sure, I understand that they do. I was just, yeah. Anyways, it was just a thought I had is how that may have affected things.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. Nate, that would be an interesting question. I'd actually be surprised if they haven't written about that already. Actually,
I looked for it. I didn't see anything, but I could be wrong on that one. When you travel, do you take a lot of fish with you?
Jesus, dude, what? Some of those people. What the fuck?
I don't know. I didn't know this happened before
I didn't realize too. The fines for a lot of that was such a joke. Like, and it's funny because it's a reality TV, so they have to like drive the stakes up like so much, and it's like. Like the noise, like this gentleman, blah blah blah, and they're going through, and it's like, and then the one with the guy with all the different food, like the stakes just got way higher. It's guava
Ginger
beans
root.
or ginger root.
Exactly.
It's like, oh my god, and then it's like, and it's like so dramatic, and then it's like this gentleman, huge trouble with the Australian border, multiple illegal products, like blah 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 blah. $380 fine. It's like, wait, what? Okay, that's okay. Wait, okay. I thought it was gonna be like some crazy shit or something. Like, all right.
Dude, they let people go like a lot too for like crazy shit. Also, there was a dude who brought like three suitcases filled with like cigarettes, and they're just like, well, we're gonna have to confiscate them. I was like, that's it? That's the fucking punishment? They just take your smokes? If these dudes got through, they would have made like 20 grand or something.
Damn.
Man, yeah, it's crazy shit. The main thing I don't understand is what's the obsession with bringing food when you travel? That's like, I have no desire to do that.
My guess is going to be for a lot of those guys is that it's probably to sell, right?
You think? Like people are bringing like fish and crab and shit to sell it?
I mean, they must.
Frogs?
They know it's illegal, right?
Yes.
You must, dude. I could be wrong, but when I was traveling through New Zealand, like every single fucking airport will have like, warning, don't bring this, warning, don't, warning. Like those signs are all over the fucking airports that are like, this type of stuff could have these bugs. It's harmful, blah, 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 warning. Like they're posted like everywhere in those airports. Maybe, I don't know. Or maybe they just think they're not going to get caught or something. Destiny, I got attacked at the protest you were at. Trump supporter gets attacked at Beverly Hills. Is this you? Would you ever come with me to a rally like that, Dan?
Well, I did. I watched that. I will say, Steven, you know I don't give compliments lightly, okay? Because I like to, keep you down a little bit, peg to reality. I was very proud that you stood your ground. However, I wasn't sure how much of that was the good old Steven not giving a fuck versus you having like a road rage moment or something. But regardless, you manned up. I like it.
Wow, thanks, Dan.
Good work.
So special.
I'm just surprised how many people there fucking Israeli flag. I was like, I am super confused right now, but yeah, okay, let's do it.
Yeah, it's hard to sort out the conservative shit because traditional Republicans fucking love Israel, right? You know this, yeah?
Do they love Israel because they think the only way they get to heaven is when we all die, though, right?
No.
That's
Traditional
evangelical
Republicans
ones or something?
love Israel because, like, wait, why? Hold on. Oh, God, I've fought with the alt-right so much. I don't remember. Why do Republicans love Israel? They're like our ally in the Middle East. I don't remember. Fuck, they're like obsessed with Israel. They love
Well,
Israel.
I know that like the super Christian ones or the super Catholic, I'm not sure which one, but they love us because Jesus doesn't come back until, I think, all the Jews die, right? Until we retake Israel or something?
Is that
or Jerusalem?
I'm not sure. I don't
Does anyone know any? I guess that would be Christian bros. The rapture, right? Yeah. Dan is correct. Okay, good. Yeah. So I don't know what it is though. They have to do something. The Jews have to do something. I'm just not sure exactly what it is.
Shouldn't you know this? Aren't we waiting for you to do it?
I hope you're not waiting on me because they're going to be fucking waiting a while. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be doing.
Oh, you better. Oh, you already abandoned the Holy Land, I guess. So you're not going to do shit.
Okay. Okay, we have to rebuild a temple.
Okay.
Is this like a Minecraft mission or? Okay, we have to rebuild the temple and reclaim Israel. Check. I think we got that one locked down.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to be controlled by Jews. I think we got that one on check as well.
Israel is ran by Jews. Yeah, I'd say so.
Just. I guess we just have to rebuild a temple. I don't know what they're waiting on. Well, I guess my people are like, hold on, wait a second. When we rebuild this temple, I've been told that some bad shit might happen. Let's just slow play our hand on this one. All right, let's take our time. All right, we got everything else done. No rush.
Okay. Dan delaying our entrance to the Promised Land. Not cool, bro. But okay.
I'm sorry. Are you your parents are Christians, right? Not Catholics?
No, we're
What is
Catholic.
the difference between the two? What is the difference?
Christian
exactly?
is a broad category that encompasses a lot of different religions. Catholics are a particular brand of Christians.
What is the main differences between them?
So there's tons of different. Basically, you have two broad groups. I think you've got Catholics and you've got Protestants, right? So Catholics are a specific type of Christian. We have our own country. We've got the Pope. We've got Basically, Catholics believe that they have like a direct descendant, that their church literally comes from, like, Peter was like, from Peter comes like all the descendants of the popes and everything, and like they have a direct lineage to like part of the Bible and stuff. Protestants are people that during the Reformation basically said the Catholic Church is corrupt as fuck, we're leaving by, and Protestants are broadly speaking people like Lutherans and other like basically other Christian churches that branched off and built their own churches because they saw that the Catholic institution was too corrupt. And fucked, yeah. Because at different points in Catholic history, there were like a lot of weird things that were going on. So like in the Middle Ages or whatever, like Catholics, you could buy and sell like tickets to get into heaven. I forgot what they were called. There was a particular name for this note. You could literally buy things to like get like grant you into heaven and shit. Indulgences, yeah. And then there were multiple schisms in the Catholic Church history. Like at one point, the Catholic Church had 3 different people that all declared themselves the Pope. There's been like a lot of crazy shit in Catholic history. And at some point, like some denominations got tired and were like, "Fuck this, we're out," and then they left.
All right, so Catholics are basically like the mainline fucking truest to form shenanigans. So those are the people who would be like following the Bible the closest, I guess, in that case, right?
I mean, everybody follows the Bible. People just interpret things slightly differently. Some people have like added DLC books or whatever. The Catholics have something called the Catechism, which I think is like the very strict rule book. But even Catholic interpretation changes over time. So for instance, like the Pope. The Pope is kind of like the Supreme Court of the Catholic Church, where he can interpret the text in ways that he wants to, and Catholics believe that when the Pope is speaking on matters of church doctrine, he is infallible. He is imbued by God with infallibility, such that when the Pope is speaking on holy matters, he cannot be incorrect. So the Pope has like a way to kind of like tell people like, hey, we should do this or we should do that, and people kind of have to listen to him.
So he's kind of like I am the Senate dude when
basically.
It comes to that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that work with with Mormons, right? Mormons are kind of a branch off of this as well?
No, so Mormons would not be Catholics. Mormons are a totally different thing, and they have their own DLC book and everything, and just a whole bunch of other crazy shit.
So they took the DLC and they just ran with that and abandoned everything else?
Kind of, yeah. Mormons have a lot of crazy shit they believe in, yeah.
Okay, and that's all Utah, right? Mormons? Or not Utah. Utah, Salt Lake City and shit, right?
I mean, that might be where a lot of them come from, but I don't know if that's like the only place they're at, yeah.
Okay, didn't the Pope recently be like, gays are kind of okay or something?
I don't know specifically what he's spoken on it, but I know that the Catholic Church in general has kind of changed from this hate the sin, not the sinner. So like LGBT people have been more welcome into the church and whatnot.
So you still go to hell?
Whether or not you go to hell, that's between you and God. But you can be gay and go to hell. That's not like a mortal sin that will like fucking destroy you, right? Like
you can be gay your whole life, and at the very end you do the 12 Hail Marys or whatever, and you're good to go.
No, so the most important part
there's two really important parts to. So the Catholic Church has 7 sacraments. One of those sacraments is confession. But there's 2 important parts to confession that people don't talk about. One is the confession need be genuine. You can't just say like, "Oh, sorry, forgive me," and then you're all forgiven. That's one important part. And another important part is contrition. You have to make amends for any wrongs you've committed. So the idea that you can just do a whole bunch of horrible shit and then think you can just apologize at the end of your life and be done with it, that's not how, I'm sorry, not confession, reconciliation. That's not how reconciliation works in the Catholic Church.
Really, you never see that in the movies where they like make you go out and do shit. It's always just like, I thought the reconciliation or whatever was the whatever the fuck
confession
doing a Hail Mary is.
Yeah, so that's like a weak way of doing it. But if you have like a better priest or a better teacher, like they'll tell you more. So like one way of doing like reconciliation, one way of contrition is like, oh, like take a rosary and say the Hail Mary like 10 times, or go work around like 2 decades of the rosary, right? 20 different beads where you say Hail Marys and Our Fathers. But like true reconciliation, true contrition is righting your wrong. So like a shitty priest, you know, you might go into, well, shitty priest will rape you, but like a kind of shitty priest is you'll go into the room and be like, oh, okay, well, you were mean to your brother. You need to go outside and do like 3 decades of the rosary. That's what you have to do. But a good priest will say like, oh, okay, well, you know, you should pray, you know, 1 or 2 decades of the rosary to reflect on what you've done. And then you need to apologize to your brother and tell them that you're wrong and you're not going to hurt them again. Something like that would be like more like true contrition.
Interesting. So what do they do if you've like had a lifetime, like, okay, what about if you confess to a murder? How can you possibly like be good to go into heaven at that point? Or can you?
You could be. I mean, it just depends on whether or not you're genuinely remorseful and if you take steps to right your wrong. You don't like it's weird, but like it's I guess there's like different ways of viewing this, but like you don't go to heaven like just by being a good person. Like the way that you get into heaven is by the grace of God, right? So nobody got into heaven until Jesus died, for instance. Everybody was in purgatory. That's why after Jesus died, he went down to the underworld and he respawned all the other people and brought them up to heaven. That's like, so when you get into heaven, it's by the will of God. That the good grace of God is the only way you get in. And you don't get in just by like, if you're a good person, you get in. Like it's more like goodness is a little bit more complicated than just good acts. So like people can like make mistakes and do bad things, but they can like have like good souls and they can still try hard and blah blah blah. And different denominations view this in different ways too. Some people believe that I think the Puritans believed in a concept called predestination, meaning whether or not you were going to go to heaven or not is basically determined at birth. And then other people believe that there's different beliefs on that. But I think in the Catholic Church, yeah, go ahead.
Shit, this is okay. So tell me about purgatory. What's that all about? What's going on in purgatory? Is that like hell? Or?
Do Catholics actually believe in purgatory? I don't know if they do or not, but the idea of purgatory is that purgatory is like a cleansing place for souls before they go to heaven.
So it's not necessarily a bad place. When I hear purgatory, I think that like, you know, kind of a hell waiting room a little bit, but that's not what it is then?
No, I thought purgatory was on your way to heaven. Or
it's heaven.
What?
It's on your way to heaven. It's the heaven.
It's also purgatory. Definitely. Yeah. So yeah, if you're in purgatory, you're going to heaven. Yeah. I don't remember if purgatory is actually in the Bible. I'm trying to think. I don't remember if I ever read about. We went over the Bible because we have a religion class every year. I don't remember if I ever read about purgatory in the Bible.
If I had to, if gun to my head, I would guess it's in Peter, but that would be gun to my head.
Huh. I think that must be some like later interpretation. I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look at more. But I know that we've talked about purgatory a little, but I don't ever remember like visiting like books of the Bible that like, oh, like this is the book where we talk about purgatory. I think that's just like some other interpretation. Yeah.
I was just trying to see if there's any way I could like legislate my way, like rule lawyering my way into heaven or something, like when I'm like 90.
One of the hard rules I think in Catholicism is if you don't accept God as your Lord and Savior, I think you're fucked. I think you have to believe.
I can
in God.
like do that. I can do that at the end. What,
no,
do I have to do that
because of what you're
life?
saying right now, he would know that your intentions.
No, but like,
genuine.
okay, now I don't mean it, but I might mean it later in life. And God will know that I mean it later in life.
But he's going to know if you're like abusing a loophole. He's not stupid. He's God. He's literally omnipotent.
Yes, but he'll appreciate that. Like, hey, you know what? Smart guy. I like your moves. That's good. You didn't, you know. That's my thought, at least. That's the hope.
If I recall, Vatican II explicitly said in theory that even if you weren't born a Catholic, you could go to heaven if you did the right stuff all along the way to the end and such like that.
Yeah, theoretically.
Like,
so there's this
like the specific comparison was like Buddha and such.
Yeah, there's a funny kind of conundrum that comes up to where if somebody doesn't know about God, like God won't punish you for a choice that you haven't made. Or that you weren't able to make, because that would be a cruel thing to do. But if you basically, if you're like a missionary and you run around introducing people to God, you are significantly decreasing their chances to go to heaven, because there's a good chance that you just introduce them to the concept that they're not going to believe it immediately, and now they have no chance of getting because you fucked them. So,
okay, one more additional question. Hypothetically, so let's say I'm going to hell. I mean, there's a chance, okay, just saying. Now, in my understanding of, proper management of these types of things, there should be like minimum security hell and like maximum security hell. Are you familiar with any of this? Like, he wouldn't want to throw me in with Epstein.
My understanding is that hell is hell. There's no level of hell. There's no like worse hell and better hell.
So I'm getting the same hell treatment as Hitler.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I stole some candy when I was 10. That's it? You're hanging out with Hitler the rest of your life.
Yep.
You know what? I think that's like some... that's some bullshit.
Yeah.
So there's
people that are talking about like levels of hell. So that comes from I believe it's a play. Dante's Inferno is a play,
Dante's
right?
Inferno. No, it's a book.
Is it a book? We read it.
Well,
God, I hated that fucking book.
Yeah.
Are you sure it's not a
fiction?
Oh, okay. I thought it was
Wait,
a.
well,
it might just be a book.
I
Yeah. But the Dante's Inferno is that's not biblical at all. That was just like a book. Ugh.
Poem.
Okay.
Fiction.
Yeah.
I have a tip coming in from a ex-Mormon priest who is saying that the current pope has said that hell does not exist and souls just disappear. So does that mean I'm good to go? Because
I don't believe that the current pope. I would be shocked if the current pope said that.
I mean, the Jesuits get kind of funky with some elements of the whole heaven and hell stuff, but yeah.
I'm gonna need a source chat. All my priests out there.
Yeah, let me check. Hold on. Does hell exist? No. The Vatican obliges week to reaffirm that Pope Francis believes in a central tenet of Catholicism that there is a hell. Oh, so.
It is kind of funny that we might have a pope that's more liberal than a Supreme Court justice.
Yeah.
Well, my Mormon priest fucked me then.
I mean, you can talk to people about that if you like.
Wait, hold on. I have the times.co.uk thing. Hold on, I'll send you the link. I don't know if this is more recent or not, but
I don't. I'm too lazy to read through this whole thing. This looks like there's a quote by Epicurus. If there is, oh God, what is it? If the problem of evil, it's something like if God is all powerful. If God is all powerful, then why is there evil? If he's nice, why is there evil? Fuck, I have to look this up. Hold on. It's like if he's able to prevent it, but he doesn't, then he's not God. If he's able to prevent it, but he doesn't want to, then he's evil or something. There's some shit like that. I don't know. From whence cometh the evil? Yeah, some shit like that.
Can God create a unmovable rock?
Yeah, it's that stuff. So there's two versions of that. One, you can just go Abrahamic and say God can be cruel sometimes, and that's where you go with that.
God can what?
Or the Abrahamic interpretation, which is just saying like, yeah, God can be cruel sometimes, and sometimes you just have to accept that cruelty.
Wait, who says that?
That's the Abrahamic God in that way.
Abrahamic, meaning like Jewish or?
White people always getting all this shit.
My understanding in Catholic teaching is that evil never comes from God. The only place that evil comes from is man, especially after Adam and Eve, when man ate the apple and gained the knowledge that evil comes. Evil is the absence of God. Evil is just what man does in God's absence. But God himself is never like evil. That's my understanding.
I'm talking like more like religious studies. Like from a religious study perspective, First Testament is often referred to as the Abrahamic God. Second Testament is more referred to as Second Testament God. And there's like Abrahamic God is much more fire and fury, blood and thunder. Second Testament, that's Jesus, that's forgiveness and love and touchy-feeliness, and that's where the Christian-Jewish split happens.
How how does the Bible play into all of this? Because I know all these sects use different types of Bible, right? But I also know that like the original Bible is pretty frisky with some of the stuff they say in there. No, like you can't wear clothes at different.
Well, so when you say the original
shit.
Bible, you're referring to probably more specifically. So there's an Old Testament book called Deuteronomy that has a lot of like rules for living. That's really weird. I don't know if you can ever say that there is an original Bible. I think is it called the Council of Nicaea? Like there have been several councils that have been convened where basically a bunch of religious people get together and they take a vote on what their favorite books are that they want in the Bible and the coolest ones that should be added. So for instance, we're familiar with, so there's the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, where Matthew, Mark, and Luke appear to be based on the same founding document. They call it Q, but I don't know if they found it. And then John is its own gospel. But like you've got those 4 gospels. These are the 4 gospels that tell the story of Jesus Christ that we believe to be like, this is the account of Jesus Christ. But there were a lot of other gospels that were written as well that just didn't make the final like cut. Like in some of these gospels, Jesus had a wife, I think Mary Magdalene.
Yes.
There are other gospels that have Jesus doing other things that aren't recorded in Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John. And they just didn't make it. So it's hard to say there was an original Bible because the books in the Bible have changed over time.
Last question. Well, I'm probably not the last one, but another question. How did the Jews work into, I guess, Christianity then?
They're fucked. They're horrible. Jesus literally came down from the heavens. You should have like converted once he was there, and you didn't because you're unholy.
But Jesus himself was a Jew, right?
Well, also, if I may, I think a good way to understand this is actually from the Islamic tradition. Like, the Islamic tradition and the early Christian tradition was basically they recognize like Jesus as like a reformer, and his reforms create him being a reformer / him being the Son of God. Like Reformed Judaism creates something new through his martyrdom. Islam interprets it and says, Jesus was not the Son of God. He was a reformer and one of the prophets. Just the Christians kind of fucked up by worshiping him instead of worshiping his method. And that's why Muhammad is the new prophet. And he's the final one. Then that's why this is our religion. Like, and they interpret and analyze just Judaism was just the first version of the thing that the Muslims are working with. Like, I think that's a good way to understand it.
Well, yeah, but you're wrong if you're like a Catholic would say, or a Christian would say that they can interpret that way, but they're wrong. Jesus isn't just a prophet.
But if we're trying to analyze like how the Jewish faith played in from a religious science perspective played into like what the Christian faith was, like the Christians overall, like all is like the perspective on the Jews or the Jewish people or the Jewish faith is like Christianity sprung out of Judaism and it created something new through the martyrdom of Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Like,
to be clear, though, so in Islam, Jesus is recounted as a prophet, I believe. But in Judaism, neither Muhammad nor Jesus are recognized as prophets.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
It's the first of the Abrahamic faiths. Yes.
Jews get a lot of flack, I would say, for killing Jesus. But according to Mel Gibson, it was actually a Roman soldier who actually killed Jesus. We were just kind of
Pontius Pilate?
watching from the side. Yeah,
but he did that at the urging of like the Jewish Pharisees and everybody were trying to trap him.
There was probably a lot of people who didn't want him around at that point. The point is, we didn't actually do it. Okay, I'm just saying. Can't put all this blame on us. I'm sure the Roman Council wasn't too happy with what's going on as well. They were just kind of looking for an excuse.
No, actually, I think Jesus actually tried very specifically to be chill with the Roman Council. So, for instance, there is a story in the Bible where the Pharisees would constantly try to trick Jesus into saying something stupid to getting him executed by the Romans. So I think one of the trick questions they asked him, because they would sneak into his little sermons and they'd be like, oh, well, Jesus, like, what do you say for us? Should we pay our taxes? Wouldn't that be like recognizing, Caesar as being God? Like, shouldn't we like not pay our taxes to get him to say dumb shit? And then that's where the quote, Jesus says, like, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. So like pay taxes and shit. Like, I think Jesus, at least in the Bible, I'm speaking as though he's real. I don't even know if Jesus was a real person, right? But in the Bible, it's constantly stated as though Jesus says you should listen to whatever the local laws of the land are, that the way that you follow spirituality doesn't have to conflict with any local ordinance or rulings.
And further, if we're trying to analyze, like, what was the quote-unquote theory of the bigotry behind, like, say, the Jewish pogroms or purpose orchestrated by the Catholics or Greek Orthodox groups in Europe, the theory was less the Jewish people killed Jesus. The theory was more rooted in the Jewish people refused to accept Jesus after his martyrdom. That's typically was the dogmatic theories behind the bigotry of the pogroms and anti-Jewish bigotry by the Catholic and Greek Orthodox groups of Christian Europe.
Also, I
I could be wrong, but I don't think Pontius wanted Jesus to die. Wasn't when you read the Gospels and his trial in front of Pontius, wasn't Pontius? Didn't he ask him several times? I'm trying to remember if there was a specific biblical quote saying Pontius was upset about it that Jesus wouldn't just recant or whatever, and that he eventually had to kill him. But
depending which book you read, it obviously varies, and you can obviously summarize. Certain books were designed later in their creation to appeal to the Roman citizenry, who were the main conversion targets of the Christian faith. So thus, to quote, literally as the, I forget which one it is, Pontius washed his hands of the situation. That's literally the origin of that saying in our lexicology.
Yeah, and Pontius even gave the crowd a choice when he was saying that you can either free Barabbas or Jesus, and they all wanted fucking Jesus dying.
So when it comes to religious studies perspective, we can often recognize and analyze and see that it seems that as this Christian group, which was a spin-off or a sect of Judaism, sprung up, it recognized value in alienating or antagonizing the larger Jewish community in favor of converting Christian communities, which, as I'm sure you know, the Jewish faith isn't tied conversion through organized religious proclamation as a key portion of its religion. That was unique to the Christian group compared to other Jewish sects at the time.
Hasn't Judaism changed quite a bit? I know it's probably one of the oldest religions still around there. Maybe like Hinduism or something may be a little bit later, but hasn't it changed quite significantly during that time?
Well, are we talking since the time of Jesus Christ?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I would say from now until I guess when we killed Jesus.
So of course, there's the modern versions of there's Orthodox Judaism and then there's more secular Judaism. The big early divide that seems to happen is when a combination of the Romans and other groups disband and, to put politely, destruct the Jewish kingdom or the Jewish province of southern Palestine, and there's the mass Jewish exodus across the known Western Mediterranean world, and different communities start to create their own faiths. Some of those communities we can literally tie back to, these start to become the more secular Jewish groups, which have more connections and relationships with the local Roman pagan or for later down Christian groups, and there are some that become very inclusive, and these are we can actually trace back. These are certain communities that actually form the more individualized, I wouldn't say radical, but more orthodox communities, which are more about inclusive, looking inward, and things like that. And different faiths brought different traditions.
I'll say this, man: the keeping up with the Jewish stuff is a lot of fucking work, a lot of work. Well, just trying to know what the fuck's going on. There's so many holidays, and there's just way too much. You got to take you got to live this stuff full time, man.
I mean, I don't know how religious you were, Destiny, but the Catholic faith has all the saints days, and then depending on what country you're in, they've got different saints days on top of that. All the holidays have changed and modernized. It seems that every holiday has a half dozen religions upon itself alone.
Mm-hmm.
Just depends on your kind of interpretation of the faith.
Sure.
No, I'm not. Oh, sorry, I'm just answering chat. I am not Jewish religiously. I had a bar mitzvah, and that was the end.
Really?
Well, I mean, I do Hanukkah and Passover with the kids, but way too many rules and regulations.
Were you confirmed, Stephen?
Yeah, of course.
Interesting. I never was.
Wait, how long did you go to Catholic school for?
I never went to Catholic school. I went to Sunday school.
Oh, okay, gotcha. To get confirmed, I believe that confirmation happens when you turn 13. Do you get confirmed in 5th grade or something?
No, that's the other one. I thought confirmation is 15.
Oh, maybe it's 15, 13, 15. Is there a huge difference between the two?
Well, there's the first time you take.
Oh no, wait! It can't be 15. No, that would be in high school. It must be. It was before that. It was in grade school for me. It was. Yeah.
Well, there's two. There's one where the first time you take. No, it's communion. There's at least my understanding. There's communion, which is when you're younger, and then there's adulthood. There's confirmation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you have your. It's adulthood. Yeah. So you have your first Holy Communion is a sacrament, and I believe that 2 years after your first communion is when you get confirmed. The confirmation is supposed to be like, first communion is like you're a child, you don't know what the fuck is going on, blah, blah, blah. But confirmation is supposed to be like, I understand and I accept, you know, God and Jesus Christ, and I'm old enough to do so. However, confirmation is still at a really young age. I think I was confirmed in, I want to say it was 5th or 7th grade. We did our confirmation before communion. Wait, was it?
The words might vary between religion and groups and such like that. Like, I imagine it might not be a super consistent thing across the Catholic world.
I thought you get your first communion before your confirmation. I should just look up.
Based on my understanding, you would, but it might. I would think that it would seem to make sense. Like confirmation, I thought was like Catholic adulthood. Like the joke would be, it would be like getting a bat mitzvah for Catholicism, essentially.
You have to do first communion before confirmation. Yeah, that's what I thought. I could be wrong on that. I don't remember.
How you liking the new place, by the way?
I like it a lot.
You're a big fan. Anything you miss over your last place?
Fuck no. But I still
Nothing.
think that no, absolutely nothing. But I still think that apartment that I had in Glendale, I think that was actually like a hidden super duper OP place.
Glendale's a really nice area. I personally, I think Pasadena's nicer, but that's just me.
Just the area that I was in, like the apartment itself had all the amenities that I would normally ask for. So like air conditioner, washer, dryer, all that shit. But the being able to go outside and have like 15 restaurants within like a 2-minute walk, and then being able to walk like 5 minutes to a movie theater was so nice. It was so fucking awesome.
Did you not have any of that in your last place? Like there was nothing near you, or?
I mean, like it was kind of
terrible.
What? Culver City? Yeah, it was like suburby. Like I was probably like a 15-minute walk to the closest restaurant, maybe like 10, 15 minutes.
And what do you have right now? Are you like out your front door or no?
I think I still have to walk a bit, but not as far. Like it's about 5 minutes walk to a restaurant. But I just like having like an air conditioner and everything again. I'm still getting used to that. But yeah.
Have you considered getting a motorcycle or scooter? I know you were thinking about it before.
It's a nice way to get around the city.
Maybe someday. Not yet though.
A bike's good too.
I mean, if you're gonna go big, go home, right?
Maybe when Melina gets back, I can make her get a bike instead.
Put you in the sidecar.
No, well, no, because if she gets a bike, then that means that I can just ride it around, right?
Oh, a normal bike. Okay, gotcha.
What? No, I'm talking about a motorcycle.
Oh, you do mean you would have her get a motorcycle?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Have you seen the progress that they're making on like the TTS stuff of me and Mr. Mitten of you?
Do what?
There's a few guys in the comp sci channel that are basically like, you know how Forsen, I think it's Forsen, has like a custom TTS in his voice and shit.
Mm-hmm.
There's a few guys working on that for me, you, and Mitten, and it's pretty accurate. Well, it's not bad actually so far.
Ask Dan about the crash.
There was no crash. That was a meme that me and Mr. Mitten were pulling on people. Dan, play it. I'll send it to I'll put in chat if I can find it.
I just wanted to pop in and say mad props for going to a protest like that with like little backup and such. Like, obviously things have changed slightly, but I still remember at Politicon having someone wave a gun in my face and like spooked me from like going to any like serious counter protests and such personally.
I guess I always figure that like it always feels to me like people like that. Everybody acts like a tough guy, but I don't know. I don't feel like anybody would actually do anything. But maybe they would. I might be stupid. I guess I'll find out eventually.
I don't care if it's loaded and someone's shaking it at me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm personally spooked.
Oh yeah, like if I saw people with a gun or whatever, I'd run the fuck out of there. I would get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Did you bring your Glock to Beverly Hills rally? I did not, because I don't have my gun in the state. I don't know if it would even be legal for me to do so. I don't know how I would feel about. I thought about that. Would I bring a gun to a rally like that? That's a really hard one. because I don't know if I would be tempted. My biggest worry, I think, if I brought a gun to something like that, would be that somebody would get me in a situation where I feel like I would have to use it, where it otherwise wouldn't have. Because like there were a lot of people that were very close to us or throwing things at us before, and I don't know like if me like threatening to draw a gun or to brandish a weapon would like escalate things immediately. So I don't know how I would feel about it in that. I'm not sure.
But if you really want to do like a group thing like that, like honestly, the best way is just do it in groups.
Yeah, but then people won't people aren't like people wouldn't be as motivated enough to fuck with me then, right?
No. Well, like
I was gonna say, I think the danger with rallies isn't that people won't do shit. I think that in these things, it's dangerous because it's the road rage mentality. Normally, I'm not gonna get in a fight with someone. If someone just talks shit to me on the fucking side of the street, I'm just gonna walk away and be like, "Holy shit, this guy might be schizophrenic or crazy or something." But in my car, if you flip me the finger, I'm throwing it all. Like as I said earlier, like. You can think of it, if you fucking stub your pinky toe against your dresser and someone laughs at you, that's it. You're done. I'm ending this entire thing with you. Your family line is gone, basically, from that. And that whole thing's in the car. And I think that translates over to mob mentality as well. Like in a mob mentality, man, you're ready to fucking go. They're not themselves. They're dangerous.
Yeah, I guess, but I feel like what happened at the protest for me is like probably the best kind of reaction that I can get, where people are like really mad and screaming at you and blah 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 blah, but no one's actually like killing you or whatever. Like I don't mind stuff like that, but if I go with like a big group, I don't think people would feel as bold to like do stuff like that. Like they'd be more afraid.
No. I'm not saying like be followed around by a posse. Like, have you ever seen like how like how CNN does it, for example?
No, but I'm guessing you have like some kind of like front and follow thing or some shit. You've just got like people that are off the side so that if something happens, like they can step in and do something.
Yeah, like look, it sounds dumb, but like, just get it. Like, I'm sure you got like one friend or family member, not friend, family member, peer, whatever, who's like 6 feet tall and just can stand off to the side or whatever. Like, that's all that you need. Just that if you're not, because people will take advantage of people if they're alone. It's that simple.
Yeah, yeah. Especially, I think like having cameras and stuff, I think helps too.
I'm going to get bed early because I have a 48-hour shift tomorrow, basically, for the job.
Are you excited for the election?
Yeah. I'm really disappointed. A lot of people are getting spooked. I'm like, nah, hold on to your oaks. I'm sorry, I think it's gonna. I'm leaning towards the ambitious side of the 538 model. I think that's what's gonna happen.
That it's gonna be a fucking blowout.
Well, like Texas.
You want to do any bets?
I'm sorry.
You know, we got some time right now to do some bets if you want. Just like $20 a pop. Some side bets if you want. Anything you're interested in doing, Doug or
Did you ever find Mark Cuban, Hark?
That's nothing to do with anything.
That was separate to that.
Ended.
No, okay, yeah. Here, I'll put the bet that Texas won't flip blue. I think you're stupid if you think that. But
what odds will you give me on that?
I don't know, man. I don't gamble. We're talking about the probabilities here, but the probability is that like Texas is gonna flip blue. There's just too much Republican incumbency. Actually, something really interesting I saw. I saw the Republicans in that state, because like Facebook fact checking isn't great for non-English speakers. They're doing a lot of disinformation in Spanish in Texas. It's kind of fascinating to see.
Damn.
Yeah.
What's the bet, Dan?
Well, we're talking about potential bets of what we can do. You know, different options. Is there anything you feel strongly about that maybe go against the polls or for them?
I mean, for them.
Well, sure. What do you think is going to happen? Like, you could say, I think, Pennsylvania is going to go to Trump or something.
Oh, you want to go very specific. You don't.
Well, I mean, the broad thing is less exciting.
Well, depends on the odds you give.
Less exciting depending on odds, though.
Yeah. Well, okay.
But I'm gonna give you like 100 to 1 for like.
Oh yeah, sure. So what do you got for me, Andy?
Well, what odds would you want if you took Trump?
For what? To win?
Yeah.
That'd be like 10 to 1.
I don't know if it's quite 10-1, but it's probably close to that. It's probably like 7-1 or something, right?
I would put 10-1 at this point. Okay, well, we're talking winning or winning the electoral college with all the votes counted.
Well, I already got a vote that Trump's going to be winning, but not by any, legal means.
I am curious as the residential Florida man, like how you feel on the ground over there.
I feel like there is no Biden presence whatsoever, and I see Trump shit all over the fucking place. And I'm in Miami, which is supposed to be the Democratic stranglehold.
So my hot take is it's going to be a Biden landslide, but Florida's going to stay red.
God, if I have to hear any more, yes, I didn't fucking vote in Florida. Thank you. I know I tried. I fucked it up. I've already said this before. I did. It's Mr. Mooten's fault, not
Wait,
mine.
why can't you just?
Think he said he'd do.
What? Just curious.
Because they.
Why not just lie and say
fine,
you
let's
did?
go through it. Because I'm trying to be fucking honest, and I don't have the best memory. And when you lie, you have to have a good memory, and I'm old, so I found that the easier policy is just to tell the truth and deal with the consequences. That said, I didn't make an attempt. I just. Well, no, that's not true. I definitely.
What are the
don't like
consequences
virtual signaling.
besides a bunch of nerds online saying shit to you?
Well, that's Andy, that's the main consequence we're dealing with here. That's serious shit. Okay.
Imagine caring. No, I'm just kidding.
But I tried to vote. In Florida, they cut off the voter registration date. So Mr. Mooten told me early on, is like, hey, register to vote. Here's the online link. I did it. You fill out all your shit, and at the very end, they give you a copy. And I was like, okay, great. And it said like print this out or something. I was like, okay, I don't really, they always say to print that shit out. Like, I don't want a fucking copy of this. I don't care. And then afterwards, like a few days later, like voter registration closed. And Moon's like, hey, are you all set to go? Did you do your mail-in early thing? And I was like, okay, how do I check? And he gave me the link, and I'm not there. And I try to find out why. And it's apparently that thing I printed out. The online form is bullshit. It's just to pre-fill the form that you have to mail in. Like, they don't actually take it online.
Oh yeah, that's what I think. Did you go to vote.com or whatever?
I don't know which one. I think
that's how you fill it in online, and then they email you like a sheet, and that's what you have to print out and then send to the. Dan, if you watch my videos on my YouTube channel, I tell you where to go register to vote and everything. You should have listened.
Okay, well, listen, my wife is still registered, so that's still a Biden vote. There, but anyways, that's how it happens. That's the story of. Listen, I apologize. Okay, I tried, but
I'm
one of the.
Besides
example voter suppression.
Besides it takes, would you actually like JLP?
I mean, like, that's a hot one to answer.
I feel like I oddly like him in a weird way. Like
he's a funny dude, but I'll tell you what, he's a bad dude.
Yeah, I mean, like, I would say that, like, for people like that, the answer is generally yes. I mean, like, they're usually, like, funny to hang around and whatnot. I don't know, I think it's kind of entertaining. But, I mean, like, yeah, obviously their politics and everything horrible. But, like, I think, like, he would be a funny dude to, like, sit down and eat with or, like, watch a football game with or some shit. I don't know, he just seems like he'd be a funny guy to hang around in.
Yeah.
Do you think he's more dangerous, is the real question. Is he more dangerous for getting these views out there because he's memeable with Amazing and Beta and all that shit? Is
probably
he
helps
like
a bit,
far
yeah.
more dangerous? Yeah, he probably is more dangerous than like Richard Spencer, honestly. Well, I don't know. Well, I mean, think about it.
He
He's
had
got
the
some pretty
potential to
crazy
be, but
views.
Spencer's just got a much bigger platform. But in theory, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, like he's oddly likable to me, even though he has shitty takes and maybe overall he's harmful. Sometimes you just can't help if you like someone that might be toxic, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Like Sam Hyde, I think is really funny, but he's a fucking Nazi. But he's really funny. I mean, what are you gonna do?
I have that opinion about Baked Alaska. I met him at Politicon, and he was just so racist. He kept asking me if I was gay or Jewish. Jewish, and it stands out to me. But before he realized like I wasn't like a Republican, like he and I were like chatting about Star Wars for like a solid like 5 minutes over coffee. And it was just such a silly thing to talk about like 5 years ago.
You don't think he's like trying too hard to be edgy instead of actually being racist?
Crowder? Or I'm sorry, not Crowder. Baked Alaska?
Yeah, Baked Alaska.
Baked Alaska always came off to me as like I say this is
he's an LA guy. He's trying
yeah,
to make it big.
he's like not the smartest guy, and he's just like wants to fit in and have like a crowd of people that likes him and a group of friends and shit. That's what it feels like to me.
That's how I feel.
Literally,
like he's trying too hard to be
literally. I mean, literally, there's a parallel universe where instead of ending up in the alt-right, he's in Scientology. It's that simple.
Or doing socialism online.
Yeah.
Well, good luck with your 2 days of work, Doug. Make sure to take lots of breaks in between, I guess.
No, I serve the big man. Gotta do my part for the democracy and such.
Okay.
But yeah, no. So don't use Predictit. It's bad. Gambling's bad because it's just the exchange rate is terrible.
I think it's good for figuring out who's going to win.
I made a lot of money on that site. What the fuck?
Really?
I made like $4,000.
Doesn't it take a lot of money to take out of this?
Yeah, if the margins are close, then it's not worth it. So, but
you made $4,000 on that site.
Yeah, well, I was all in on Biden from the very first when he announced, and I was all out on Bernie. I did those two for the max, $850 each.
Very impressive.
Well, I got lucky, but I didn't cash out at the exact right time. But I don't know if it was $4,000. It was a good amount of money. It was a few grand.
Nicely done.
More than Mike made.
That is true. What are these guys all up to these days, man? Like Mike from PA, are they just all like putzing around or something? Just don't hear from them anymore.
Dumb shit.
Yeah. No more panel shows. I mean, fuck. What is happening in politics on Twitch? Hassan.
Well, the thing is that like when I was hold on, I'm trying to say this in ways not to suck myself off too much. I liked interacting with a lot of smaller streamers and doing the debates and being on their shows and all that is like really fun. But since Hassan has replaced me as being like the largest political guy on Twitch, it's kind of weird for the political scene because Hassan doesn't interact with anybody else unless you're like a porn star or like a hot girl. Like he's not going to have you on streamer chat with you or like a real life friend like Will. So it's kind of weird that like the socialists kind of sort of got popular on Twitch with like Hassan and then like people like Mike from PA and shit. But Hassan will never interact with or go on any of those shows or talk to any of those people. So they're all kind of like fucked. And then there's still like a whole bunch of smaller political people that I try to interact with. So like Bastia, I'm really important and stuff like that. But yeah.
You think it's because of like competition as a streamer? He doesn't want to give people a platform, or do you think it's competition as like a debate thing?
If I'm being like ultra super honest, I just don't think he really cares about like politics that much. I think that it's just like an aesthetic position that works really well for him. He's obviously very attractive, and socialism is like a really hot button thing right now. I don't know, dude, talking to girls and shit in LA and fuck, and even online, like I've lost friends and shit. A lot of girls are like really big on that socialism is sexy shit. So I think that the aesthetic is something that works really well for him, and then he just kind of like plays politics for fun on stream. And that's, yeah, it's more that than like, I care about political issues, I want to be well informed and blah, 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 blah. It's more like, here's a Twitter thread, we can shit on capitalists, and then like I get popular off it. I think it's like more kind of like the thought of what he interests.
His Twitch following right now, if he just said fuck politics completely, he would lose viewers. I feel like the way Twitch works, he probably wouldn't, maybe.
There's probably going to be like some section of his viewer base that he would lose, but I think for the most part, I think he's done a really good job at building up. Like his non-political entertaining stuff is like pretty good. Like I think most people like enjoy watching him do like whether it's gaming like Among Us or playing games or being a boomer in other ways, whatever. I think most people enjoy that aspect of a stream. The nice thing about current events like political stuff is it gives you fresh new stuff to talk about that's relevant and exciting at very, very, very low effort. It's one of the reasons why I love political content. Political content is the lowest effort content you can do in terms of like
watching LSF or YouTube videos might be a little lower.
Well, when I say low effort, what I mean is I can produce dozens of hours of like high viewer content with zero like production effort. I don't mean like brain effort or whatever, but like I can like, hey, like today we're gonna read 3 articles in the New York Times. Oh, cool, I've got 7,000 viewers, and I'm not even like really like I'm not like producing a song or doing anything crazy. Yeah, so.
Yeah. It's like fresh, constantly refreshed every day.
Yeah, and it's like relevant, so people care about it, and it's like it's just like it's just a really good thing to do content off of in terms of like ease of access and everything. Yeah. So it reminds me of like playing games back in the day. Like it was really scary to like quit StarCraft and shit because like if you don't have like a pro game that you're playing every day, well fuck, like what the fuck are you gonna do? Like having to find content and everything on a daily basis is really scary. But yeah, politics is like a good replacement for that.
Yeah, that's why people like Soda Poppin' and Lyric just had big lists of like thousands of like random games that they could go to constantly download something to do variety. so they didn't have to scramble all the time.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing on streaming these days, Andy?
I'm alright. The last few weeks have been a little bit off, but I've been working on other shit. I'm moving to New York tomorrow. But you know, Steven was a guest on my Adopt Affiliate show. Numbers wise, it hasn't been doing that much better than my normal streams, but I might get some production value behind it. I'm talking to Twitch about it, and of course, since it's like very Twitch centric show, they like the idea. I'm talking to them too about like post COVID like production value for travel stuff. So
Mhm.
for as far as staying inside and not being able to do IRL, like I've had more subs doing desktop shit than I've ever had doing IRL. So that's like just sub wise, it's kind of skewed though because that could just be, you know, just a bunch of gifted subs from a few people.
Are you
So I
just
can't
playing?
really
Are you just playing Rust all day?
No, I actually play Rust off stream mostly. But I've been doing cooking shows. I've been doing some lazy shit where I just watch YouTube videos because I just like it and it does good numbers.
Oh, you're damn right.
And I've been playing some games on stream. Some like random. I played Mafia remake, and I like story games on stream. They're fun.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's been doing all right.
Good. Can you not do Rust on stream?
That it's just such a toxic viewer base. I mean, I'm gonna do Rust on stream a little bit. But I'm gonna get a whitelisted server, and we're gonna like handpick people and add them. I have someone moderating and kind of controlling it, so I won't have to do a lot of work. And we're just gonna like, you know, all the familiar faces we know from all the communities. We're just gonna whitelist everybody, and we'll have like, you know, PvP and shit in rad towns, but we're gonna have like a safe zone for people who want to like do loose RP and set up a town and shit.
Rust is the last bastion of true gamers online, Andy. Don't ruin it.
I mean, I really do like Rust a lot. It's one of my favorite PC games, but I don't really play it like everybody else. I think the sweaty vanilla shit, maybe just because I'm not good, but I just really like, you know, building and like, you know, I build for hours and then I go and I randomly go, you know, grind materials, and when I see people, it's like fun to get into fights with them.
Yeah. It's a fucking goddamn time sink, though, man.
Yeah, I need a time sink though. There's not enough games I actually like playing, and when I'm, you know, living in this COVID world, I need something to spend my time on other than, you know, going to the very lowest common denominator shit where I'm just like watching shit because I feel guilty about that after a while.
So where are you at right now these days? Are you in Texas or New York? Well, not in the Discord anymore is where he is.
Damn, he said no one. Bounce.
Sorry. The internet really sucks here. I'm finally moving here tomorrow, but what'd you say? Where am I?
Where are you at right now?
Right now I'm in Austin. I'm taking like a big, one of the guys who is on my show has this big Mercedes van. I don't know what the fuck the name of the model is, but he's driving me and a few people cross country. We're gonna make it like a 3 or 4 day thing, and I'm gonna IRL stream the whole thing.
Nice. You gonna go to a Louis C.K. concert? I'm good friends with him.
Nah, we're gonna stop at a bunch of places in Tennessee. I'm gonna stop in Baltimore. I've never been there. And you know, I'm just gonna fucking mask up, do some light IRL, and you know, stream the trip. It'll be fun.
Nice.
Yeah. Also, the town I'm moving to, like, you know, New York is much better than Texas about wearing masks. I rode my bike. I have this electric bike in Texas. I rode it around, and like, out of the 100 people I saw, not one of them was wearing a mask. In Westchester County, the numbers are just way, way lower, and I'll feel safer about doing some light IRL around town wearing masks because everybody else is wearing masks. They're not like 20 IQ, you know?
I hate these fucking blocks.
Had any good food lately?
Yeah, actually, I've been making sushi. I've been ordering fish from Hawaii and doing sushi making streams.
Nice. Okay. Steven, I think you need to make a proclamation to your chat that we're no longer doing the misspoken memes. They have to end, okay? Because it is affecting me disproportionately, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
Do you misspeak a lot?
I don't know why. I don't feel like I used to, but apparently, yes, I do a lot, and I don't know why.
What about you, Steven? Are you still moving soon?
I don't know. We'll see.
Not sure yet.
Wherever I am, I just want to be near like people that I like and people that I can hang out with. And I've made like a couple new friends in LA that I've like enjoyed hanging out a lot with. So I don't know. We'll see. It's possible. I don't know. Right now, like I'm waiting to make any big decisions until Melina comes back, and then I'll know for sure.
No doubt. You planning on big travel when it's opening in?
Yes. Fuck. I need to get fuck.
Me too, dude.
Yeah.
I want to travel.
I've been working on getting a Japanese visa for the last like 2 months, and it's really really hard. But I got a couple of maybes, but. It's really difficult. The only loophole I see is Japan's opening up to 6 countries very soon, and I'm gonna try to see if I one of them is Korea. If I go to Korea, quarantine there for 2 weeks, see if I'll be allowed with the U.S. passport. You know.
Do you think that if you go to Japan right now, that it's gonna be? Oh, I don't want to say the full experience, but like. Maybe a lot of shit might be closed down.
No, I have someone that I got into IRL streaming. One of the guys on my show, I helped get him partner in 2 weeks by switching to IRL, and he goes out in Tokyo every day. And people are wearing masks, but they always pretty much wore masks even before the pandemic. And pretty much everything is open. Everybody's out. They're going out to restaurants. They're going out to bars. And it's it's a little bit different, a little less crowded than normal, but it is in full swing. You could get the full experience of Tokyo if you go right now.
What do you think? Do you think you'll ever switch to just wearing a mask? I mean, obviously, it's really common in Asia. Is there ever a world where you just wear a mask like from now on? This is just the new normal. Always wearing a mask.
Maybe in like the winter season, like the flu season and shit. It's possible, but
yeah.
Sorry, my Discord keeps cutting out. My internet is trash here. Yeah, I mean, it is very annoying to wear a mask constantly, especially if you want to do like 12-hour IRL streams. I don't know. I feel like, in the near future, I feel like for a long time I will, even if the numbers feel like contained. But, when COVID, is completely gone, or at least, people are vaccinated and it doesn't seem as much as a threat in a rich pandemic world, like I feel like maybe not all the time. I feel like
you haven't gotten it yet, right? The COVID.
I haven't been to a business in like 6 months. I haven't.
So are you gonna get a first round vaccine? Like if someone came up to you right now, like, hey, approved vaccine, all good, would you take it?
No, I would wait probably like months and months after to see how things went.
I've been thinking about this a lot lately. I think I'm going to take the first round.
Why?
Because I think they are still doing rigorous enough trials that there's probably not going to be... I think that the risk to me is going to be much more that I don't take it and actually get coronavirus and have something more serious happen than if I take a vaccine and some unknown in 10 years something happens, which would be... I think unheard of.
Yeah, like the brain.
Heard of something.
Nobody's gonna wait 10 years, but what about just like a month or two to hear back from people?
Well, a month or two isn't going to be long enough for any long-term side effects. If you wait a month or two, you might as well just get it now, right? Long-term side effects are going to be what, like 1+ years down the line or 5+ years down the line?
Well, yeah, but not all side effects have to be long-term. Like, I'm not going to wait for long-term side effects.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is that, like, for the shorter-term ones, like, we're already going to find that because the trials are still going on now. Like, we're going to know if there's short-term side effects before anything gets released. Like, that's already...
And the important thing also to know with this is, like, if you catch coronavirus, like, okay, ideally, this vaccine should be a super weak strain of coronavirus. That's what it should be. It's not like they invented a new fucking virus. Like, it's totally, some crazy shit. Like, this is supposed to be based off of the existing virus.
Well, it's supposed to be, but if you look at the testing that has already gone wrong, like, why has that shit gone wrong if it was just a week? There's different developments that they do. It's not just all like, here, let's everybody take a week thing of coronavirus and inject it in someone, or else there wouldn't be so many different countries
I don't think anything went wrong. I think someone may have died, but I don't know if that was because of the vaccine. I'm not aware of anything actually going wrong with the
Really? I read
vaccine.
there was things wrong with some of the testing.
I'll be right back. 1 sec.
If there are multiple countries like trying to develop something, there has to be different recipes. I understand like the base vaccine, how it could potentially work and what they need for it, but like they're obviously doing different things in different countries, right?
I don't know. I'd have to look into it, but I'd be surprised. This is supposed to be a dead virus, right? Essentially, that's what a vaccine is. It's like a non-active virus. It puts it in your body. Your body's like, okay, cool. I see this shit. It's not really going to do anything, and then you build immunity to it. I'll tell you this: if you catch coronavirus, obviously you're going to be okay, right? You're most likely you're not going to die because you're not like 95 years old and geriatric and everything else. That said, there's some crazy fucking shit that can happen with if you catch coronavirus, even if you're young. Like you can literally lose your sense of taste and sense of smell. Like some people are saying it could be permanent as well. Like it's literally like brain damage from doing this. So it's not like, I think the risk is way more significant to not get the vaccine and just wait and see if something better happens than to just get it and be like, it's probably going to be fine.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's a good argument. It just, I guess it depends on how much you're going in society, how much you're putting yourself at risk every day. And if you're really at high risk, yeah, I mean, if you could kind of just stay inside and kind of just like chill and not put yourself at risk every day, then maybe it'd be safer to just wait at least a few months for the potential short-term things where they did something wrong.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of people talking about I don't know, like there's just a lot of unknowns about long-term symptoms if you actually catch coronavirus. I don't know. I'm as I said, I'm gonna get the first wave of vaccines if I can. I might not even be able to, but if it was offered to me, I think I would take it. I just think it's probably more. It's definitely gonna be more risky by far. I mean, it has to be fucking more risky than just catching coronavirus, which you have a chance of doing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not trying to be alarmist. Like, catching coronavirus, if you're young, it can be a fucking big deal. You can die from it. Obviously, that's probably rare, but you can go read, like, the symptoms people have when they're young. Like, they don't die, but they lose their
If
fucking...
I was taking this lightly, Dan, I wouldn't be inside for the last 6 months, and I'd be going out into society.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, it's fucking scary to be like, are you taking the first vaccine? Because everyone assumes you're going to turn into a fucking zombie, but I don't know. I don't think it's...
Yeah, no, I don't think it's like something like, oh my god, we realized it was all poisonous and everybody's dying from the vaccine. I just thought, like, obviously long-term shit is too long to wait. But if there's potentially something that went wrong with the fucking cocktail of shit they put in it, because I think they are developing different styles of vaccines in different countries. If it was something like universal thing, then like why wouldn't it just be like, okay, let's take a little dead coronavirus, shake it up in some saline solution, and now it's good? Then it would be here already, or we'd all be talking about the same development. But it seems like different countries are developing different shit.
Oh, it's frisky situation, but
yeah.
Yeah, my wife is even more fucking nuts than me, though. I wouldn't do what she's gonna do. She's going to Russia in a month or 2 months for my brother-in-law's wedding because he's getting married in Russia, and she's like, "I'm taking that Russian vaccine." I'm like, "Babe, please don't. Just wait here for the American one." She's like, "No, I'm taking it. It's free."
90% of them get a placebo of fucking vodka.
So I might be single soon, boys. We'll see.
We'll see. Yeah, this shit's weird.
I'll still have chat. I'll never be single.
True.
What else? What
about the flu shot? I hear the flu
I
shot.
don't. I've never gotten the flu shot. I don't think I've ever got it. Why? I'll tell you what. Here's my dumb take about the flu shot. You know what I think about the flu shot? I don't know why I think this. I'm sure it's some anecdotal bullshit, and I should be getting it. I feel like I hear people say that they never get the flu shot, then they get it, and they get the fucking flu. That's what I think. I feel
that's a very stupid take. That's 100%.
No, I know it sounds stupid, but I don't fucking leave my cuck shed.
You can get like mild.
I'm sure it's wrong, chat. Relax.
You could get mild flu symptoms from it, but you should really research the people that are saying taking the flu shot and preventing yourself trying to prevent yourself from getting the flu could lessen the blow of getting if you get corona.
I don't even remember the last time I had the flu. I must have been fucking young as shit because it's not like a cold. It's like you get like a fever and you can't leave the bed and you get like sweats and shit. Or maybe I have had it. I don't fucking know, honestly. But honestly, I never leave.
You seem to be very concerned about corona. You should look into getting a flu shot because of, obviously this is something I read. I don't know shit about this, but when you read it from multiple sources, you start to think I have to weigh out my options and decide how much I'm going to believe this. But they're saying preventing yourself from getting the flu and getting a flu shot could lessen the blow of corona if you get it.
Yeah, maybe I'll go get a flu shot then. I'm fine with it. I don't know. I haven't been fucked. I rarely Andy leave my cuck shed.
But I'm not telling you because of the flu. I'm telling you because of the correlation between the flu shot and corona. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Makes sense. Yep.
What makes sense?
Oh, we were talking about the flu shot.
There's a correlation between getting the flu shot and preventing yourself from the flu that could potentially lessen the blow of corona if you get it.
Dude, imagine not having a sense of smell and taste for 3 years. Holy shit.
I mean, it would be okay for Steven because then he could not have to taste how bad Chipotle is.
Dude, I could lose so much.
You know what
weight
Andy's
so
most important
easily.
sense is when it comes to eating?
His wallet.
It's his eyes, so he can see the restaurant name, so he knows if he can like it or not. If it's a big chain, automatically doesn't even need his nose or his taste buds to know if that food is gonna.
I just know that if they're cash only, it's gonna taste good, and I'm gonna pretend it tastes good just in case,
Nice, good.
You carry cash?
I haven't in so long.
No, it's old memes about Destiny not wanting to go to a place that's cash only.
No, I know. I'm just saying, but do you carry cash or no?
Not that much usually. There's days and days and days where I don't carry any, and then sometimes I'll take a little bit out depending on where I am.
I have a $100 bill that I have stuff behind my credit cards, and that's it. And I think that's been in there now for probably 6 months since I last put it in there. And that's just you run in that random place, and it's we only take Diners Club, or I don't know, fucking something. But
Diners Club. What is it? 1985.
I don't know. Is it still? I think it's still around. You want to bet? No
Careful,
googling. No googling.
No, dude, I know nothing about that shit.
I don't either, but I feel like it's still out there.
Discovery. We only take Discovery.
Damn, Discovery card, dude. Who the fuck rolls the Discovery card? What is the point of that?
Wait, there are two. There are two that are never. I've seen a decent, obviously a ton of Visa and a decent amount of MasterCard, but it's Discovery, and there's one other that nobody ever fucking uses.
Yeah, that's right.
Did I tell you guys what happened in China with the homeless people?
That's a really vague. Oh, American Express? Oh no, people use American Express.
American Express is fucking huge.
I just didn't want to ruin it, but we literally went to Chinese homeless people, and they were asking for money, and I was with Jake, and Jake speaks Mandarin, and he said we don't have any cash, and they pulled this fucking lanyard out of their neck. And they had a WeChat, WePay fucking... What are the codes called again that you put that you scan things with?
QR code?
Yeah, they had QR codes around their neck for WeChat so we could pay them digitally.
Nice. Really hustling.
It's so good, dude. It's funny because I always had weird thoughts of you know, like that, like so many people don't maybe not have cash to pay the homeless, but if there was like some universal digital way to pay them. I always had like weird imaginations about that, and then it actually happened in Shanghai. And I also want to create something for these people hawking mixtapes, because I'm like, dude, no one's buying a CD. No one has a CD player. Why are you on the street handing out CDs, making people hold them, and then trying to get people to pay for them? Just get a fucking cheap fucking notebook, like those $200 ones. Get a bunch of fucking memory sticks, and at least like do something that you could actually sell that people can use.
You know, American Express apparently is bigger than MasterCard in purchase volume.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not surprising, right?
Purchase volume. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Well, yeah, not users, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you a
purchase
user,
volume.
John?
Oh, I put my fucking power bill on the American Express. Absolutely.
What do you think about how long do you think it will take for like us to be up to par with like how in Shanghai, like you pay everything digitally? I know we have Apple Pay and stuff like that, but these people pay everything, like restaurants, taxi, homeless.
Dog, years. Dude, I mean,
Everything.
I remember Japan. I loved that experience. Like everything. Like you go into the restaurant and you order
Wait,
a
isn't
fucking
that true
vending
across
machine.
most of America? Like in LA, the taxis just have card machines in the back and shit. No, you never have to talk to the taxi driver if you don't want to. Like,
I'm not talking about cards. I'm talking about like on your phone.
oh,
like,
tap to pay. I've seen a decent amount of those. They're becoming more popular, but
this is like
Mhm.
actually everything, like in a store, and it's not. It's linked up through WeChat. It's linked up like it would be basically if you use WhatsApp to pay for everything.
Yeah.
in society.
dude, fucking Sweden is some third world country shit when it comes to them paying bills. Like Melina for her apartment, like they get like mailed shit. There's like apparently in Sweden, I talked to her dad too, because making sure Melina's not just booming. Apparently in Sweden, they still pay a lot of shit by like mail, like paper bills and shit that they have to like send and everything, and it's like really, really aids. I was really surprised by that.
Yeah, there's some shit in Japan that, you know, it seems so forward thinking, but some of it's so archaic too. Like when you buy a bike, you have to like register it to you. There's like all kinds of weird paperwork formalities where you have to bring in like, you know, 20 forms of fucking ID.
Oh, dude, I heard that Japan uses fax machines like a motherfucker for some reason.
Yeah,
Like,
there's something so backwards about the way they handle paperwork and like how thorough they are about shit that just makes it really seem like archaic and fucking annoying and not really future forward at all.
I think it's really funny how arbitrary it is that in every country I've been to, they'll rent you a car as long as your driver's license is in English. That seems like a weird thing, but
That is weird. Dude, when my dad had an accident in Greece, and we went to this hospital that seemed like some zombie apocalypse thing, and they don't even check us in, bro. I just walked into the fucking place. I walked into the elevator, and I went directly into his room. I didn't see one fucking human being working the place. I just walked into his hospital, like, room. While he, like, right after he got, like, surgery. I'm like, what the fuck?
damn.
Yeah, that seems backwards as fuck. I was worried they weren't going to be confident enough to help him, like, because he had a bad fall and broke his ribs and shit, and there's, like, blood clot in his ribs and stuff.
How are you doing after the fall, Dan? Are you?
what? I didn't fall. This is so stupid.
He's mad.
I am an excellent driver, and I even have gloves now. Gloves and helmet and shoes.
Hey, Rain Man. I'm an excellent driver. My
Man,
dad lets me
Andy-
drive in the driveway.
Andy, I'm gonna tell you something that's gonna make us
Rain
sad,
Man.
okay? Well, hold on. Okay, we're older gentlemen, so we can laugh at this a little bit. So this is sad. So sometimes people make fun of me for not like being up with like new lingo, right? When people are saying, "Yo, I'm gonna keep it stack and a half, no cap," or whatever, shit like that, right? So then the meme I'll make is something, be like, "I'm hip, I'm with it, tucka tucka tucka." You know what that's from, yes? Please, Andy.
Is it like some SNL Steve?
Oh my god, this is going against me. It's from fucking Austin Powers, where fucking Dr. Evil is talking to Scott, and he's going, "I'm hit, I'm with it," and then he does the fucking Macarena, right? The problem is that unfortunately, by me trying to, my fucking meme to say that I'm not old is so old that people don't even know what the fuck it is anymore.
You did an anti-boomer joke that was
Yeah, dude, it fucking sucks, man.
What do you guys think about those over-the-top comedies? Do you think they're still funny, or do you think they were never funny? Like, I think Austin Powers...
Borat?
No, I think Borat is fucking genius. Cause like
That's
it's
over-the-top comedy, right?
Yeah, but it's done with intelligence. There's over-the-top comedy that, like, some of, like, Jim Carrey old shit where it's just, like, overacting and screaming is different than Borat, like, really taking someone to task in a smart way and setting someone up in a really smart way.
Hmm.
Did you guys watch the Borat sequel?
Watched half of it. It seemed good.
Yeah.
Then I had to stream.
Yeah, I thought it was really good. You think of Naked Gun? I mean, I think Naked Gun's great. I think Leslie Nielsen. I think Airplane is way more genius though, and like they only use Leslie Nielsen because he was a serious actor. So getting him to play something super dead faced when it's so fucking over the top works so well because his commitment to acting is just so serious because he came from a serious acting background. So I think he's perfect for like that type of like parody.
Is she quitting? Yes, I'm going to bed. I'm so tired. I've been streaming for 11 hours.
Okay.
Top Secret is Kurt Russell, right?
Okay, so
It's
Yeah,
all
that's good
right.
shit.
Because I was wondering why, like.
Okay, well, hey, listen, I love you guys. I need to do my. It's the first. So I gotta do my
Alright.
bills and do my
Good
shit. So.
talking y'all. Peace out.
Yeah, have a good one, guys.
Are you done streaming?
Yeah, I gotta do a bunch of shit. Oh,
Alright.
fuck. My donation is muted. I'm so sorry, guys. Let me just read these. Adam. This is consistent with the progressive critique. The most regulated medical industries are those in which patients shop around for the best deals the least because they are in immediate danger. The industries with the most competition don't need the regulation. Okay. Esper Legos donated $5 twice. Gay popes and popes with a whole ass family, LOL. And then also said, Destiny streams never disappoint. Thank you. This was an hour ago. Fuck. Pepin Sucks 102. Glad to say, oh, you're priming, subbing on Twitch. Fuck you. Don't care. Jabba donated $3. There's a debate between Francis Chan and Rob Bell, where Rob's position was that God is love, and if he is love, hell doesn't exist. Okay, okay. Hash Brown's TV donated $10. Said, loving the confident night. Appreciate the entertainment, dude. Never change. Well, change for the better. Well, fuck it. You know what I mean. Thank you, my dude. Raw Dowsion donated $5. Said, only at Miller Grove. Joy. Cool. I love you guys. It's been fun. Thank you so much for subbing on my site. It helps. Appreciate what?
Are you gonna just be off altogether?
What do you mean?
I'm never assuming. Never mind. Forget it. I'm having a boomer moment. It's fine.
Okay.
I'm never assuming. Never mind. Forget it. I'm having a boomer moment. It's fine.
Are you okay?
No, just leave me alone. Okay. I'm gonna watch some TV. Okay.
Yeah. I'll host you again.
Okay.
I'll give you peace out.
Bye.
All right, I love you guys. It's been fun. Reprino, cappuccino, pappuccino, cappuccino, 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 my dude Arinos. I will catch you guys next stream Reno. Peace out.